Allah muna son wannan aikin saboda ba ma son bara. Wannan baracin ya ishe mu. Shi yasa muna wannan aikin.
Ina roƙon mutane waɗanda suke masu kuɗi, Hausawanmu, wuce Yoruba, wuce Igbo. Ina roƙon su taimaka mana da wannan abin da muke yi, ko aikin yi, ko allowance, duk abin da ya samu muna da bukata.
Motorists attest to the fact that their voluntary services have been quite helpful while calling for some sort of formal payment be made to them.
We really thank God for them that they are here. If not, there will be a lot of traffic. They are helping us here very well. And we want government, at least if they can do something for them, maybe little things at the end of the month. Because we really like that. We too that are driving always give them something. If not because of them, there will be a lot of traffic over here.
Most times when I pass around, I saw that particular guy there doing some traffic work there. I'm encouraged because one, they are giving them a kind of privilege to also try and use their skills, and they can also add to the society by also doing some other work like that. It's very good. So that will be a kind of an encouragement to other people so that they will not look down on anybody that is, they're also human being like us. So for me, it's encouraging, and I think it's a very better idea.
I will support them at the same time just because of the traffic men are not much, and the last man are not here, and the policemen are not here, the PCRC members are not here, which I'm one of the members, but it's okay, we support them. At least if Lagos State government can look at a way they can just reach out to this one by giving them other uniforms to, perform this duty they are doing at the same time. If the government can able to reach out to them with some little funds every month, so to encourage them to do what they're doing instead of then going on the street begging people money.
This uniform, government does not give me this uniform. So the work what they do inside this order, many people that go see me, they go give me something I go buy. So now the thing I go take buy this uniform because na him be my uniform, na him my ID card.
I doubt if the community were the one that contracted them. I believe they are volunteers. But however, whichever way, I think the community should take advantage in the sense that they've changed from, instead of begging, they've decided to volunteer their service in controlling traffic, and basically they are trying. I remember sometime, was it early January or between early January and late December, I can't place it, at going close to a roundabout. If you're coming out from Etimi and the other ending, there's this crippled guy. Each time I close from work, I'm always seeing him there around 4, 5, 6. He's doing an amazing job there because usually that place used to be a spot for heavy traffic. Everybody wants to move, and so if we are the local government chair lady, or if there's a way we can get across to her, let her just take advantage and recruit them, and even if it's just a commission, it should be placed on a payroll or something.
In a separate event, we caught up with Princess Rashidat Adu, the executive chairman at Etiosa local government area, where they serve, and she says this of them.
For the traffic officers that you said you see, they've attached themselves to the local government. Sincerely, I didn't give them jackets because I saw them too on the road, and I approached them. When I see them, I just give them money because I believe that they are looking for what to put in their mouth. And sometimes I call them to the office. I said, I don't want to be seeing you at the roundabout because of your own security. You never can tell. A vehicle can be coming now and something will happen. I am the first point of call. Because of that, I try to discourage them from controlling the traffic. But because they now told me that this is what they get, at least people that are passing, the motorists, they'll give them, they'll tip them and all that. I said, okay, what do you think we can do that will bring money to you? And some came, they said they want to go back to their villages, and I gave them money. I said, okay, when you get back to your village, what will you be doing? One said you'll be doing shoemaker. One said he will be selling provision. And I said, okay, how much do you think that will cost? And they mentioned the money, very ridiculous. But in my own little way, I gave to them. And I asked them to go back. Funny enough, they didn't go back. you will still see these same people on the road controlling traffic. So what do? There's nothing you do about it, because in a way, that is how they get their own livelihood, and stopping them from doing it will be a harm to them. And I don't want to harm anybody. As much as I want to add value to the life of the people around Victoria Island, I think since they said that is what they want to do, let them continue doing.
However, motorists like Kalu, on the contrary, feels they are not needed all the time.
It could be better when there's much traffic, but now there is no traffic. Staying here is not all that conducive now, because me, I suppose to have already passed.
While doing their bit to ease off the traffic, Ibrahim acknowledges that they meet motorists who sometimes are impatient with them.
I don't forget for that day. I just stopped the one person for this job. The time when you come block the road, I say stop, make you one person pass. So that time, for this man, I beg and say stop. You know one stop. You ready to jam me for the motor? You don't know, say, you see me, say me, I am disabled. Why no stop? I know the stop am for nothing. Because he come blocking the road. He come show me, say, he get power. He blocked me for this, my eyes. Remain small, it will scatter my eyes.
Well, with over 1.6 million vehicles plying Lagos roads daily, just maybe volunteers like Ibrahim and Ismail are a great asset aiding government strategies to tackle high-volume traffic across the state. For Plus TV Africa, Amaka Okoye.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sally. Go Sanzi! Go Sanzi! Guess who's back?
Oh my God, we really had to make it an event.
And she had to twin with me. Is that how much you've missed me?
I missed you, I did. I'm just very not so vocal with my missing. I'm like weird in my own different way. But yes, I did miss you. I missed the show. I missed Lagos, even though it's like a painful admission, but I did miss Lagos.
Oh, you village people.
Life in the East, I love the village. It's just this tranquility and serenity. It's this peacefulness and cold and, bush and just elderly people all over the place, unlike city life where you see like young, aggressive people all over the place. So it's a
complete
transition, like two opposites.
Yeah.
And I must confess, I'm a bit homesick. It's true. I'm a family person. I love my family. I miss them. Yeah. So tell me about the glasses, Oa. What is going on? You guys, I sure missed a lot. What's going on?
They said I should be wearing glasses.
Uti Eli, great on you.
Thank you. Well, I had to do what's it called? Since they said I should wear, I had to look for my favorite color to at least make me feel good with myself. But it's temporal though, so I don't.
I love it. It's really chic and classy.
Yeah,
I love it. Different.
Thank you.
Hello,
thank you.
Mama.
Hey, Mama. Everybody is saying that welcome. You're getting please. I'm not old. I'm very young. I'm in my 30s. I love to be in my 30s.
Yeah.
It was in those days I would be saying, no, I'll be hiding my... No, I'm not.
No,
I'm
like
very young. In case you want to do under 40 CEO,
like
consider
the
me.
new 20s.
Yes, so.
And you're seeing like a 60-year-old woman, sharp and peng and looking good. So ain't nobody
I'm not
feeling
in a hurry
bad
to
about
get old,
30s
though, please.
anymore.
Please, I'm not in a hurry to get old. So where is Uti? Uti is not there. Okay, so today we're having a very interesting conversation. And Here is what we found as today's quote. Hastiness and superficiality are the side chick disease of the 20th century.
Hastiness, superficiality.
I am very sure about that superficiality and hastiness.
Yes, we're a bit too shallow. We this is 21st century millennials, maybe not millennials, but what's the next generation? Generation
Gen Z.
Yeah. There, I think millennials, 90s children, 80s children, they have a bit of depth to them, but Generation Z is like, oh my goodness, too superficial. I love you guys, you all know, but yeah, truth has to be said. And there's like this hastiness. So that quote is that.
Very interesting, because that's the conversation we're having today. You know, the spirit of impatience and I want it now, you know, is now the music of this generation. And this has led to a completely different approach to getting things done today. So tonight on Ladies Night Out, yes, it's Tuesdays and Thursdays, in case you don't know, it's our Ladies Night Out. We're asking who should be held accountable, you know, for this impatience that the young people are expressing today. But first, we'll take a break for what's in the news. So let me just confess, in case I'm not serious today on the show, this madam is back, so she will not let me to be serious. Uti Elu, she's here now. Hello, Uti.
Hi. Happy New Year, Uti. I haven't seen you since January 1st.
I know, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes. I had to
How
travel.
are you? Happy New Year.
Fine, thank you.
Right?
Self-love for me is going to the village.
I know. I mean, I didn't understand the whole spending Christmas in the East until I spent some time there myself, and I thought, oh, now I get it.
It's amazing.
I get it. It's awesome.
Yeah. Really? I've never been to the East too.
No,
during
it's awesome.
Christmas.
It's really interesting just to see it. Do
they do bonfire at night, all those things?
Well, we don't do bonfire, but there's just too much going on. There is event, there is reunion, you're connecting with cousins, and you know how you meet in the city and they tell you this is your grandfather's great uncle's brother, sister. Yeah, we all do that visiting, so you just know yourselves, and peradventure you meet each other in the city. You don't say, Mommy, I want to marry this guy.
Oh,
like, yeah,
okay.
Stuff like
I see. Because Sanzi is on holiday mood, she doesn't have a story for us. So, Uti, what did you find for us in the news?
No.
So I'm back on one of my favorite topics of NIN and saga around SIM cards and the registration. So, of course, we know that the federal government has said that we should all go and register and link our NINs to, and that's our national identity numbers, to our SIM card. So I'm actually taking two stories in one. The first headline says more discomfort for Nigerians as NIMSI issues fresh directive. Now, so this directive was actually just providing clarity. Now, if you remember when the NIN was released, initially it was said that if you have a BVN, that an NIN would be automatically generated for you. But this is just the National Identity Management Commission now coming out to clarify that the NIN generated via the BVN would still require citizens to go to an enrollment center to somewhat activate that number to be able to integrate it to their SIM. So again, adding further distress into this situation, which then ties into the second story. And this second story has a headline that says, NIN registration. FG speaks on ultimatum to block SIM card. So here, this is just the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, one of my favorites. You all know how I feel about him, right? Issa Pantami has disclosed about the ultimatum. So here, and why this story really stuck out for me, I mean, I've never hid my disdain for this multiple registrations and multiple databases where the details of Nigerians are held. But here he is now speaking about the fact that this was actually a 12-month exercise, and he's almost throwing it at the footstep of Nigeria and saying, look, Nigerians had 12 months to do this registration. They didn't go and do it. That this deadline was announced in February of 2020. Well, hello, federal government. Hello, sir.
Are you serious?
We've been going through a pandemic. We've had a lockdown. People have a lot to deal with. And he's saying that this was announced originally on the 4th of February 2020. Now, that this deadline essentially is not new. Please, you want Nigerians to do something. The world was grappling with a lot of things. What kind of plan, what kind of communication plan did the federal government have to keep this in the consciousness of Nigerians? Let's point out that we went into a lockdown in March. We were at home for 2 months. Everybody comes out of that, and we're also facing this pandemic and facing the various restrictions. And then the federal government says we announced this in February 2020. What did you do to remind Nigerians to do this? I'm not saying that Nigerians are perfect. Of course, NIMSI has been around long before, and the call for registering on your NIN has been around way before 2020. But the reality of it is, this is human nature. If you want us to do something, put it in our faces, tell us it's important. Why is it 2 weeks before Christmas that you decide to give us a deadline? It doesn't make any sense. This story for me just shows that, you know, even when our government is well-meaning, the implementation of these things just now leaves a bad taste in the mouth of Nigerians. Now, in the face of a second wave of the pandemic, you're putting people at risk. I mean, a few weeks ago, we're talking about NIMSI staff going on strike because they didn't have protective gear and they were being inundated by people at their enrollment centers. I mean, we can certainly do better. No doubt, it's important for us to have this information, even though we're not even harnessing it. We're not, you know, warehousing it in a manner that will benefit Nigeria in the long run. It's all still so disconnected. But even if you're going to do it, at least make sure that you're putting the well-being of citizens front and center. You have to create urgency to do it, but will you do it in the middle of a pandemic? So that's just a quick summary of those two stories. Of course, urge everyone to go and get their done in a safe manner as possible, and get it linked to your SIM card as the government has instructed.
Yeah, interestingly, Uti, I actually went on my email, my inbox, and I searched for the NIMSI because I had done the registration online, you know, many years ago, and I checked the date. It was 2014. It was 2014, and I think something happened that stalled it for me, that I couldn't go through with the biometrics and all of that. So now I have to start all over again. So what we are asking the federal government to do is, it's not like we do not want to get this NIN. Can you make the process a bit seamless? Because for some people that have gone online to do all the registration and the documentation, by the time they take the printouts to the NIMSI office, they still tell them that all those ones, you pack it aside, we'll still have to do the manual. So how do you reduce, amidst COVID-19, how do you reduce the interaction with too many people going to that center? I think the government should have been thinking, you know, for a more creative way to get this registration done. We already have gone to our various networks for our phone numbers to register. They have our biometrics and everything. Couldn't you just think of a way to link this thing? Must we go to the physical office of NIMC? Well, my story is, you want to say something quickly?
I mean, I feel the pain of people going through this, but I've done my registration. I have my NIN card.
Sanzi,
so
I've said when they're talking, you should not be talking.
I'm sorry. It's supposed to be a good citizen, yes.
You had to rub it in, right?
I'm trying to rub it in, that's the point. So I have the card.
We have it. It's just, what's the urgency? We have it. Even the people that have it, what's the urgency? Why does it have to be everything is now?
Well, federal government, because we were talking about this, I think it was yesterday or the day before, we had Mori on the show when she talked about school resumption. So I just saw this story, says, the headline says, federal government, COVID-19, school resumes January 18. Federal government is insisting right? So the federal government has finally resolved to go ahead with the January 18, 2021 resumption date for schools nationwide, despite the pressure being mounted by some organizations, including the Academic Staff Union of Universities, against reopening of schools and the second wave of the pandemic. You know, the Minister for Education, Adamu, has during a press briefing of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 on Monday, said that resumption date was not sacrosanct, but now they are saying that, you know, they insist that the schools will reopen. So the truth is, honestly speaking, as I said, I think I still even mentioned it yesterday when we were having a conversation with EC. I said something. I said, see, government has time and time again, they've shown us they are always never, they've not thought through certain kinds of processes. They've not really prepared. So whether we are opening on the 18th or the school is opening on the 30th, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of preparedness for government, it makes no difference, because postponing the resumption date does not guarantee that they have put XYZ in place to ensure that the students are resuming safely. So the onus is on a lot of, and the thing actually stalling this is more of government schools, because private schools, they've been ready since April or March last year. They have been ready. They put in a lot of things in place. So it's more of the government schools.
Government schools that are causing this setback.
And you cannot delay every other child because you're not prepared.
Right. You know what I would say? The same way Nigerians sort of take up our livelihood into our own hands, like your business, you're not waiting for government to provide for you, because a lot of times the government is as if they really don't care. You know, I'm not saying they don't care, but they act as though they don't care. So I think in that same manner, we should all be independent with our care when it comes to COVID. You know, if schools are going to resume, that's fine, but take
precautionary measures.
Be selfish about it when it comes to your family. Make sure that your kids, if you have to drum it into them, if you have to punish them 7 times a day for them to understand the importance of wearing a mask in schools.
Yeah.
You know, so
I think
yeah,
that's
in that case we can't.
Uti, you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to ask. Now, we have a huge problem in this country of people who do not believe in the presence of COVID-19 in this country. They think it's all propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
You have another set, or you have the other reality that says that we are in the wave, or we're in the second wave of the pandemic. We see the numbers being released by the NCDC daily, and these numbers are much higher than we're used to. And then in the middle of that, the government says we're opening schools. Please, what is this contradicting message that we're sending? You need to get everybody. I mean, is it that we're not seeing what's happening outside of Nigeria, or Nigerians just think that we think that we have some superpowers? I mean, we've been blessed to escape the worst of this on the first turnaround. Now, all over the world, we have all sorts of more contagious versions of this virus flying around. Our airports are not open. Our people are being careless. Now you put your children in the line of fire. Well, it's okay. As long as nobody's coming to voluntarily remove my child from my house to force him to go to school, God be with us.
Uti, we will continue this conversation after the break. I will answer you. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Keep watching.
Plus events.
Plus event. Plus event. Plus TV Africa.
Missed out? Don't be left out as we bring to your screen your favorite social diary events on Plus Events, bringing you fun, information, and of course, entertainment.
Hello everyone and welcome to the latest event show on the planet.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, today's youth have been called all sorts of names, from lazy to immature with no depth or grit. Now, there is a high level of impatience where a youth, for instance, you employ a young person, the person isn't ready to spend time to grow. They just want to become CEO now. They see those ahead of them and they want to acquire everything that they see them have. Now, this display of a microwave approach to attaining almost everything in life must come first from somewhere. So this we are asking, why is this so? Why is there hurried nature of wanting to get things now? And if it is there, who should be held accountable for the crop of youth that we have today? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So, Uti and Sanzi. I know Uti doesn't like talking about this matter because it's almost like every time she wants to talk about it, they're always fighting her. So I'm going to start with you, Uti. So this conversation, I think we've had it in different ways, several times, but I think it's something that will keep on happening until maybe some people were able to redeem some people to the other side. Now, if you go on social media, it is really crazy, right? It seems like everything is instant. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and he was saying that we need to understand that the crop of young people that we have today are not our generation that, believed in, delayed gratification, I can patiently wait for my turn and all of that. It seems like everybody in this present generation, they want it and they want it now. So why is this so? Maybe I should come to Uti first.
So, this is a very interesting one because, I have very mixed feelings about it. I always tell people that I'm young, but I'm old at the same time because I feel like I'm that old school teacher, right? But you can't ignore culture. Culture is all pervasive. It changes, it molds, but it's from the people. We've moved on. The world has moved on. The world is now always switched on. We're used to 24-hour everything. We're used to instant TV. We grew up at a time when you got to wait till 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. for the TV to come on. Now we're in a time where, kids wake up in the morning. First thing they say is, Mommy, can I put on the TV? So we're in a world that is always switched on. So to be honest, the world has moved on. The world is also not in that place now where there's delayed gratification anymore. Now everything is at your fingertips. Before you had to wait for an ad to finish playing to continue watching your show. Now you can watch it without ads. Now you can fast forward the ads.
You can skip it.
The world has moved on. So it's not really for me the fact that there's a hastiness, because also when you look at the age of some of the young billionaires and young people who are doing great things in the world today, they're in their early 20s. Forbes has 30 most powerful under 30 or whatever that thing is. It's getting increasingly younger. Our young people are able to do so much more than the generations that came before them. I think for me, what is disconnected is the lack of understanding that there is a process, and that process is still fine to go through. So yes, I can be a YouTube star overnight tomorrow, or I can go into Big Brother and I can become a celebrity overnight. But that doesn't erase the requirements of a good foundation, of you having the understanding of hard work, of you having understanding of the value of money, of you knowing right from wrong. All those things are values that must not be eroded, no matter how fast the world gets. And I think that's where there's a disconnect, where you find that, a lot of things are now getting lost. A lot of values are being lost. A lot of belief systems are being eroded. Even our culture is being eroded by the outside influences that says everything is switched on, everything is now. I don't need to wait to get anything. So when somebody is telling me, oh, it's good for you, delayed gratification is good for you, actually, I beg to differ. That's what you're going to get back from that generation. They can't relate to it. So it's not necessarily that is the problem. It's just certain things that are being lost along the way.
Absolutely. Let me come to you, Sanjay.
Right. So for me, first of all, I would like to cancel out the fact that they are lazy. No. The average youth is not lazy. Maybe to a certain extent we're immature and, you know, maybe shallow to a certain extent, like I said earlier, but we are definitely not lazy. So the hastiness to, you know, live on the fast lane and jump gun, I would say this is what I understand is the cause of it. Uti mentioned something about the satisfaction and jumping process. And yes, I definitely do agree with that. But primarily, I think it's because of lack of results. So our parents would tell us that, of course, there is the home training and everything. And so for a lot of people who are patient enough, they might decide to, you know, walk through the process and trust, and, you know, there must be a conviction inside of you that, you know, this process that I walk through it and I'll come out better at the end of it. But for a lot of people, you've watched your parents tell you, oh, take your time, there is process and all things will come out well. And then you're a year old, nothing is getting better. You're 5 years old, nothing is getting better. You're 17, it's getting worse. You're 25, you're 35, and you're still watching the same parents moving from a 5-bedroom duplex to a 3-bedroom apartment and now to a 1-bedroom apartment. Is getting worse. So for somebody like that, because there is nothing that is as rewarding or reassuring as results. So when you're telling me delayed gratification and I'm looking at your life, being my parents' role models, and I'm not seeing what you're telling me, of course I would think is either you don't know what you're saying or something is wrong or you missed it somewhere. So that already creates a disappointment, a distrust. So I, as the young person, would tell myself, you know what, whatever these people are saying, I'm not willing to take this path. So I'm willing to try another path, which is now the Instagram that we see, you know. And so because we have a lot of young people who are thinking in such manner, we have a lot of them creating Twitter. So I don't have to Twitter, WhatsApp, I don't have to pass a message and wait for the Telegram or whatever fax to get to or ship it, you know. So I'm getting it Insta message, Instagram and everything. So these are things that young people are creating to make life easier for ourselves in order to achieve. And at the end of the day, everybody wants to achieve a result, and that result is a comfortable life, a happy life, you know. So like I said, I think the hastiness stems hugely from lack of results and disappointment coming from the lives of our parents. I know that I've seen that. Yeah, for me personally, I've watched my parents. I love you, mom and dad. But yeah, that was my story at some point. I looked at it and I said, you know what, I'm not going to settle for this almost local life. Exactly. You know, there has to be more. So I set out on my own path. In as much as I'm grateful for the values they've you know, put inside of me, because it's helping to guide my path. But still, I think I'm doing things from a different path. You know,
so Botanzi, you are not in the category of the kind of conversation that we're driving today, because even in that path where you have chosen to say, you know what, I don't want to go through this route that they have taken, I want to find my path and all of that, you are still level-headed, you are still insisting that you have to do the things
it's a personal
the right
conviction.
That's my point.
Yeah.
But the crop of people that we have today, they can do anything as long as these results that you're talking about. So is it money that is enough? Now, Uti mentioned something about overnight success. Uti, is there anything that's overnight success? Because the guest we had yesterday said something, that even these entertainers that you see, oh, the person blow. Do you know how many sleepless nights the entertainers had overnight trying to write music? Some failed, some did not fail. They will not just show you the process. They only show you the end product. And so you see it and you say that it's overnight success. So is there any such thing as overnight success?
So there is the belief from what you see that people can become an overnight success. And my question is, what is your definition of overnight? Now, the people, let me use a pop culture reference. The people who go into the Big Brother house, would you call them an overnight success? Because they go into a house, they stay in there for however long, they went in, for lack of a better word, unknown, and they came out celebrities. Would you class that an overnight success? Or would you say that the work they've done in the Big Brother house categorizes them as overnight success? Now, I don't think there's no such thing as an overnight success. It may be 1 in a million, where literally maybe you won the lottery or something, then maybe truly you are an overnight success. But it takes work. I mean, if you know what people have to go through, let me stick with my reference. If you know what people have to go through in the auditions for Big Brother, in all of that, even that takes determination. Even that takes planning. That takes you, creating a persona that you can sell to the producers of this show who think that you're entertaining. So you don't just fall into it. In truth, I think that, and when Sanzi said, the first thing I'll say is we're not lazy. I think that the reality of it is that the level of endurance has reduced. And it's not a choice for endurance to reduce. Human nature, what is that Darwin phrase now that says, I think we evolve, only the strong survive, or whatever it is. You evolve based on what you have. When our grandparents had to walk miles and miles and miles without cars, they were stronger physically. When we had to wash clothes with our hands without washing machines, we were stronger physically. Our children will most likely never have to wash clothes with their hands, or very rarely have to do that. So from a physicality point of view, we are getting weaker, if I can use that phrase in a non-negative way. We're not as strong. So when you say, when that laziness reference, I think sometimes communication is the problem. We do lack endurance. So the things that our parents could do, we're not strong enough to do it. You do a physical activity and you think to yourself, oh, I'm tired. It's not about fitness now. We're not built for that endurance because we don't have the kind of life that they led. We've not been walking 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. We're not. We do it for fitness, but that's not the general lifestyle. So we're not as strong. So when we come to talking about success and we say, is there an overnight success? There isn't. But it's, again, I like when Sanzi mentioned that her parents instilled values in her. We're still coming back to the crux of the issue, is that there's nothing wrong with you wanting to be a YouTube star. There's nothing wrong with you wanting to be, quote unquote, an overnight success. The question there is, who are you? What is it that drives you? The question I asked, last week I was driving down the road and something just hit me. I was watching the world around you as you do when you're driving. And I said to myself, how many Nigerians, if you are offered 100 million naira as the only consequence for killing a person, would you do it? And I said, in truth, I've asked this question to a couple of people and I've gotten a range of answers from, I'll do it for 1 million. I'll do it for, so there's no other consequence. There's no negative consequence. The only consequence is, here's 100 million naira cash. Kill somebody and I'll give you this money, that's all. How many people would jump at it? Think about it. So that's where that's the problem. The fact that that even becomes a reality is that we've lost our beacon for what is right and what is wrong. Now, the only beacon we're following is money.
So what causes this? So is it as a result of failed promises that we heard over and over and over again growing up? That, people will promise you are the future leaders, you are the this, you are the that, and you're growing up, you're not seeing that future. I think maybe that is what has brought that impatience, where people are saying, no, I cannot wait anymore. Yeah, because it seems like every promise that they made to us while we were growing up, to say you're going to go to school, when you read your book, you become, you understand, when you read your book, you become this, you become that, and you are here. And it seems like, so what is the root cause of that?
I think, frustration has a way of messing with the human mind. It goes back to values for me. If your values are not strong enough, there are certain decisions that when you're in so much pain or disappointment or frustration, you won't even know when you dabble into it. Take, for instance, someone who goes into prostitution because you need money, you need an apartment, and yes, all the values that you don't really have to be a Christian for you not to choose to not, prostitute and all that. You just have to have that value that I don't want to sell myself, right? So it gets to that point where you need so much and there is pretty much nobody to call on, and you're at this place where you don't know what is right and wrong again. You just want to survive. Obviously, you're going to sell yourself. Right? It's the next, because you don't have that strong backup that tells you, you know what, no matter what, go through this, it gets better. If you don't have that strong conviction, if you don't have that driving force, that your life, how do I put it? If you don't have a solid thing that drives you, that your conviction is built on, chances are you're probably going to kill someone, you're probably going to do Yahoo, you're probably going to, I don't know, do something way different just to make sure that you survive. Because at the end of the day, all humans are selfish and we are all fighting for survival. It's true, you know?
So I'll just add to that. I mean, the reality of it is that what have we seen? This generation of young people, what have they grown up seeing? They've grown up seeing corruption normalized. They've grown up seeing monies, you know, the kinds of monies.
Snakes swallowing money and monkeys going out with money.
You know what I mean? So you've seen that. And on the flip side, they've seen the degradation. They didn't go to the quality of schools. You know, this generation we're referring to, in our time, unity schools were the place to be. We were fighting to go to federal government colleges. Now, who knows what they're like? So they don't even have that. So there's nothing to show you that this perseverance worked. So we saw our parents, like, you know, they went through that trajectory of, I take it from the opposite side for Sanzi, but they started from the 1-bedroom apartment when they got married. They worked all their lives. They got into, you know, maybe senior jobs, and they got into better houses. Now, everybody's seeing that big house, and that's where they want to start from. Nobody wants, there's no time now to say, I want to wait for the trajectory. I want to grow from a 1-bedroom apartment into a 3-bedroom apartment into a 4 or 5-bedroom house. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Nobody got time for that.
You know what?
Ain't about it.
You know, I want to you know, you stop a 7-year-old kid on the street and you ask them what car they want to drive. They can tell you it's a Range Rover, dude, what you gonna do to earn that money to buy that car? He doesn't have an answer for you because he doesn't have any role models that he has watched who have gone through this trajectory that says, if you do X, Y, Z, if you do A, B, C, you will turn out this way. So if you look at even the successful people in our country, in our environment, when you look at the top businessmen, you find that somewhere in there, there's some connection or there's something. Nobody truly believes that I can replicate what this person has done.
Without any connection.
Without anything. And that is a huge thing, because what you're then saying is, look, dude, no matter how hard you try, there's no way for you. So really,
in fact, you will now see some prayer points in churches say, Father, locate my, what did they call her? How did they put it? May I locate my destiny helpers? So, you know what? You know, we're going to go on a break. Yeah, go ahead, Uti. Conclude quickly. We want to take a break.
So you don't find that you're just trying to tell, you're trying to, or rather, what I'm trying to say is that what we now need to do to start to close this gap is to be able to show young people, successful people who have done things that they can replicate. It's not for us as Nigerians to be saying, oh, Anthony Joshua is Nigerian, so everybody. No, we need to show our homegrown heroes, people that have done things that we can replicate, that don't have lost years in their story.
Okay, you know what? We'll take a very short break. When we return, we'll take some of the comments and we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Now, if you're just tuning in, It's our ladies' night out, and today we're discussing the perceived impatience of today's youth, and we're asking who to blame. Uti and Sanzi, people have not told me who we are supposed to be blaming in this matter, but please.
No, I have told you.
Let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So the phone lines will be open for those that want to call in as well. Uti, you were saying?
No, I said you were asking that. You said we haven't told you. I said, in my own opinion, I've shared my thoughts with you. Culture has moved on with the lack of role models. I mean, the list is endless. But anyway,
So
I'll take this comment.
Are we pinning this now on leadership, or what are we pinning it
No.
on?
So it's not just leadership, because again, who are the leadership? Leadership come from within
The
us.
people, yeah.
So for me, it's not necessarily a leadership thing. It's just that with time, the world has moved on. First of all, wherever you are, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in China, wherever you are, it's now we're switched on. We're on 247. So that in itself creates a gap where Nigeria is not as fast as the rest of the world, but we have the internet to see how fast the rest of the world is. So what do you want to do, you know? But anyway, let me quickly take this comment by a viewer called Benson. It says, by design, youthfulness comes with restlessness. The ability of the guardian to help nurture and direct gives the ultimate performance and fulfillment. That impatience many times is the embedded potential struggling to manifest. If properly guided, the entire community eventually benefits from it. And he asks us, what do you think?
Okay, so before you take what you think, hold on. We have a caller, I think Kelvin from Aja. Good evening. Thank you for calling.
Good evening.
Thank you for calling. Quickly, in 1 minute,
Yeah,
let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I just seen this program now, and I'm hearing what you guys are saying.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the leaders they've really failed Nigerian youth.
Okay.
They failed Nigerian youth. If you go globally, you see Nigerians are very industrious and intelligent, but they've not allowed Nigeria to use their intelligence to help this nation. They failed the youth in all aspects of government. All they show us is embezzlement. All we hear about the embezzle of money. They live on statistics like the oppress us with their embezzled money. So this has really affected the reading of a common Nigerian. There is no way we don't believe in legitimacy anymore. They don't believe in hard work anymore. They believe it's either you get it either way. Because the leaders, they've done so much. They've affected Nigerian psychology globally. I've been to some countries in the world. Nigerians are very hardworking, but our intelligence, they've made us to use it the other way around. That's why Yahoo cannot stop, because Nigerians the youth are angry. They are frustrated. Education system everything has failed them. All we see is them embezzling money. Somebody will steal 30 billion, they will give him kind of 200,000 naira. It's all about nepotism, who you know, godfatherism, cabals. Man, this country is a joke, man. I like you guys. Keep it up, but Nigerian youth, they failed us.
Thank you so much, Kelvin.
They failed us.
Thank you so much, Kelvin.
I disagree. The country is not a joke.
It's not a joke.
I am a patriotic citizen, and Nigeria can be a bit frustrating sometimes, but it is not.
We are going to get through it. Yeah. Uti, you were going to you were going to say something about Benson's comment, right? Quickly.
So he was just asking if, what do we think about that in terms of the restlessness of the youth? Absolutely agree. I mean, if you look at any child, they're unable to sit still because they're exploring, they're learning. That's how they're understanding the world. So absolutely, youthfulness comes with a restlessness. It's how you channel that energy. And again, I mean, he does raise a very valid point here about the job or the place of the guardian or the parent. And that's another thing that is being eroded in today's culture. We also have, I mean, you see some children sometimes and you see their parents and you think, really? Some people shouldn't be parents, but they're parents. And this is not judging. This is just the fact that parents also need to take that job
responsibility seriously. Yeah.
You bring a human being into the world, and your job is to make sure that this person is a well-adjusted, balanced upstanding member of society. And a lot of that these days is lost. I mean, whether it's in the hustle looking for money or whatever it is.
See, honestly, I think we blame parents too much. We should also understand that these people we're talking about, they are independent individuals.
No, hold on.
Maybe when
explain.
they're in their baby stages.
Let me explain something to you. It's not about blaming parents, right? You see, everybody right now has a responsibility to play. I believe that if you say who's to blame, everybody have failed. We failed ourselves. Now, listen.
Okay.
It is only when the child has gotten to a certain age that you can now say the child, you understand, is an individual on its own. Where this your morals that you are preaching here, it was instilled before you were 8 years old.
No, but hold on.
Listen.
Hold on. Let me make my point. Yeah, it was instilled in me. I made the decision to stick to it. I've been in situations where I could have easily flung it out.
Yes.
Do you understand? So it's no longer about my parents. If I had misbehaved, someone would hold my parents and say that, no, that's wrong, right? So the person who chooses to not believe what the parents has to, it is no longer, I've seen parents who look at their children and they're like, this is not the person I raised.
Yeah.
So in cases like that, you can't really blame the parents. For me, I believe that who is to blame is not the child, is not the parent. The child wants results. The parent is not producing the result. The society is giving you option of corruption. So what we have to blame is lack of verifiable results. So your parent tells you work hard, go to school, you work hard, and everything around you is frustrating you. And then someone who carries out fraud, online fraud or whatever you call it, or going nude on Instagram, comes out and tells you, listen, this is what I do. And they're showing you, you're seeing the result. That is a verifiable result. So all you need to do is to ask yourself, can I do this? Once whatever in your conscience tells you can do this, that's it.
Okay.
So without that verifiable result,
let's bring in our audience. Hold on, Uti.
I have messages and I'm not done talking, but okay.
No, please, you have to. Ade from the UK says, good evening, ladies. This young lad has turned their generation to be competitive amongst themselves. They want to achieve success at all costs. If you go to your village during festival, you will see a lot of comparison, even from parents to next door or village friends who came for the festival, spraying money without knowing the source of the money. So that part is them. How about your comments?
Yeah, and another thing is, I don't think there is anything like, it's not overnight success. I think it's overnight fame. So that it's fame, overnight fame. There is overnight fame. There is no overnight success. So I'll take a couple of messages. This is from Layo. He says, or she says, I don't know, sorry. We have to have more people tell their success journey to start breaking the mindset of overnight success. I agree. And Dami says, entertainment shows like Big Brother give an illusion of overnight success. And finally, from Kelvin, he says, I agree with Uti. This generation have seen this branding of success. They are only a product of our current reality. So he's saying that the young people are a product of our current reality.
Okay, Uti, I'm going to come to you shortly, but we have a caller, Paul from Lagos. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Thank you for calling.
Yes, I just want to make a contribution. I've been following the show. I think I would have to blame the government. When there is no penalty for bad behaviors, when people do things wrongly and they are not penalized, the younger ones tend to follow suit and say, okay, since it's this way, I mean, if I can do this and go scot-free, I'll go ahead and do it. Even the government themselves, they do all manner of things. No one holds them to account. Impunity everywhere. So I think I'll pin it down to them.
To the government.
Even though some parents are also to blame. If you don't lead your children right and they copy the wrong thing, I mean, it sticks with them till they grow.
Thank you so much, Paul. Uti, let me come to you before I come back to Sanzi. She's itching to talk.
So you know, I was like, you know, this is me and Sanzi having an Uti and Lami moment.
Yes,
but let me just say that when you talk about the value system, you have the values. That's why you can't relate to people that were not raised with values.
That is it.
That's one. Two, yes, people make bad decisions every day. And that is a choice that we are all left with. Like I said, there are people who you will pose that 100 million naira question to, that even in their poverty, even in their lack of food, will not take it. That is a choice. Now, when you even then circle back to that idea of verifiable results, when you make it seem like, or when you position it, when you put it in the sense that says there's a lack of verifiable results, there are a lot of hardworking Nigerians today earning an honest living. What is missing is that our youth of today don't have the patience for that. So it's not for lack of verifiable. If you seek, you will find. So like I said, I feel that yes, a lot more needs to be done in terms of our young people who are successful going out there and telling their stories and paying it forward in terms of education. But the reality of it, in the world that we live in today, hard work pays off. It may take time, but hard work pays off. It may not pay off in billions, but there are always dividends for hard work. Those are the principles of the world.
So I think even Uti, it's a combination of a lot of things. Even the music that comes out from the lips of some of these entertainers, you know, they're telling you, I buy Maserati, I buy Lamborghini, I buy, you know, so you know, it is. So the thing is, it is a strong attack. Listen, what is happening right now is a strong attack on the very core of even that moral standing that anybody would have. Because when you see people, you know, keep pushing those ideas into your head, so at some point you might not even have clarity of what is right and what is wrong anymore. I mean, if you need to see the boldness on Instagram. Some of these guys that, you know, dress up like ladies are coming out to tell you, a married woman, you better hold your husband very well. What is giving people that effrontery, that boldness? Is because a lot of things have been eroded. But Benson came back again and he said that Cosmos Maduka's story is also a good model of hard work and success. You know, and he now says it takes a community to raise a child. But I think Sanzi and Uti, you have some more comments because we're almost running out of time.
Oh dear. Okay, so this one is there is no name attached to it, but it says the issue is that the system has rigged our compassion and any reason to strive to succeed. An average Nigerian will think twice before helping accident victims because the police will hold you responsible. The system makes it hard for Nigerians to stick to his or her values because we are all out to survive on our own. Our system does not celebrate hard work that leads to success.
Absolutely. Uti?
So this one, I really enjoyed this comment. Thank you to, there's no name. Again, thank you for sending in this comment. Patiently waiting for today's show. Very interesting topic. It's been one I've had recently with a couple of people, especially working with Gen Z. Now, let me take this one. Let me just break it down. If you work today in an organization and you are not Gen Z and you work with Gen Z, odds are frustration gonna kill you.
Uti, hold on that minute. Uti, hold on. I think we have a BA from Abuja. Thank you for calling. Quickly, in 1 minute.
Hi, thank you. I'm enjoying the program, actually, so I said to call.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, so here's what I think.
Go ahead.
Generation.
Oh, we're losing you. Hello? I think we lost that call. Uti, go ahead with the Gen Z. You were talking about Gen Z.
So if you work with these guys and if you manage them, they think on a completely different axis from you. So, you know, when you think about the trajectory of your career, you know, you also are not an overnight success. You were where they were probably maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago, whatever the case may be. These guys don't think the same way. They're not built the same way in terms of, let me give you an example.
Okay, Uti, sorry, 1 minute. I think he's back again on the call. Sorry. Abi, are you there again? Thank you again for calling. Oh, you need to turn down the volume of your television set, Abi. Hello?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, you have to cut the line.
I can hear you.
Okay. Uti. Yeah, I would have loved to hear what he had to say. Uti.
So while we're waiting for Uti, I would like to highlight that let's not just look at the negative side of this restlessness and impatience. Hello, we have mobile banking. It's as a result of impatience. People don't have the patience to stand in the bank. We have instant messaging. People don't have that patience to wait for 5 hours or wait for network to connect or thereabout. We have washing machine, we have faster cars, we have so many. These are a result of the reason people are buying it. Whoever that created it, I don't know, maybe it was for impatience or just for better life. But hold on, people are buying it. Even you are buying. You have a washing machine, you have the mobile banking app, you have all these things. Why? Because life on the go.
Okay,
we all are getting impatient.
Uti, please let me hear your final
Chicken
comment.
and egg. Sanzi, it's chicken and egg. So you can't say that it's the fast life that brought mobile banking. It's the convenience that brought the always switched on. Technology moved on and people followed. But anyway, I come back to Gen Z in terms of their communication style. They don't think the way we do. So I feel like, you keep asking this question about, what's the cause? I feel that we will never even be on the same page because our brains don't work the same. We can't see. It's like you holding up a 9 and me seeing a 6, and you're like, no, it's 9. I'm like, it's 6. Never shall we two meet. So the reality of it is, the foundation is that they think differently. They've grown up in a different world. They've grown up in an always switched on world. You are thinking, I had the patience to wait till 4 p.m. for NTA to come on. Duh, he doesn't understand what you're talking about. All you're saying is blah, 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 blah. Can I go and watch TV? So we are never going to, what we must also understand is we now need to understand our value, the differences. There is strength in everything. We see the Zuckerbergs of the world. We see the 22-year-old, 23-year-old successes. What can we learn from them? As much as you want to say, oh, these people don't think like me, we also do have things to learn from them because the world has changed. And they are actually more equipped for the world of the future than we probably are. So it's a two-way street, whether like Sanzi said, you don't have to look at it from just the negative. There's the positive side. What can we learn? Because guess what? A baby can teach you something. So what can we learn? Then we need to look at the negative side of it. What is the effect? What is the negative impact of this fast life? Because it does have an impact. And because it's now it's a bigger pool of people that the fast life is affecting. We're seeing it on a grander scale, live and in living color on Instagram. So we also need to tackle it from both sides of the divide. But
absolutely. I didn't think the time would just fly so quickly like this, but we've run out of time. But it's our ladies' night out. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, we get to, I think I'll be pairing both of you very well. I like the energy in the room. But Uti, thank you so much. Thank you, Sanzi. Thank you to all the called and sent messages. I mean, you are the ones that make us, feel alive, like we're doing something good. Thank you so much, everyone that called, and we apologize for the call that we couldn't take as well. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to inspire, inform, and transform lives, towards actions, and we are starting our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways. Follow us on all our social media handles and tell friends, because this will be an all year round engagement. We'll hopefully get you internship slots in different companies across all walks of life. Now, in case you missed today's quote again, Sanzi, can you help me with that?
All right, so in case you missed the quote, here it is: hastiness and superficiality are the psychic diseases of the 20th century. That's Alexander Solzhenitsyn.
That's your name.
What a name.
All right, so we'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring you another great conversation. Enjoy. Bye.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. You have it already.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus politics will feel the pulse of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
If you come out here and you build something of great value, you can make it. That's what's amazing about Silicon Valley, and that's why you see everyone flocking towards Silicon Valley.
It's really that place where there's this groundswell of smart people dedicated to using technology to solve very difficult problems.
I was like, oh my God, people just think of these things and it just happens, and how can I build something? I just want to build something from scratch.
We come here ready to make something of ourselves. So when an African leaves Africa and comes here, we're coming here to do battle.
Hi, my name is E, and I am Managing Director and Co-founder of Flutterwave. And Flutterwave is one API for payments across Africa.
Hi, my name is Jonas Beshouted, CEO and founder of Stackshare. Stackshare is the best place for engineers and developers to discover and compare software tools.
Hi, my name is Bukola. I consider myself a connector. I build platforms to reach African audiences back home, as well as here in the US, to tap into their common interest. This is exactly what I've done with Jandis.
Mall for Africa is an online platform that enables US and UK retailers easily sell into Africa without any hassles or worries. We also help people in Africa purchase items from UK and US retailers without any stress. Mall for Africa started really with an idea. I was born and raised in Nigeria, so out of necessity, I guess, my parents and brothers and friends thought they could utilize me as their shipping company. There was one day in particular, I went to the airport and I had 10 suitcases. And I remember vividly the lady across the counter, it was a Delta flight, the lady across the counter looking at me like up and down, like, you are not serious, this is not gonna happen. So I decided to build an app.
Jandus Radio started off with just word of mouth. I sent it to a couple of friends who wanted to listen to live radio back home. We didn't have a lot of apps that were catering to African content and radio at that time. So I sent it out to them and they sent it to their friends. And before you know it, it actually was a trending topic in Nigeria on Twitter for like, I think it was 12 hours straight. People were talking about, oh my God, I have an app that has over like 300 radio stations. I'm in Abuja, I can listen to Beat FM. Beat FM is the most popular station in Lagos. And they're like, oh my God, I could never listen to this before. Now with this app, I can listen to my favorite station now.
You know, I'm working on a platform product, which is payments, right? And I started digging into that and realized like it was an absolute nightmare to be a developer and get paid in Africa. I'll give you an example. Like up until recently, if you were an Android developer in Africa, you had to put your apps up for free. You couldn't make money on your apps because there was no way for Google to pay you. We're not just enabling people the ability to increase revenue by providing them new means of payment, but we're also enabling them to access global technology services by doing so, right? That is revolutionary.
The concept was, let's bring all of these tools that you use to build your company and your apps and infrastructure, let's bring them into one place and organize it. And other industries had done it. You know, Yelp has done it for restaurants, you know, TripAdvisor for travel and international places. So this wasn't really a new concept, but no one had really done this for software. If you think about it today, you know, where do you go for software decisions? It's still Googling around and it's mad. We were actually the first site to really do that. You know, there were other sites that were trying to do sort of similar things. They've done software reviews, but we were actually the first site to say, you know, share all the software that you're using.
For an average entrepreneur in Silicon Valley, there are stages to what the venture funding cycle looks like. You have to start off with a seed stage. You have to be able to get people who believe in you early enough to take a risk in your idea. Every time an entrepreneur describes what they do, it usually has to hit the point of, I saw a problem, it was very unique, I had a solution, it was very unique, I was able to get, or I should be able to get somebody to pay me for my solution, but I should be able to repeat that so many times that it becomes scalable and sustainable.
I know people who have joined a startup that thinks it's going to be the next big thing. And then you just wake up one morning and they didn't get the funding round and it's lock up shop. And that's it. Happens a lot more often than it's talked about. We hear about the Facebook and Google and Apple and all the other startups that are successful, but 1 out of a million succeed and the rest fail.
Silicon Valley is probably the Disneyland of capitalism, is a good way to put it. It is a place where you can come and make your dreams come true, and particularly in the technology space, it's a really a good ecosystem to get things done. Yeah, and of course part of it's venture capital, right? So people take risks here, and you know it's a place that's tolerant of failure.
They're not looking necessarily for the steady company, they're looking for companies that will grow quickly. A lot of them will fail. They won't get their money back. Some of them will bring some money back, and a small percentage of them will hopefully bring a big return. The Draper Venture Network's mission is to be in all the places where interesting technology is being developed, where entrepreneurs are doing great things. And right now, we have partner funds on all the continents except Africa. So we're actively looking for a fund that fits the kind of profile we're looking for. They're investing in early stage technology companies.
It's not an exact science. A lot of it's just character assessment. People who are trying to build something bold versus like copying an idea. In it for the long term, have the tenacity and ambition to see it through, boldness. Yeah, definitely think e-commerce is a huge area, allowing Africans to buy products they couldn't otherwise access easily, particularly without having to build huge malls and, you know, kind of leapfrogging retail. Financial services is also a big area. FinTech, anything around telemedicine, because you know access to doctors is really hard in Africa.
What everybody hears is you raise the 100 million, they say, yeah. But that's not success. Success is lasting long enough till you can exit, either through an acquisition or an IPO, and the money that the investors get in becomes liquid and fungible. So a lot of businesses I've seen don't make it out of the exit, and that means everybody gets washed out. You just spend 7-8 years of your life working on this thing that didn't pan out.
The 5 or 6 most valuable companies on the stock exchange are technology companies that were once venture-backed. So it's a compelling story about how people that invest in high-risk ventures are able to move a society forward because they were willing to make the investment when those ventures looked silly. And one thinks maybe this could happen in Africa.
We belong to the school of thought that that believes very firmly that Africa's future will be built on the back of entrepreneurs. We are firmly rooted in bridging those knowledge gaps and making sure that the interconnectedness between Africa and the rest of the world comes in forms of capital, in forms of education and resources, and mostly its people and their ability to think and grow beyond what's currently attainable by using technology to flatten the playing field.
Zibracorn is going to be a company that's built in Africa, for Africa, and scaled in Africa. It could become a unicorn by going beyond Africa, but made in Africa, scaled in Africa, serves multiple African markets. And that's really what distinguishes Zibracorn.
So the first piece of code I wrote was my freshman year in college. I was like 16. I took Java, and it was a program to like animate some radio, and I was able to code it, and I'm like, oh wait, it works. Like I just wrote code. I typed stuff and I ran it and it worked. I got thrown into mobile app development towards like 2010, where I created an app that went viral in Nigeria. Initially, it just started off as just radio and nothing else. So I said, what about news? What about gossip news, entertainment, sports, health news? Then I was like, okay, we can make this a little more social. What about having people interact on the app?
I'd always been into tech. You know, growing up, I was like the tech person within our family. You know, people would always look to me. So I'd always been interested in it, but I'd never considered it as a real career path because I didn't have someone that I could point to that was in that industry. Everyone I knew was, you know, sort of outside of tech.
I started to look at the internet as this space where it didn't matter who you were, but you were able to reach the most amount of people.
Hey, good to meet you, I'm Mark.
Mark Zuckerberg was my earliest influence. I've continued to be influenced by his approach to tech because it's the perfect mix of social mission, right, and economic impact. It's not about building a big company, and neither is it about being an NGO and giving everything away. It's about building a system.
Introducing Mall for Africa,
So let's say you are in a rural town in Nigeria. Download the app on your preferred device, find the product you want. Once you've added it to the cart, you click on Our Pay button, and as they say, that's when the magic happens. We take the content from the cart, we put it in our environment, and now we allow you to select where you want to have the item shipped, how you want to pay for the product. Once you've made the payment for the product is then shipped from the site you purchased it from. It's shipped to our warehouse, then we tag it, and then we ship it out to you, taking care of all customs, duties, fees, and making sure everything goes perfectly right.
When I turned 25, kind of just reviewing the 5 years, I kind of settled on this vision of the world that was about building the future of Africa. And for me, it settles on three things. So it's a remarkably clear vision of what I want to do, and it's very simple. It's people, it's platforms, and it's policy.
Andela is a platform for tech-powered growth.
Its future will be written in Lagos,
Nairobi,
and cities across Africa.
And that was what we did at Andela, right? Found really smart young people, very motivated, with high learning agility, paid them while we taught them how to build software, and then got Facebook and Google and IBM and all these companies to hire them to build products for them.
This is Andela.
So what Flutterwave is, it's an API that enables anyone from anywhere in the world to process any kind of payment across Africa. We are finally making financial inclusion real.
Every time I went to one of these hackathons, I'd see a new API and I'd think, man, I should know about that. Like, there should be this one online space that has all the best stuff and feedback from developers and engineers and people actually building software, you know? I was like, man, this should exist and I should just go build it, you know? And so I just treated it as a side project at first. At the time, it was called LeanStack. Eventually, I got introduced to this guy named Nick Grandy, and he was the first employee at Airbnb. So we started working together for about 6 months. We built out the first real version of LeanStack at the time, and then he actually stayed on as an advisor, and he was the first investor. So, you know, that was big.
We had a hosting company that had malfunction in their servers, and they deleted the whole database by accident and had no backup.
Okay, what's the problem you're trying to solve? Oh, okay, well, we don't have good visibility into how our app is performing in production. Okay, well, here's what we use, right? Like, here's how we solve that problem, right? And you tell them what you use, and then, like, within 30 minutes, it's like, okay, I know that I need to use that now because I trust this person. I trust their decision-making process, and it sounds like a good one to go with, so let me go with that.
I have a passion for creating products that I am interested in and that I'm passionate about. It's tough because at the same time, you have to make a living. And being a startup founder, you don't always have the means to provide for yourself. I didn't have any of that, any serious investors. So after a while, I just to keep myself from not starving, I actually had to break down and actually get a 9-to-5 just so I can provide for myself.
I basically just kept at it because I saw the value of it and I saw that it was picking up steam. I could see it getting easier.
So you typically wake up around 4:35 because that's when the first calls are. My team all over the world, I try and talk to them as regularly as I can. I'll probably end around 12 only because I like to sync up with some banks and team members very early in the morning when they wake up. So it's a lot of work and not a lot of sleep.
Definitely, it's a lot of work because the 9-to-5 does take a lot of your time. But always in your free time, even if it's an hour or 2 hours a day that you can find, I'm always doing that. I'm working on something right now, you know, that I'm hoping is gonna be very massively successful once I'm ready.
You go to a venture capital in Palo Alto on Sanio Road and you say, hey, I'm trying to raise funds for my African company. and they look at you and they say, are people buying Ralph Lauren? Are people buying Louis Vuitton? Do they know who Prada is?
So I think part of the challenge with being black in tech is that there just aren't enough black people in tech. When you see all the big companies, they all have like co-founders that went to school together. And when you grow up with people that aren't in tech, you don't have the luxury of saying, okay, I'm gonna start a company and I know exactly who I'm gonna tag and bring in as co-founders or early employees.
What role do networks play here in Silicon Valley? I think it's a huge, huge role. It might be the distinctive of Silicon Valley, how over time these networks have grown. Cold call somebody or send a cold email to somebody and say, hey, I saw this thing that you did, and surprise, surprise, they respond.
There's a lot of work that has to be done, the cultural preparation of what to expect in the Valley. And sometimes it's the most ridiculous, mundane, simple things. Punctuality at meetings, the way you approach people, email etiquette, business etiquette. It's the simplest things that have profound consequences within a cross-cultural scenario.
Growing up in Nigeria, as an African in Nigeria, I have natural networks. I have cousins, I have brothers, I have classmates. I like to say I can get to the president in Nigeria, whereas in the US, I can't even get to my mayor. If you are not from here, it's very difficult for you to have a social network. You have to create that social network yourself.
We want to make it.
If you came into Silicon Valley and you're a well-trained research and development professional and you went to Stanford or UCSF and you were a specialist in what you do, you'll get a great job and you'll get well paid. If you came into Silicon Valley and you were of African descent and you knew nobody in the Valley, it would take you a longer time.
In Africa, I'm an Igbo man. I don't even know that I'm black because everybody's black. It's like asking a fish what is water. So Silicon Valley also has the aspect of the fact that it's about 3% black, which a lot of people don't realize until they get here.
Where I work right now, I'm the only female mobile engineer. I'm also the only black mobile engineer. It's not something that I expected. The culture fit is still a big topic here. You wouldn't think that people can refuse to hire you because you don't fit into a culture.
It's happened in small ways where, you go to a meeting with an investor and you can tell that they just don't want to hear what you have to say. And, maybe it's your venture, maybe it's like what you're working on, but sometimes you can kind of feel that it's just because of you and like your color and they're not even open to it. They just don't have to deal with people of color on a regular basis. From my perspective, I just brush it off and I'm just like, okay, not for me, let's move on.
If a company just invested time and said, look, we're going to sponsor you, we're going to provide your visa, your work visa, to come to Silicon Valley and work for us, you'll have this opportunity. But they're not going that route. And you have to ask yourself why. There's talent. These people are brilliant.
One of the ways to solve that is just making sure that tech is part of that pool of options for us to make it the norm, right? Where when they see an African entrepreneur or, a black founder, it's like, oh, that's normal.
Hey, it's good. How's it going? I'm back sitting at your side. Huh? Yeah. How was the integration? Was it good?
What you want to do as an African in the Valley is really plug into as many networks as you can, because that's ultimately kind of how you find the people who are ultimately going to root for your success.
I definitely see myself doing this for the next, at least 5 to 10 years. And I think anytime you're building a company, you have to be thinking long term. I'm also a realist, and I know that if the worst happens, right, we get to a certain stage where it's like, look, we've sort of like exhausted all of our options and this is the best we can do with this thing. There'll be something else that I work on.
I think the biggest impact that an African entrepreneur can have on Africa is to be seen, be a role model. Be something and someone that people want to aspire to be like. Be successful.
Thank you, Eddie. All right.
Apple actually has a woman of African descent. She's actually Ghanaian. That's one of their top people in marketing. Her name is Bozoma St. John. And that's what I'm trying to achieve. I don't want to fit in, because I feel like when you fit in, you don't stand out.
Come on, y'all.
I love the Valley, but I only love it to the extent that I can establish these networks between the Valley and Africa that make Africa better. And I think that's ultimately the vision of Africa that we believe Flutterwave is going to enable. One Africa, starting with unified financial infrastructure.
I'm doing 7 figures, even 8 figures a year. This is a really good idea and it's a good company to work with. My vision for Mall for Africa is bigger than Mall for Africa. It's actually a mall for the world. The vision is to help other emerging markets via a brand Mall for the world. And we've already started doing that.
We are sitting on a huge powder keg of potential in Africa. Over the next 20 to 30 years, more than half of the world's working population is going to live in Africa. It's the second largest continent in the world by size and by people. I don't think there's any narrative of the world that is complete without Africa being a major part or player in it. For us, winning means being able to come back in 10, 15 years and say, technology changed Africa, and you were in part of one of the greatest wealth creation, value creation opportunities in modern history. That's what winning means.
Okay.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hi everyone. Since we last met, we have made a lot of progress and done a lot of great things. We're under a new name called Mall for the World, which is same thing as Mall for Africa, but outside of Africa.
I have released a new app called Afrocast, and basically it's a podcast aggregator for millennials. So far we are in beta. We have over 300 users, so I'm really excited about that.
We launched a new jobs platform that allows engineers to essentially find jobs based on the technology they're familiar with. We've had our best month ever in terms of traffic. We were also featured in Software Development Times, online magazine for engineers and developers.
Flutterwave has been doing really well. Since that time, we've more than 10 times our total process volume. So we do about $500 million in total process volume, and we do more than $100 million in total process volume every month.
Come back to the West Coast.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment. There's another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
On Plus TV Africa News tonight. President Buhari appeals to critics to be fair in criticisms of his administration. As Ugandans vote in presidential election which pit Yoweri Museveni against popular singer Bobi Wine. Two members of World Health Organization delegation to Wuhan held back over health screening. Well, many thanks for joining us on the news. I am Justin Akadoye. President Muhammadu Buhari has urged Nigerians, especially the elite, to be fair in their criticism of his administration. President Buhari said this when he received the Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Christian Pilgrims Commission, Yakubu Pam. The President commended the Executive Secretary on his appointment and activities on peace building, assuring him that the government is open to listen to their contributions. Earlier, Reverend Pam spoke on some of the activities of the Commission since he was appointed this year in July. The Northern Elders Forum says Nigeria is in a fragile state because of failed leaders. The Northern Elders said the regime of the President Muhammadu Buhari has failed in all aspects of governance. It called on the elite to rise to the occasion of making Nigeria great again by speaking with one voice towards national cohesion. The NEF spokesman, Dr. Hakeem Baba Ahmed, stated this while speaking at the second Never Again conference, 51 years after Nigerian Biafran civil war, organized by an Igbo think tank, Nzuko Umunna. Meantime, the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto Diocese, Reverend Matthew Kuka, says Nigeria has not recovered from the wounds of the civil war, 51 years after the unfortunate event. He also lamented that the leaders have not learnt instructive lessons from the 30-month war. The cleric who spoke at the second edition of the Never Again conference said the country has failed to adopt resolutions meant to heal the wounds of the war. The Christian Association of Nigeria has cautioned that those threatening the Catholic Bishop of Sokoto, Matthew Kuka, to stop immediately. It has also asked the security agencies to ensure the safety and security of the cleric. The organization made this known in a press statement by its General Secretary, Joseph Daramola, on Thursday. A Sokoto-based group had asked Kuka to vacate the state or tender an apology over his comments on Islam. The Christian body said Bishop Kukah was posted to serve in Sokoto by the papacy, and threatening him to leave is a global threat to Christianity. Well, still talking security matters. Oyo State Security Network Agency, codenamed Amotekun, has dismissed one of its operatives, Kazim Afolabi, for killing a bystander in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. The commandant of the agency, Colonel Olayonju Olayinka, retired, explained that the Corps took the decision after investigation showed that Afolabi shot the victim against Amotekun's protocol. A 23-year-old Tosin Thomas was shot dead at Mokola roundabout area of the city on Wednesday evening when the Corps was called to intervene in an armed robbery attack. Also, his team leader, George Idowu, is said to be under thorough investigation and will face necessary sanctions if found guilty. A new Assistant Inspector General of Police, Mohammed Inua Hafiz, has resumed duty at the Zone 13 headquarters of the force in Ubo, Dukunofai local government area of Anambra State. The new AIG, who is the immediate past Commissioner of Police in charge of Delta State, takes over from Dan Malam Mohammed, who is now the Deputy Inspector General of Police in charge of training and development at the force headquarters. The IG Dan Malam Mohammed called on officers and men of the zone to accord his successor the same support he enjoyed while serving in the zone.
My coming, no doubt, I want to assure the people of Anambra and Enugu states that at the AIG who has just taken over duties, I will do everything possible to ensure that the legacy left behind by my predecessor will be sustained.
Meantime, Defense Headquarters says 64 insurgents have been killed by troops in Yobe State in 1 week during an encounter. The DHQ spokesman, Major General John Enenche, said the insurgents met their Waterloo at Gujba local government area of the state and Gonankaji village along Damaturu Boniyadi Road during 5 fights with the troops. Major General Enenche said firearms, ammunition, and 10 gun trucks were also recovered from the terrorists. He added that the Operation Lafia Dole also dealt with some militants at their enclaves between Goniri and Gorgi in Gujba and Damaturu local government areas of Yobe and Borno State. The Defense Headquarters has called on residents in the security hotspot across the country to collaborate with them, especially in the area of information sharing. Coordinator of Defense Media Operations, Major General John Enenche, while giving an update, says so much can be achieved through effective collaboration with the military.
We are strongly appealing to the civil populace in the general area of the Northeast to avail us with information about movements, irregular movements, sudden movements of whatever nature to the security agencies so that we can begin to feel the actions of our armed forces in the Northeast, more so that we have the need to re-energize our activities, to up our games. And we cannot up our games without other stakeholders, which is the civil populace.
In other news, now a citizens-led movement, Fix Politics, has launched the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, SPPG, to enhance the leadership performance in Africa by training young Nigerians. The launch held virtually today, and the program would commence on March 1st, 2021. Annette Felix has details.
The Fix Policy Initiative has designed an unconventional school. Their aim is to change the structure of political leadership in Nigeria by educating present and future leaders to truly listen and serve as chair of the advisory board of the School of Politics, Policy and Governance, SPPG, Obiageli Ezekwesili explains.
The School of Politics, Policy and Governance will be admitting every 6 months some 500 people that will be given this program of 7 thematic areas with more than 52 topics of courses that would enable them to become competent, ethical, and capable leaders. We have designed courses basically that speak to the problems of development in Nigeria and Africa.
The courses will be taught by renowned national and international leaders and academic experts, including organizations like the Hertie School of Governance, Germany, Lagos Business School, and Nexford University.
We have a situation where anyone can get up and say, I'm running for office. They may not have a track record of execution. They may not have a track record of serving anywhere, and they want to run for office. Our desire is to bridge the gap. We want them to run, but we want them to run with understanding. We want them to run with knowledge.
We're trying to bring a paradigm where quality people are the people that run for office on our continent. And so this is the leadership preparation system that we're innovating in Africa.
At the end of the course, participants would implement lessons learned and execute projects that solve problems in their communities.
There's a lot of attention to the center, and we have forgotten what is happening at the community levels. And that is why our students will be coming from the community, and they would also be giving back to the community through different dimensions of capstone community projects.
Fix Politics would grant a full scholarship to the first 500 cohorts in the program. And by December 2023, they aim to have trained 3,000 youths who would constitute Africa's new leadership class and improve public trust, reduce corruption, and form sound economic and social policies. Anetta Felix, Plus TV Africa.
We're still talking government and politics. Ahead of the 2023 general elections, a youth group in Abuja has asked the governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, to declare his intention to run for president. The group says it will throw its weight behind Governor Bello, explaining that the time has come for the youth to take over power from aged politicians. They say evidence of youth and women participation in politics in Kogi State is a proof of Governor Bello's willingness to run an inclusive government.
Calling on Alhaji Yahaya Adoza Bello, the governor of Kogi State, to come and save the country, to come and join hands with the Nigerian youth to rescue this nation. Because Nigeria, like other Western worlds, are being governed by people who naturally deserve a place in this country. We are giving the governor a 14 days ultimatum to listen to the call of Nigerian youth and throw in and join in this 2023 presidential race.
From Abuja, we'll move down south, where a resident of Bani local government area of Rivers State have protested at the government house, Port Harcourt, lamenting incessant attacks and killings by pirates on their waterways for many years. Details in this report. The protesters, who are mostly youth, say the most recent of the attacks was on January 5 this year, when 2 indigents drowned after pirates attacked their boat. They said despite the multinational companies in the area and launch of Operation Sting by the Rivers State government, there has been no improvement in the security situation in Bonny Island. After a few hours, they were attended to by the Commissioner for Youth Development, where they read their 5-point agenda.
No one is having peace. You don't sleep with your eyes closed any longer on the island. And so we decided to say, okay, let's come and meet our father. That's why he's there. We voted for him. And one of the reasons he promised to give us is security.
We are protesting because of the killings on our waterways. We're tired. See, our elders have been kidnapped for 4 months. No news about them. No issues, no case about them. See, our lives matter to this country.
The key demand is to put houseboats, security houseboats, at strategic points along the Port Harcourt sea routes with an ambulance and with security personnel.
We cannot travel by a public boat. The way we used to travel, we cannot travel like that. People are dying. Our mothers are being raped. Our sisters are being raped.
In his response, the commissioner assured that the message will be delivered. Also, Deputy Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Yomi Oladimeji, urged members of the public to provide the police with adequate information.
I want to give you an assurance. This thing will get to the governor today. And the governor will liaise with all relevant stakeholders.
If you believe that the information is not safe in the hands of even the OC Marine there, don't hesitate to come straight to headquarters here and inform the Commissioner of Police.
Bonny local government area can only be accessed through the high sea, as the federal government's 37-kilometer bridge, which cost 120 billion naira and is meant to connect the islands to the mainland in Rivers State, is yet to be completed. Well, moving on, Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde says his administration will continue to accord priority to the welfare of workers in the state. Makinde made the pledge during an interfaith service organized for civil and public servants to usher in the new year at Agodi in Ibadan. The governor, who said the interfaith service was to show gratitude to God for the gift of life in spite of the myriad of challenges that faced the nation last year, reaffirmed his commitment to improving the living standard of workers. He promised to address the backlog of outstanding promotions from 2016 in the new year, adding that deserving civil servants would have the opportunity to get up to grade level 7 during his tenure.
Well, we had some people wondering last year if we will continue paying salaries promptly, given the hardship occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic and the economic meltdown. We even surprised them more by paying 13-month salaries for the second time running. As you may be aware, there's a backlog of outstanding promotions from 2016, all the outstanding promotions from 2017 all the way to 2020 shall be done.
Meanwhile, the Oyo State government has signed an agreement with the Joint Action Committee of the all state-owned tertiary institutions to commence payment of the new minimum wage in line with the directives of the Salaries and Wages Commission. Addressing stakeholders from across the state-owned tertiary institutions, Commissioner for Education, Science and Technology, Olasunkomi Olaleye, said Governor Seyi Makinde-led administration is worker-friendly. Olaleye described the agreement as another landmark achievement, noting that civil servants have been enjoying since last year. Chairman of the Governing Council, Polytechnic Ibadan, Professor Adekunle Akinyemi, said the agreement signed a mental load to workers of tertiary institutions, describing the event as a plus for the government.
Last year, the workers in the core civil service have been enjoying the minimum wage. Now, we've signed with tertiary institutions in Oyo State, and they also start enjoying it, not even now, but it will start from January last year, retroactive first. So it's a confirmation of his love for workers in Nigeria, Oyo State.
Well, since last year, the workers in the civil service have been enjoying minimum wage. And it took us a long time of rigor, but we want to appreciate God and appreciate His Excellency, our amiable Governor Engineer Seyi Makinde, for giving the committee the nod to actually negotiate with us. And here we've concluded the negotiation, and we believe that what we have achieved will benefit our members immensely.
And away from Oyo State, a group known as the Community Forest Watch has donated food, financial support and other items to the Ijogbene communities, which were allegedly burnt down on the 20th of May 2020 by security men attached to an indigenous oil palm production factory in Edo State. Coordinator of the watch, while presenting the items to the residents, said that despite the ugly incident, they remain undeterred in redeveloping areas lost to the fire. He added that items donated will serve as palliatives towards reducing the challenges of the already distressed residents.
This should be a signal to Gomo Oil that even though they take all the powers to themselves, they arrogate all the powers to themselves, there are still people who care about the suffering masses of the nation. And this is what we have just done. But we are not going to keep silent until the company become a responsible company.
Very, very excited and then very grateful for people who donated immensely towards our survival. So me and my entire people of Ijogbene, we are very grateful.
When they born the Capra, we stay somebody else, but now I'm happy when I see this money. I used to buy my school uniform, sandals and socks and other things we needed in school.
I appreciate the community, I appreciate the people that born the house, you give people money for the uniform, for the school fees. We appreciate you, and God will continue to be guiding people.
As they born my things, I don't carry food to come with me. Now do well for my body. I don't receive them.
And back here in Lagos, the Minister of Works and Housing, Babatunde Fashola, has confirmed that the third mainland bridge will be fully reopened to traffic by February the 15th. The minister gave the update on Thursday during an inspection of construction work at major roads and bridges in Lagos State. The minister and his team visited the section of the Apapa-Oshodi Expressway engulfed by fire when a petrol tanker burst into flames. Fashola said the partial closure of the bridge is delaying the scheduled maintenance on Falomo Bridge. Now, the improper disposal of waste has become an environmental and health hazard globally. To combat this, a statewide Waste and Environmental Education Foundation, a SWEEP, has organized a plastic pickup program where they educated Nigerians on proper disposal. Our correspondent, Jacinta Obiuku, reports.
As human population increases, so does the demand for plastic. But the challenge here is its indiscriminate disposal, which is now a major environmental burden. This group believe the problem can be tackled by creating more awareness and conducting exercises like this.
It is not enough to say that you didn't throw it into the canals. If you throw it off your car window, the wind will push it into the canals, and it will clog the canals. It will lead to flooding. When the gutters are clogged, the water is stagnant. When the water is stagnant, it will breed mosquitoes, and when it breeds mosquitoes, we will have malaria. People need to understand this. Our lifestyle currently, our attitudes to the environment is very poor.
A clean environment is a clean lifestyle. If we have a clean environment, we won't have to spend money going to the hospital.
They call on Nigerians to consider the practice of waste recycling to create other products and generate income while cleaning up the environment.
People will see it as being downgrading, but I tell you, debt is wealth. People will see it as it being dirty, but the fact is there is money in it.
What we are doing has both social impact and economic impact. Recycling is the new business.
According to a plastic population fact figures, every day, approximately 8 million pieces of plastic pollution find their way into our oceans. It is imperative for attitude to change towards the inappropriate usage and disposal of plastic materials in ensuring a healthy environment. Jacinta Obiuku for Plus TV Africa.
There were sad emotions on Thursday as Nigerians mourned the loss of the former military governor of Lagos State, late Rear Admiral Godwin Ndubisi Kanu. Plus TV Africa's Mary Chinde was at his Lagos residence and now reports.
Ndubisi Kanu was a former military governor of Lagos State in 1976. His ideas were that of true federalism. His Lagos residence today hosts mourners who have come to condole with the family over his demise, which occurred at the early hours of Wednesday, July 13, after a brief illness. His wife, the former First Lady of Lagos State, speaks.
With all the governors that have been in Lagos State, he's always been very close to them, contributing to the state matters, establishment of state matters and advising the governors. The death yesterday came as a shock.
The ex-military governor was also described as an exceptional nationalist who fought for true federalism through the National Democratic Coalition, NADECO.
Of all these characters who came now to come and govern Nigeria, Admiral Kanu was their boss in several respects, including so many who had even become Chief of Naval Staff since 1994. He had campaigned vigorously for Nigeria to return to federal constitutional governance.
Illicit federal government of Nigeria, because you can't be a federal government without a federation. Nigeria is still the country, but it's no longer a federation. And if you know what that means, that is what is at the root of all our lamentations, whether the killings going on in the Middle Belt or the Niger Delta that is upside down for resource control, or the Yoruba that want to do. This is what Admiral Kanu spent all his life trying to do. He was in the Biafran War from the first day to the last day.
He was a man of conscience, and that was why he carried on to represent what a soldier, officer and gentleman, by turning against those who were using the military for their own selfish ends.
Godwin Ndubisi Kanu, who was also the former military administrator of Imo State, was 77 years old. Mary Chinda for Plus TV Africa.
A Vice President, Professor Yemi Oshibajo, says Nigeria should start a discussion on how to ramp up capacity to be able to manufacture vaccines locally. Nigeria and most African countries have been largely left stranded as countries such as the US, UK, Russia, and China roll out mass vaccination programs in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Nigeria is expected to take delivery of some 100,000 vaccine shots by the end of this month. Meantime, the federal government has insisted that the January 18 resumption date for schools in the country remains intact, despite fears over the surge in the COVID-19 cases in the country. Ministry of Education said this in a statement issued on Thursday by its Director, Press and Public Relations, Ben Bem Gung. The ministry, however, explained that all schools and parents must ensure strict compliance with COVID-19 protocols, such as wearing of face masks, social distancing, among others. Now, the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 has denied imposing a lockdown on the country. The PTF National Coordinator, Dr. Sani Aliyu, urged Nigerians to ignore the fake messages being circulated on WhatsApp. Dr. Aliyu, however, advised Nigerians to be alert and continue to observe all COVID-19 protocols.
We are aware of a fake message that's been going around on WhatsApp, that we've declared a lockdown of the country. This is absolutely not true. I'm calling on the general public to please ignore this message and continue with their normal activities. I'm also calling on the public to make sure that you abide by our non-pharmaceutical interventions, including wearing a face mask in public, washing hands, and keeping your physical distance. There's an established way that we send out messages to the public, including declarations when it comes to infection control. So please ignore what's been going around on WhatsApp. Thank you.
In a proactive move to prepare for the planned COVID-19 vaccines promised by the federal government, Ikeda State government has acquired 187 solar-powered cold chain refrigerators for vaccine storage for Reed's primary healthcare centers in the 177 wards of the state. The governor of the state, Dr. Kayode Fayemi, who commissioned the solar direct drive cold chain equipment, which will help in the storage of vaccines, said the facilities are delivered ahead of the COVID-19 vaccines and also expected to enhance immunization activities towards curbing preventable deaths and improve neonatal and infant and maternal health indices.
You would recall our proactive efforts in the preparedness and containment of COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 through our various collaborations and investments in health infrastructure that included, but not limited to, procurement of the modular laboratory for COVID-19 and other infectious diseases testing, renovation of one secondary, the General Hospital in Ayede Ekiti, and 20 primary health facilities, with more still in the waiting list, and the upgrading and equipping of Obadejugbe General Hospital, which serves as our infectious disease hospital, for our people, for the containment of all infectious diseases. All these are to ensure that our people are safe from untimely and avoidable death from infectious diseases.
Still ahead on Plus TV Africa News, more than 80 people killed in recurrent violence in Ethiopia. The details when we return. To join us again. Welcome back. Ugandans have voted in the presidential election, pitting longtime leader Yoweri Museveni against an opposition galvanized by a popular singer, despite a campaign marked by brutal crackdowns.
After months of political campaigning and political violence, Uganda's election day finally arrived on Thursday, with police and soldiers patrolling the streets of the capital, voters in face masks, and an internet blackout. The vote pits longtime leader Yoweri Museveni against popular singer turned politician Bobi Wine. Voters at some stations sat and waited as ballot papers did not arrive on time. Opposition frontrunner Bobi Wine headed to his polling station, guarded by men in bulletproof vests and helmets, as supporters danced and cheered. It's a familiar sight. Campaigning ahead of the vote has been marred by violent crackdowns and scores of people have been killed. The government says it was stopping illegal gatherings because of the COVID crisis. Wine himself has been repeatedly arrested and began campaigning in a helmet and flak jacket. Speaking at a news conference on election day, he said that his team continued to be intimidated.
Our polling agents and our coordinators and polling assistants are on the run because they are being surrounded and they are being pursued by the police and the military as if they are criminals.
Wine is the main challenger to 76-year-old incumbent President Museveni, who has been in power since 1986. His government ordered an internet blackout until further notice on Wednesday after banning all social media and messaging apps. There are over 17 million registered voters, and the first results are expected by Saturday evening.
In another development now, vote counting has begun in Uganda after an election marred by delays led to chaotic scenes, extensions and arrests. Ugandans voted in an election that pitted Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni, who has been in power for the last 30 years, against 7 other candidates. Electoral Commission Chairman Badru Kigunda said due to delays, polling in 36 locations in the Ugandan capital, Kampala, and Wakiso district will be held Friday starting from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Election results are expected to be released on Saturday evening. Now, more than 80 civilians have died in the latest attack at the village of Dalati in western Ethiopia, which has seen recurring violence in recent months. Hundreds of civilians have been killed in the area by assailants in attacks going back to at least September. Now, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed has struggled to impose order in medical or explain what is driving the violence, despite visiting the area in December and empowering a command post to take charge of security there. There is no known link between the violence and military operations in Ethiopia's northernmost Tigray region, where Abiy sent in troops in November. Now, the United Nations has denounced attacks by a rebel group in the Central African Republic. The attack led to the killing of a Rwandan peacekeeper and another injured. Spokesperson for the UN Secretary General Stephen Dujarric denounced the attack and suggested that the officer's tragic death could likely constitute a war crime. A relative calm has been restored following an intervention by combined forces deployed in the country. Now, Algerian Defense Ministry says a homemade bomb blast has killed 5 civilians and wounded 3 others in the eastern part of the country. The roadside bomb went off as a car drove by in the region of Tebessa. The ministry added that a militant was killed by security forces in the neighboring region of Kinchala, but it was not immediately clear if the two incidents were related. Now, the ECOWAS Parliament says it will set up a fact-finding mission to Mali in the aftermath of a coup within the country last year. The Speaker of the Parliament, CDA Mohamed Tunis, during the second extraordinary session of the Parliament, which he is currently holding virtually, says the mission will assess the political situation in the country and update the Parliament on current political events. Tunis says the last mission was aborted following a coup in the country, but insisted the Parliament will not relent in bringing lasting peace to the West African country. He also urged parliamentarians to work towards ensuring the session, which is also a budget one, produce required estimate for programs of the Parliament in the 2021 parliamentary year.
You may recall that a parliamentary fact-finding mission was sent to that country in August of 2020. Unfortunately, the mission could not go on as planned due to uncertainties brought upon the Republic by the staged coup. Against this front, I shall reconstitute and dispatch another fact-finding mission to the Republic of Mali in not distant future. The objective of the mission is to assess the political situation and advise Parliament areas that needs our intervention.
And outside of Africa now, two members of a World Health Organization-led team who arrived China's Wuhan city to investigate the origins of COVID-19 have remained behind in Singapore after testing positive for coronavirus. The team of 15 had all tested negative for the disease prior to leaving their home countries and underwent further testing while in transit in Singapore. The rest of the team arrived in Wuhan from Singapore late on Thursday morning on a budget airline and were expected to head into 2 weeks of quarantine. The coalition government of centrist Italian Prime Minister Giuseppe Conte is in a chaos after ex-Prime Minister Matteo Renzi withdrew his party from it. Renzi objects to Conte's plan for spending 209 billion euros of EU recovery funds, which is a part of a huge EU aid package for the COVID crisis. The withdrawal of Renzi's Italia Viva leaves Conte lacking a majority in the upper house, according to the Senate. Now, the United Nations AIDS chief Mark Lowcock says U.S. plan to designate Yemen's rebel Houthi movement as a terrorist group is likely to trigger a famine. Mark Lowcock told the UN Security Council that issuing licenses for import of key supplies for rebel-controlled areas would not prevent such a disaster. He warned that about 50,000 Yemenis are already starving to death.
I am extremely concerned about the impact of the decision from the United States to designate Ansar Allah as a foreign terrorist organization. We fear, in my mission, that there will be inevitably a chilling effect on my efforts to bring the parties together. We all hope to have absolute clarity on far-reaching exemptions to be able to carry out our duties. And in any event, of course, you can be clear that I remain committed to engage with all parties, including Ansar Allah, designated or not, to end the conflict in Yemen. However, Mr. President, none of this is the slightest bit as important as the humanitarian consequences of this designation, as we will no doubt hear from Mark and David. And I strongly associate myself with his view that the decision will contribute to the prospect of famine in Yemen and should be revoked based on humanitarian grounds at the earliest opportunity.
New York State Attorney General Letitia James has sued City Mayor Bill de Blasio and the city's police commissioner over allegations of excessive force by the police in the wake of the killing of George Floyd last year. The federal lawsuit alleges New York City police used batons and other physical force against protesters repeatedly and without justification, causing broken bones and concussions, among other injuries. It said the police violated protesters' right and is seeking a court order to mandating policies, training and monitoring to assure an end to the unlawful practices.
Found that over the course of the protest from May to December of 2020, NYPD officers engaged in blatant use of excessive force and often misconduct, including the indiscriminate, unjustified, and repeated use of batons, pepper spray, bicycles, and a crowd-controlled tactic known as kettling, also referred to as containment, which caused significant physical harm. We also found that NYPD officers unlawfully detained and arrested legal observers, medics, and other essential workers performing services without, their arrests were without probable cause and in direct violation of the executive order that was issued by the mayor of the city of New York.
Now, Europe's top human rights court has agreed to look into Ukraine's complaint against alleged violations in the Russian-annexed Crimean Peninsula. The Strasbourg-based European Court of Human Rights, or ECHR, concluded that Ukraine's case against Russia is backed by sufficient evidence and admissible for consideration. It was not clear when the court would deliver a verdict. Ukraine has argued in its complaint that Russia was responsible for a variety of human rights violations in the Black Sea Peninsula. Now, the United Nations says a huge fire has swept through the Rohingya refugee camps in southern Bangladesh, destroying homes belonging to thousands of people. The UN Refugee Agency said more than 550 shelters, as well as 150 shops and the facility belonging were either totally or partially destroyed in the blaze. No casualties were reported. Meanwhile, UNHCR said it is providing shelter, materials, winter clothes, hot meals, and medical care for the refugees displaced from the camp in the Cox's Bazar district, a sliver of land bordering Myanmar in the southern Bangladesh. Up next, Nigeria's gross domestic product growth to rebound between 1.7 to 2% in 2021. That's some business news. After this break, stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
And now in business, Nigeria's GDP is expected to grow between 1.7% and 2.0% in 2021, largely predicated on increased economic activities and improving oil market conditions. This disclosure was made in the Nigeria Outlook 2021, a shot at recovery, a report released by Capital. According to the report, the high base effect of the headline inflation spike in Q3 and Q4 of 2020 should moderate further increases in price levels. On the exchange rate, it expects a potential convergence of rates when the CBN begins full intervention at the INE window. It says this year, the direction of the monetary policy would continue to drive the sentiments for stocks as regards the yield environment. Meanwhile, United Capital has revealed that slower than required recovery in key markets, notably South Africa, Nigeria, and Angola, may drag the expected sub-Saharan Africa growth in 2021. This is according to its latest report tagged Nigeria Outlook 2021. The company said even though the IMF asserts that regional growth will rebound to 3.1% in 2021, many SSA countries will not return to 2019 output levels until 2022 to 2024. Also in business, the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, says the federal government refunded the South state the sum of 78 billion naira, representing the amount spent on federal roads by the state. The governor disclosed this during the launch of Internal Roads Phase 2 in Ikwere local government area. He added that the refund would be used to execute more projects. Nyesom Wike presented the 2021 budget tagged Budget of Recovery and Consolidation worth 448.66 billion naira to the Rivers State House of Assembly in December. Rivers State generated total revenue of 64.59 billion naira, representing 10.5% of the total revenue generated by the 36 states in the first half of 2020. And the exchange rate between the naira and the US dollar for Thursday stands at 470 naira to the dollar in the parallel market. The rate had also closed at 470 to the dollar on Wednesday, January 13, 2021. In the same vein, the exchange rate between the naira and the British pound sterling stands at 625 naira to the pound on Thursday, as it had closed at 625 still on Wednesday. Meanwhile, the exchange rate between the naira and the European euro stands at 570 naira to the euro on Thursday. The rate had also closed at 570 to the euro on Wednesday. And that's all for business. I am Usaogi Ogbonwa.
And away from business report, entertainment news is up next with Ifeomai.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church. Our God is a God of salvation, far above all principality and power and might and dominion, that regardless of what happens in this season, you will escape. Say to your neighbor, there is no peace for the wicked. The special anti-robbery squad who are now killing innocent citizens instead of dealing with robbers. Your axe will catch up with you. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord and in the power of his might.
Moment of Truth with Pastor Tunde Bakare, Sundays, 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
And in entertainment, Lil Nas X hasn't even released new music in 2021, but the year already starts on a great foot for the hit-making crooner. As if recently nabbing headlines for news, his 14 times platinum debut hit, Old Town Road, became the most certified song in the Recording Industry Association of America's history. The Grammy winner preceded that announcement by making room on his wall for yet another plaque from the organization. Earlier this month, the RIAA updated its log to reveal Holiday, the official first single from X's fourth debut album, had crossed its threshold of gold certification. This means it sold at least 500,000 copies in the United States alone. Atlanta rapper YFN Lucy, best known for his hits like Key to the Streets and Every Day We Lit, turned himself in to local authorities Wednesday evening after learning he was facing a murder charge in connection with a deadly shootout. However, he didn't go quietly. Hours ahead of surrendering, he opted to maximize the heightened publicity by dropping the official music video for his song Rolled On. The arrest follows a warrant issued just the day before for his alleged involvement in a fatal December 10, 2020 shooting that left one man dead and another wounded. Actor Tom Hanks will host a primetime television special on January 20th to celebrate the inauguration of Joe Biden as president. Organizers said this on Wednesday. The 90-minute Celebrating America special will feature a presence by celebrities including John Bon Jovi, Demi Lovato, Justin Timberlake, and Ant Clemens, according to a statement from Biden's inaugural committee. Democrats Biden and Kamala Harris will be sworn in earlier in the day as President and Vice President of the United States of America also will deliver remarks. Biden's committee has scaled back to the usual inaugural events due to COVID-19 pandemic, canceling the traditional parade and inaugural halls normally held in Washington. Moving on, the 1975 lead vocalist is very excited about his upcoming music project where he teams up with some brilliant artists, including the boom clap hitmaker Charlie XCX. Matty Healy has teased his upcoming collaborations with Charlie XCX and B Bad Doobie, the Love Me hitmaker, wrote on Instagram alongside a series of snaps from his home. Locked down in the bunker, keeping sane by cleaning and taking pictures currently. Very excited about new music in the months coming with some brilliant artists. Thank you to them. New playlist tomorrow for sanity reasons. End of quote. Back in August 2019, Matt Healy revealed to fans that he had sent a beat to Gone singer Charlie and shared it is a monster tune. Image-centric network Snapchat on Wednesday revealed that they have permanently banned US former President Donald Trump from the platform as voices were raised against keeping him off the internet. Trump's access to social media has been largely cut off since a violent mob of his supporters stormed the Capitol in Washington, D.C. in a deadly attack on January 6th. Leading operators to fear that Trump could use his Snapchat account to foment more unrest in the run-up of President-elect Joe Biden's inauguration. After the attack on the Capitol by Trump supporters, social media including Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube began to bar him from using their platforms as well. Twitter head Jack Dorsey, addressing this issue, revealed that banning the ex-president was a move to stop threats and ensure safety. Finally, in entertainment, American actor Armie Hammer has dropped out of an upcoming film with Jennifer Lopez amid controversy concerning messages he allegedly sent that were leaked online. The actor, best known for his role in films like The Social Network and Call Me By Your Name, has been set to appear opposite Lopez in action comedy Shotgun Wedding. However, with shooting for the film yet to start, Hammer was replaced. A production spokesman informed reporters that Armie has personally requested to step away from the film. The actor started trending on social media earlier in January after the alleged message appeared online. The authenticity of the message has not been verified yet. However, Hammer addressed the issue as he described it as a vicious and spurious online attack. And that is how we end entertainment news for today. The best in sports is coming after this.
And now for sports. Former Nigerian international Etim Essen has called on the Nigeria Football Federation, NFF, to change its scouting mechanism. To achieve a good result, Essen said the NFF should endeavor to acquire the services of former Nigerian internationals who were endowed with modern and technical skills to run the department. He mentioned that Austin J.G. Okocha, Kanu Nwakwo, Sunday Olise, Wilson Oruma, among others, were selected on merit, stressing that the trend had changed as players were picked for national assignments based on mediocrity and nepotism. Mauricio Pochettino won the first trophy of his managerial career, albeit a minor one, as Paris Saint-Germain beat Marseille to win the Trophée des Champions in Lens. It was only the former Spurs manager's third game in charge of PSG after being appointed earlier this month. Neymar returned from a month out with an ankle injury to score from the spot for PSG, but Icardi was the game's key player. He had a goal disallowed before scoring the opener. His goal was from a rebound after his header was tipped into the post by Steve Mandanda. Pochettino failed to win anything in almost 4 years at Espanyol, 16 months at Southampton, and 5.5 years with Spurs. The former PSG defender lost the 2015 League Cup and 2019 Champions League finals with Tottenham. Chelsea owner Roman Abramovich has reportedly constructed a short list of managers in case he fires Frank Lampard. The Blues have fallen away drastically over the festive period, having won just one of their last 6 Premier League games. They now sit 10 points off leaders Manchester United after being in top position in early December. Abramovich has drawn up a 5-man shortlist to replace Lampard if the poor results continue. The list consists of Leicester City manager Brendan Rodgers, Southampton's Ralph Hasenhuttl, and RB Leipzig boss Julian Nagelsmann. Out of work duo Thomas Tuchel and Massimiliano Allegri are also included. It's believed Abramovich, notorious for sacking his managers, will allow the club legend enough time to recover Chelsea's league position. World Boxing Council heavyweights champion Tyson Fury's U.S. promoter Bob Arum says he's hopeful of finalizing a deal for a super fight with Anthony Joshua in the next 2 weeks. Arum has been locked in negotiations with Joshua's representatives Eddie Hearn of Matchroom Sports over a potential unification bout. Said he hopes to have a signed document within the next couple of weeks. In the same development, Anthony Joshua's promoter Eddie Hearn said he had been discussing a deal with Arum, including a list of countries that have expressed an interest in staging the blockbuster battle. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Dubai, Singapore, China, and the United States are among the countries shortlisted for the fight. And in tennis, Britain's Francesca Jones is disqualified for a Grand Slam for the first time with a crushing victory over Lu Jiajing in the final round of Australian Open qualifying. Jones will beat China's Liu 6-love, 6-1 in just 1 hour and 1 minute, playing her first overseas Grand Slam qualifying draw at the tournament in Dubai. Jones, who is delighted to qualify, says she would continue to look forward to getting out better, stressing that the final round of Australian Open will be an amazing experience for her. FIFA has introduced an innovative music strategy, including a new podcast series featuring Liam Payne and world's leading football players and musicians. First season of FIFA Play On podcast to feature football players and global musicians such as Ivan Rakitic, Carly Lloyd, Asatu Shoala, Lily Pons, Tiwa Savage, Wretch 32, and Morat, among others. The FIFA Sound is a new entertainment strategy designed to create innovative and meaningful connections between football fans, music enthusiasts, players, artists, and the game and songs they all love. And that's all from the world of sports. My name is Wally Scott. Good night.
Well, sports does it for us on the news tonight, but just before we go, here is a recap of our major headlines. We told you that President Muhammad Buhari has appealed to critics to be fair in criticizing his administration. We also told you that Ugandans have voted in the presidential election, which pitted longtime leader Yoweri Museveni against popular singer Bobi Wine. And we brought you a report that 2 members of the WHO delegation to Wuhan had been held back over health screening. And that's the news. At this time, for more updates, please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. We will be back later with more stories. I am Justin Akadonye. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
it does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Happy New Year! 2021 is looking like an interesting year already, from the mutation of the infamous COVID-19 virus to a mob breaking into the Capitol Hill in the United States and taking siege for 4 hours. But let's leave Sokoto, like we say in local parlance, and come back to Sokoto. In other words, let's return home. I'll be kicking things off talking about the one-too-many demolitions in Lagos. Chuka will be taking on the paternity controversy, which has gone viral in Nigeria for days now. Jumoke, often accused of being a wailer herself, is taking us through the fine art of wailing, and she'll be talking about the president's New Year speech. Evans will be asking the hard question about preparing a will. Why do we wait till the point of death before we do that? And lastly, Bolahon advocates for us to be responsible, especially in the light of the second wave of the pandemic. We'll be back in a moment. I'll be talking about Monkey Village, one demolition too many. Sometime in November 2019, the story of a girl who was refused the issuance of international passport by the immigration office in Ikoyi went viral. The teenage girl missed an opportunity to represent Nigeria as a guest of the United Nations and Amnesty International at an international children's conference in Geneva. Her name is Aisha. Aisha lived in Monkey Village until the 31st of December 2020, when it was demolished. Monkey Village, an urban slum in the same neighborhood with Okpebi and Ikeja suburb, was demolished without prior notice to the residents. The Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development has since taken responsibility for the demolition, claiming that it was to reclaim wetland. Reclamation of wetland, they say. In reality, Monkey Village occupied 10 plots of land belonging to 7 individuals who gave out the land to the residents pending when they are ready to develop the place. Clearly, the residents were not illegal occupants. Moronroti Ashabi is the Ashuju Asha Odua. She runs Helping Hands, one of the charitable organizations working there with food and medical supplies as well as Medicare. The organization raised money to treat Taiwo and Kehinde Coker and nurse them into good health. Betty Abba runs Sea Hope Foundation, another organization in Monkey Village that supports about 200 children in the community with education and personal development. Its ICT center, where it teaches computer literacy, and a borehole for the community now lie in ruins. Shelter is one of the fundamental necessities of life. The others are food and clothing. And a quote says, "Everyone, rich or poor, deserves a shelter for the soul." Given this fact, 3 things are worth noting in the matter. That residents of Monkey Village were not given prior notice before the demolition, that they were not allowed to save any of their belongings, and that Lagos State has a pattern with destroying urban slums that borders on feeding the very source of criminality in the city that needs to be checked. General comment number 4 of the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights states that the human right to adequate housing is the right of every woman, man, youth and child to gain and sustain a safe and secure home and community in which to live in peace and dignity. Now, governance is a collective. the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative arms of government exist in Nigeria. I therefore advocate that the legislative arm of government in Lagos State institute hearings into the incident, especially that there are additional allegations of land grabbing associated with the demolition. As we speak, 400 people are now homeless and destitute. We remember Maroko, Makoko, Badia East, Ilubiri, and recently Otodogbame, and now Monkey Village. The Lagos State House of Assembly must not let this be a recurring decimal in Lagos. No one, no matter the status, should leave home and return to its rubbles. It is inhuman, mean, and oppressive.
I remember the Otodogbame one very, very clearly, and how the Lagos State government under Governor Ambode at the time, defended themselves. They didn't want our waterways to be full with hoodlums. They also mentioned at the time that they'd given them notice, but the residents never moved anywhere. And I said that as much as I agree at the time that you do not want as many as 100 slums as we have in Lagos, in fact, 100 and counting, you also want to ensure that you don't push these people into crime, and that you don't render them homeless to the extent that they have no choice, than to go into crime. If you give them notices and they refuse to move, because a lot of them are fishermen who have just migrated, from one slum to the other through Badagry, through the waterways of Lagos, then you want to maybe create some sort of alternative for them to go to. If not, you just don't come at that time with Otodogbame, come with guns in the middle of the night on a Sunday night, and then just chase them out. So I agree with you. This is a recurring decimal in Lagos State. Unfortunately, the Lagos State legislature is, in my own opinion, a rubber stamp. They're in the same political party with the government at all times, and I usually call them 20/20. As in, they always win, during the elections, and they never do anything against their party.
The Ministry of, Physical Planning must have a resettlement plan, because we have this issue where people have abated in a place for so long. I learned that they also went to Snake Village. This Snake Village, they call it Snake Island. Okay. The other time also to make some destruction of properties and all that. I'm thinking here that the Lagos State government, when you say Lagos is a center of excellency, you expect that the government should have developed capacity in every area of their administrative life. So they should have a resettlement plan. If you don't want a community to exist because you have reasons that they could habit hoodlums or block waterways and all that, this is the same waterways that you're not even utilizing. You're not utilizing for transport, but then you don't want people there. Fine, you don't want them there. Okay, create an alternative location for them, so that they can be there while you develop whatever you want. But this attitude of just busting into the place and say we'll give them notice they did not hear and start to destroy things and all that is a no-no for me.
Right. Typically, when you say you give people notice, let's assume there was notice. Most likely, there will have been notice anyway.
There was no notice.
Now, when you give people notice to move, that presumes that there's a place to move to.
Exactly.
Yes. So where there are no places to move to, that notice is mute. People, it has no effect. They will just be there, True. Essentially.
True.
Now, Monkey Village, that name Monkey was not arbitrary. There were monkeys there in that place. Ordinarily, in a sane environment, that place should not be built. It's not for human habitation. It should be preserved and allow those monkeys to just be there.
To be in their natural habitat.
Yes, that is not our own case. I remember this is more than almost 2 decades ago now, when somebody had brought a project at that axis. For me, I was in banking then. The reason we could not do that project then was because it was said to be a green belt. That thing was meant to actually be preserved. I was surprised one day when I went around that Oregon side, and part of what they said was meant to be preserved has been built up. Now, that portion that is built up was built up most likely by people that are bigger.
Okay.
So when the small people now do the same thing, they don't get the same treatment. That is one of the problems.
Let's take Chuka. They don't get the same treatment. Chuka.
I agree. Yes, I agree with Bola. And in fact, everybody, I like all the comments so far. And the thing is that town planners in Nigeria are a disgrace to Nigeria. They don't know anything. And I want any of them who wants to contest my statement with me to do it anywhere, I will come and meet them. They are a disgrace to this country. That's why we have problems like this. And that's why they are able to give government the audacity to go around and harass people and kill them and get them out of where they live with nowhere to go to. You should have somewhere for them to go to before you tell them where to go. Who would have arranged somewhere for them to go to? Who would have found a place for them if it's not the hopeless town planners that we have in this country? That's what the problem is. Town planning and urbanism is a huge problem in this country. And all they do is just go around addressing themselves as town planner Peter Smith instead of Mr. Peter Smith. Meanwhile, they do nothing. That's what the problem is.
The problem with titles. Monkeyos will be the last.
Yes,
comment.
2 things quickly. In defense of Lagos State government, usually they say that they are unable to deal with the population explosion in Lagos. Millions of people trooping into Lagos, overstretching the facilities. Well, that is Lagos for you, and it's a Nigerian problem. We need to deal with it. But there's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door, and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space.
And those people who invaded their space have argued that human beings have not seen space to live. We want monkeys to live there. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Right. After the break, Evans will be telling us what the rabbi taught him this week. Stay with us.
Today, I'll be talking about doubting Thomas. Now, let me quote, "The woman committed the paternity cheat, not the man. He did not force her. It's with her consent. Yes, the man has a moral weakness, but the woman allowed this to happen." Kindly excuse that poor grammar, but that above comment is from answers to an article regarding the now trending matter of the amorous liaison between Adam Nuru, who is the managing director of FCMB, and a former married employee of the bank, Moyo Thomas. Mrs. Thomas apparently admitted to her husband some months ago that their 2 children were fathered by Nuru. Mr. Thomas apparently went into depression and has died. Now, I'm fascinated, negatively of course, by the comment I have just read out. How does anyone get to thinking like that? I mean, what could be so wrong with society that anyone could be so stupid, ignorant, and even evil? I'll tell you what, I actually could guess that the writer is capable of rape and abuse of women. Now, there are sins that appear simple to understand, but not to normalize. But a woman bearing children from one man and passing on to another, unsuspecting one, has to be one of the lowest of lows of crime I can think of. How could a normal, healthy individual live with this, or even have done it in the first place? There's a case here for mental instability. I have all my life wondered how men deny their own children for convenience, leaving a lady in shame and confusion. And as a young boy, I could not have foreseen that a woman would be capable of what we now face. And it's apparently rampant. A year or so ago, I posted statistics on Facebook that over a third of cases like these were Nigerian. only a little less than Jamaica. And the women rushed to either defend the action as retaliation for allegedly rampant male infidelity or as one of those things. I was shocked. He also claimed the statistics were untrue and made up by Western media. If indeed Mr. Thomas became depressed, I'm not surprised. If this crime is only possible from a mentally unstable woman, it stands to reason that the affected man would be badly hit. Why do things happen? Why do these things happen? Some say they would do it for, if their husband is unable to successfully impregnate them. But not to tell him? I've not even wrapped my head around a man asking another to impregnate his wife on his behalf. We live in interesting and perilous times where mad is sane and man is woman. Perhaps these acts have been rampant for a long time and only just been outed in these times where technology really does expose a lot. With no DNA tests centuries ago, these sorts of matters would have gone unchecked and unrecorded. There are times when even our own African tradition allow for situations where children are adopted by a couple when the wife or girlfriend strays and has a child, and these cases are settled and life goes on. However, I think it is time to make DNA testing a part of postnatal care, a necessary procedure and a part of the process of obtaining a birth certificate. If the father is unknown, so be it. Personally, I don't see any chaste woman contesting this. It may even nail some irresponsible men who do not want to accept responsibility for their own children. And this will all be more useful than legalizing child brides. But for this trending matter, the jury is out on the acceptability or otherwise of this practice. But the shock value still points to widespread disapproval. Personally, I have little or no respect for Mrs. Thomas, except, of course, this is all just a ruse, a sick one.
But no woman should be called a slut until we find an alternative name for men who sleep around.
Is that justifying?
Because, no, it's not justifying anything. Because when this news broke out, I was on social media and I saw the comments. People are vilifying women unnecessarily because of a case, just a case of infidelity. But when it is the other way around, society tends to want to accept that the man can go out and do whatever, but that the woman, the woman must maintain that enclave.
That one lane.
Who says that?
Okay.
If the woman is vilified,
vilify men also.
Vilify men also. Balance it, and then let us have a sane society.
Barrister Evans, I love it that it is a man who is advocating on behalf of women.
Yes.
But a popular contraceptive did a survey, and in 2012, 2014, 2015, 2019, Nigerian women came tops in the most unfaithful wives across the world, with 62%. Thailand trade behind us with 59%, Malaysian women with 39%, Russian women with 33%, and Singaporeans with 19%. And every year when this survey comes out, Nigerian women keep on, denying, no, it's not true, it's not true.
What are the parameters for this survey? The empirical analysis.
So they asked women, and women justify it by saying that particularly in Nigeria, we're in a patriarchal society where men are polygamous. And once we decided to go monogamous, one man to one wife, men now marry one, but still have many side chicks on the side. Like this is our story now. It was
is that not injustice?
Let me quickly chip in here. We started with a reference to Lola Shunei's book, Baba Shegi's Wives. What's the story? The story is that Baba Shegi could not get his wives pregnant. The first wife knew about it, brought a child from wherever, got pregnant by somebody, and then each time he tutored others. So this time he said he wants to bring somebody again.
The fourth wife.
Don't try it.
They now brought the educated one.
Your secret will be...
No, because the first 3 wives were illiterate. The fourth wife was
an
educated.
educated woman.
And so they couldn't, tell her,
The same way they have manipulated the
So they said to themselves, don't worry, after 2 years of her not getting married, she will know how to arrange
Now, this
herself.
is the point, and it's a very sensitive one. I will not condone a woman to go get impregnated by somebody else outside and come pin it on your husband. I will not do that. But you see, the ego, our men in Nigeria, for instance, for that matter, should learn to puncture their own ego by themselves.
Yeah.
If you're not fertile, if you have an issue with yourself, tell your spouse. And stop acting like you're the best. You will know.
A lot of them don't go.
You will know, because the thinking is, once there is a couple not having children after 3-5 years, the tradition is that it's always the woman. Most times, from what we're seeing, it's not the woman.
Yeah,
and who are you to say there is nothing wrong with me? It must be my husband. You can't say it. So a lot of these women will go out and do what they need to do. Then tomorrow the child is looking like
But it's beginning
the
to look
neighbor.
as if it's a justification.
It's not
for
a
what is going on.
justification. But
Because-
you see, we must recalibrate ourselves as a society and stop victimizing women. If your wife can open up to you and both of you can say, you see, now we have a problem. I love you so much. I don't want to do this. What do we do? Let us adopt. Let us look for solutions. But in the case where you're the one pumping up and feeling that, you see, I'm going to marry a second wife.
I disagree.
Or,
Totally. You know why?
Yeah.
Patriarchy is perpetuated by women. Most times, it is the mother-in-law who is saying, no, my son
That's
is okay.
one factor. That's just one factor.
it's just one of the factors.
You are clouting it through.
But we must say what it means that we must recalibrate ourselves as a society.
I get what you're saying.
We must.
We must be able to have those difficult discussions. So it is not always the woman that has a problem when there is a
case of infertility.
As a matter of fact, they are equally liable to having those circumstances, and it shouldn't always be about the lady. Having said that, the specific issue of the FCMB, whatever, we may not have the details. So I believe
not have the details.
I believe we are
It's
just
just a
talking
case study.
generally.
We're even talking outside of it.
We're talking outside of it.
Yeah.
Now, I've also seen a few statistics like the one you brought up. But the truth is, I'm afraid of those numbers.
Why?
Because unless
was
I
it
know
counted?
the sample size, the sampling technique, and all those, and see the analysis, I don't know what you're talking about.
The
So,
evidence.
in the case of the US, for example, it is possible because the US, when you're applying for an immigration visa, they request that your children undergo DNA. So they have a database based on just the people who applied for immigration visa.
Okay.
So they can make a projection based on that.
And there are
But
lots
for-
of homes that have been broken
Because
through
of
that
all this.
process.
Yes. But
before this
we need to
FCMB
start
one.
getting real.
My
having real
position is that
discussions on this
at
matter.
the risk of not being seen as someone justifying this, is that if you know as a woman that the children you have is not for your husband, please
Have the discussion.
Don't say it belongs to
Don't
the
tell
man.
him.
Don't cover it. Don't stay under any shade of whatsoever, because as much as
those are extremely difficult
I'm
discussions.
saying it-
to have.
I'm saying it because
No way.
No, I'm saying it because I
Isn't
started
it
out.
easier not to just people do it?
Excuse me. I started that by saying, you see, there are certain things you cannot stop. Do you understand? You can only say that people should not.
Why don't you get out of that relationship
Go into
if
issues
that
like
is what
that.
you want to
But
do?
you cannot
Just get out of it.
There
Exactly.
are people who likes that kind of lifestyle.
Which
To
kind of
live in
lifestyle?
denial. I mean, to
So
involve in
people who don't like to tell, like the truth.
infidelity and then hide it and keep hiding it until the whole place is.
In Baba
destroyed.
Segi's case, when he found out that all the children were not his own, what did he do? He hid it.
He did too.
Benny.
Because of his own ego.
His own shame. His
Yes,
own.
now.
Yeah,
So
because of his own
how
ego.
these children that he had trained, how will you now say that he cannot father a child?
Let me quickly add that I like that this FCMB saga, came to the fore. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. Whether it's a corporate warfare against FCMB, we do not know.
FCMB,
But this is
you're
what
right.
I know for sure, that this sort of thing happens in banks.
It's that.
And I've seen a tweet where somebody said, don't stop with FCMB, come to this bank and come to this bank with specific names. So for me, as an advocate
are you
for
saying
women...
it doesn't happen in the civil service?
No.
Or it is not in the military?
This is the point. Allow me to make my point.
Allow
me to make my point. The points I'm making is there is sexual exploitation in the workplace.
Yeah. Correct.
And it's about time that we turned our searchlight on it and begin to save women and men, because some boss women also do it to their subordinates. The thing is, if it's in your policy, and in fact it's even part of corporate governance, you shouldn't do that. Yeah. So just as this whistleblower on Twitter or whether Facebook has said, let's turn the searchlight on things like this. It's not only FCMB. If it indeed
I want to say something now.
No, I was just agreeing with Treasure, because somebody mentioned Jide in GT Bank. So I went to GT Bank's board of directors to check who was called Jide, and I saw the person. So this matter, honestly, well, maybe it was a longer name like Baba Jide, but I saw it and I thought, wow, this is,
There was another bank mentioned.
And then another bank was mentioned, but it wasn't as clear as the Jide one was. So,
but hold on a minute, You people are disputing the survey conducted by contraceptive
I don't dispute it, Jumoke, I'm with you.
Let Chukam finish making his point. Let Chukam finish making his point.
I agree with Jumoke. That survey, I accept it. I accept the one that I saw. And I think that those who don't want to accept it are the same as these women or men who deny their children. And the women who
we are asking for more evidence to that effect. We cannot just swallow it. We need evidence. Statistics like that. We need to know the parameters they use, because we know how these people behave. The survey.
No,
we want to know.
No, this survey, they asked Nigerian women that were married, and because they were anonymous, you didn't have to write your name in the survey. They were able to tell the truth. And a lot of them had reasons like, oh, my husband does not satisfy me. Oh, my husband cannot actually produce a child. Things like that. Oh, I want to cover my husband's shame. There's a pastor's wife who said that, the husband had been married before, no children, and married her a young lady.
Didn't you get my consent to help me?
Did you disclose that you had a problem?
The family members were saying to the wife, the pastor's wife, that better go out. This is what happened to the former wife. Once she left the pastor, that one had a child. Better go out and go and arrange yourself. Can you imagine? So, in fact, some of the families even, support and encourage it in Nigeria, because it's more a shame not to have a child than to actually be
even
without
that
children.
one, we need to begin to question it.
But some of
Why
this,
should it be a shame?
Some of these counselors
not to have a child?
You see, if we have to hold women responsible for
Thank you, Bolaho. Thank you very much.
We should also hold the counselors responsible. There are people
It's a shame to not be married in Nigeria.
Why?
It's a shame to not have children in Nigeria. It's a shame to be married and not be married again in Nigeria.
Marriage is not compulsory.
We need to recalibrate what our values are.
I agree.
It's not compulsory that you must have a child. It's not compulsory that you must be married.
If you want
it's
a child
optional.
and you cannot have one,
you must
there
not.
are many children waiting for adoption.
God did not say you must alter the population continuously.
All right, we could go on and on. Finally, it's time to draw the curtains of this week's episode of The Advocate. Isn't it interesting? Well, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, you can go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Until next week when we come your way again with 5 different issues. It's bye-bye from us. Wishing you a beautiful new year.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
What I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the Word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted Word of God, which is able to save your soul. I mentioned the case of a lady was called the Great Woman of Shunem, who received restoration of 7 years proceed. How many of you remember that I shared that? By the word of the Lord, she left her own place, her home, a country, to go wherever she chose. Elijah did not say go to a particular place. He said wherever you chose. And after 7 years, Elijah was no longer on the scene, but Elijah's disciple was there to point to the woman and her son as they came into the presence of the king. What a time. I pray the Father that you'll be the right person in the right place at the right time for the right reasons in order to get the right results. In the name of Jesus Christ. Why that time? The king simply requested Gehazi to tell him the exploits and the miracles of Elisha the prophet. And as he was talking about the miracles and the exploits, he mentioned about the child that was raised. At that point in time, the woman walked in with his son and said, "Oh, king, oh, Lord, this year you will not miss it." In the name of Jesus, You will be the right person in the right place at the right time for the right reasons in order to get the right kind of results. But I did mention also to you that it wasn't because the woman was lucky. No, it was because of the way she had handled a seed in time past. She had the opportunity like any other person did, but she seized it. She said to her husband, I perceive this is a holy man of God that passes by us daily. We have a space in our home. We can create a space for this man so that he will not just be jumping from hotel to hotel. She wasn't looking for a miracle. She didn't ask the prophet to come in so that she could become her personal prophet, or someone that will always be praying for her like a prayer contractor. No. She just, within herself, thought, wait a minute, I could do something for the comfort of this man. She made a bed in the upper loft, put a table there, and a candle lamp or candle stand. That was all. I'm sure they'll be feeding her as he was carrying out his ministry within the city. But the day came when that bed she provided for the prophet's comfort became the point of contact to release resurrection power to his son that died so that he could come back to life. And it was after that that the prophet said, hey, I peek in the spirit, there's going to be a famine in this land for 7 years. Go where you like. By the time she returned, Elisha was no longer on the scene. The good men may die. Nothing can kill their good name and their good works. The king wanted to know. And at that, I don't know how you see this. In 2021, do you understand me? Pastor Ike can testify. It was Christmas of 1989. I went to the University of Lagos guest house to wait on the Lord. I arrived there in the evening, prayed all night, and God said, go to television. But the following morning, I drove straight back to church, and they were sleeping in the church at the time. I was part of the crew that was sleeping in the church, except that I stepped back to go and pray. I banged the door, they opened. I said, the Lord spoke to me that I must go on television. We had no single camera, Pastor Ike. Not a single camera. Even our microphones, if you remember, they were long wire pulled everywhere. Awuja, 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 hello, hello. Sometimes they will pack up, sometimes they will walk. NEPA will bring light and there'll be a surge and everything. We were thinking of how would we do this? No cameras. I'd never been on television in my life. I didn't even know what it means to go to television. I just came to tell them. While we were talking, Abe Fagboro knocked at the door. They opened for him and said, yes, how can we help you? He said, we noticed you're a new church, and we know how to advertise, to help churches advertise. We'll help you paste your posters. We'll help you do your banners. I said, no, we don't paste posters here, and we don't do banners. But wait a minute, God just spoke to us to go to television. Do you know anything about it? He said, what? I just left LTV8. I've been a staff there for many years. I said, go back and tell them we'd like to be on television for 1 hour every Sunday from 7 to 8 p.m. That was what God said to us. And he ran back. That same day he came. He said, oh, they said they could only give us 30 minutes. If you would like 7:30 to 8 or 7 to 7:30. I said, Abe, God said 7 to 8. If your station cannot accommodate that, some other station would do. Then he went back to the office, and the GM said, what is the matter about? He said, well, there's a popular Yoruba program called Aditu. And the manager said, do they pay you for Aditu? He said, no. And this man wants to pay, yank it off. 7 to 8, moment of truth. And it has not stopped from that day. We had no camera. They arranged for cameras for us. They will video us and they will take it to play. And from that day till now, for 30 years, we have not owed one station a dime. Kò sẹ́ni tó lè dá dúró. Kò sẹ́ni tó lè dá dúró. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run bà mí. Ẹ̀rù Ọlọ́run bà mí o. Ohun tó bá ti pinnu lọ́kàn rẹ̀, kò sẹ́ni tó lè dá dúró. That woman of Shunem was called a great woman of Shunem. So she was not a poor person. Therefore, when she was abroad, she was living well. And she didn't till her ground for 7 years. And she returned, and the king commanded, restore her land to her and all the proceeds of the land from the day she left till now. Something is going to happen to you. In the name of Jesus, in this our year of full, complete, and total restoration, everything that has been damaged, everything that has been lost, everything that has been stolen will be fully restored to you this year. In the mighty name of Jesus. A second example that I've seen in the Bible is that of Job. Job came under severe attack by the devil. The attack on Job was as a result of a wager between God and Satan. The sons of God gathered together in Job chapter 1, and Satan was there. And God said, oh, hey, where are you coming from? He said, I've been going to and fro the earth. What was he trying to communicate to God? I'm in charge of the planet. I'm going up and down there. I'm in control. Man has yielded his authority to me, therefore I'm in charge. And God said, in every generation, I will always have a witness. May you be God's witness for your generation. In the might, I will always have a witness. Have you considered my servant Job? He said, yeah, I checked him out. He's different. A number of times I'd wanted to attack him, but there's a boundary I cannot cross. May God shield you in. May he imprison you in himself. In the mighty name of Jesus, that no matter the attacks of the enemy, your life will remain hidden with Christ in God. In the name of Jesus Christ. He said, but let me touch let me destroy, come against his wealth. He will curse you to your face. One thing after the other. His whole empire crumbled. All his finances, everything crashed. And then he did the last thing that will hurt any man. His 7 sons and 10 daughters died same day. What kind of funeral service will be conducted? And all this is permitted by God to prove a point that his investment in Job is sufficient to keep him standing. Did Job disappoint God? Not at that stage. Job got up and shaved his head and said, naked came I from my mother's womb, naked will I return. The Lord gives and the Lord takes away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. And he worshiped God. You do not know that Satan has a stroke. When you can rise up and worship God in the midst of crisis and calamity, and you keep on doing what God has given you to do, when all tongues are wagging against you, they can't touch you. I'm not sure you understand that. They will come one way, they will scatter back 7 ways. They will come back like the miserable comforters of Job to plead with you. And Satan came a second time and said, yeah, scheme for scheme. I know how I conquered in the Garden of Eden. If you allow me to gain access through his wife, he will curse you to your face. And somebody said, I didn't see your wife there. He said, let me touch is flesh and is bone. And in no time, boil developed, and Job was still holding on to his integrity. The next voice that spoke was that of his wife. Remember, Adam said, "This is now bone of my bone and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman, for she was brought out of man." So when Satan asked, bone for bone, flesh for flesh, give me access, he was asking for permission to penetrate through his wife. That's why you must guard your home and sit and prove it. The moment the attack came and it took a broken pot to begin to, scrape his skin, his wife said, "Are you still holding to your integrity? Curse God and die." And Job says, "Shall we receive what is good from God and then reject evil and curse God? No, woman, don't speak like a foolish one." End of story. In all this, Job did not sin until his friends, his miserable comforters, came to falsely accuse him. That injured him. But this story is not about Job and the challenges and the travail. This story is not even about his double for his trouble. That God restored double to him for all that he went through within a year. Even if he was doing his business normally, in 1 year, he couldn't have gotten double like he did. And remember, one of the strongest words I received for this year is that everything that God has done for you hitherto will pale in significance compared to what he will do for you in this 1 year. Yeah. I'm not trying to excite you. I'm telling you what the Lord has told me. When that word came to me, it staggered my faith. Because I look at all that God has done for me, through me, and I said, "God, you say all this will pay in significance, increase my faith." I'm not sure you are getting me. Increase my faith. Then I realized it's not about me, it's about Nigeria. It's what he wants to do in the country, and no one can stop it. You will be living witnesses when these things begin to happen. Can I hear your amen? The point of surgery that concerns me about Job is that in the travail of Job, he located the one thing that could completely uproot your increase. One thing that could completely uproot your increase in life. Job located it. In the course of his travail, he made it available to us. Turn with me to Job chapter 1, verse 1 to 3. What manner of man was Job? There was a man in the land of Uz whose name was Job. And that man was what? Blameless and upright, one who feared God and shunned evil. And 7 sons and 3 daughters were born to him. Also the possessions, his possessions were 7,000 sheep, 3,000 camels, 500 yoke of oxen, 500 female donkeys, and a very large household. So this man was the greatest of all the people of the East. God is giving us opportunity to encounter one of the wealthiest men in his days. He feared God. He was blameless. Not every rich man is a crook. There are so many rich crooks, but there are others who are rich and righteous. Do you understand this? It was after this that his travail and his trial began. And in the course of that trial, in Job chapter 31, verse 1 to 12, he pinpointed one thing, because if we don't clear this mess, you're just paying lip service to restoration. Say all you want to say, it will not happen. If there is no repentance, there cannot be forgiveness. Job 31, verse 1 to 12. I have made a covenant with my eyes. Why then shall I look upon a young woman? For what is the allotment of God from above, and the inheritance of the Almighty from on high? Is it not destruction for the wicked, and disaster for the workers of iniquity? That's why I can't understand why anyone would ever think that having preached you can win by righteousness all my life, I will endorse crooked means of becoming rich. Does he not see my ways and count all my steps? If I work with falsehood, or if my foot has hastened to deceit, let me be weighed on honest scales, that God may know my integrity. If my step has turned from the way, or my heart walked after my eyes, or if any spot adheres to my hands, then let me sow and another eat. You want restoration? You can't sow in the midst of thorns. It won't happen. Let me sow and another eat, yet let my harvest be rooted out. Won't that be extremely painful? You have labored so much, you're close to closing the contract, and it's going to be a major breakthrough. At that point in time, a defect in your character knocks everything out. If my heart has been enticed by a woman, or if you have looked at my neighbor's door, then let my wife grind for another, and let others bow down over her. For that will be wickedness, yes, it will be iniquity deserving of judgment. For that will be a fire that consumes to destruction and will root out some. I can't hear you. And will root out all my increase. If Job had not passed this test, he would not receive double from God. Are you listening to me? Okay. We know in Job 42, the Lord restored double that he had lost. And he will restore double for every trouble you have encountered. But this surgery needs to go down deep on the inside of you in the name of Jesus. The Lord Jesus Christ spoke about 3 devils that have one location and only one residential address. One is murder, the second one is offenses, and the third one is adultery. And he said they like to lock in the hearts of people. And friends, if adultery will root out all your increase, we need this surgery right here and now, that the Holy Spirit would take the scalpel of the word and expunge those things from our hearts so that we can walk free. In the name of Jesus. Matthew chapter 5, verse 21 to 30. You have heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not murder. So he started with murder. They're in the same class. And whoever murders will be in danger of the judgment. But I say to you that whoever is angry with his brother without a curse shall be in danger of the judgment. And whoever says to his brother, Raka, shall be in danger of the council. But whoever says, you fool, shall be in danger of hellfire. Therefore, if you bring your gift to the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you. Hello, those who want to sow seed, are you hearing this? You see the things that are contaminating your seed? Many times as you sow your seed, you pour acid on them because you do not understand this. If you're not you having anything against your brother, is your brother having something against you? Leave your gift there before the altar and go your way. First be reconciled to your brother and then come and offer your gift. Agree with your adversary quietly or quickly while you're on the way with him, lest your adversary deliver you to the judge hand you over to the officer, and you be thrown into prison. Assuredly I say to you, you by no means get out of there till you have paid the last penny. Is it worth it? How many times have I been counseled to take a loss? I say, thank you very much. I don't mind being cheated. I will not be the cheat. Let them take it away. You can start a case. You don't even know how many years it will take for it to end it. Especially in our climate, where some lawyers know their law and others know the judges. You have heard that it was said to those of old, you shall not commit adultery. We have dealt with murder. We have dealt with offenses. Now here's a third one. But I say to you that whoever looks at a woman to lust for her has already committed adultery where? With her in his heart. If your right eye causes you to sin, do what with it? Pluck it out and cast it from you. For it is more profitable for you that one of your members perish than for your whole body to be cast into hell. And if your right hand causes you to sin, cut it off and cast it from you, for it is more profitable for you that one of your members perish than for your whole body to be cast into hell. What is Christ saying here? Surgery is better than tragedy. Say that to your neighbor. I can't hear you. We will prepare our hearts in order to receive the word of God. We are going to come to the Lord and let the Holy Spirit search our hearts. Whatever will hinder our profitability in 2021, whatever will stop us from receiving all that God has in store for us, they must be taken out of our hearts. Every stone, every impurity must be taken out completely so that nothing hinders our blessing in 2021. Can I hear amen? We look at two texts of scripture bordering on fallow grounds. The first one is Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 3 to 4. The reason I'm going this way is I'm not sure we did that surgery. We just quickly prayed. I want you to see what is hindering your blessings. I want you to see what can rob you of your authority to compel your dry ground to produce. Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 3 to 4. For thus says the Lord to the men of Judah and Jerusalem, do what? Break up your fallow ground and do not sow among thorns. Circumcise yourselves to the Lord and take away the foreskins of your hearts. Remember this in the life of David. David circumcised or cut off the foreskin of maybe 200 Philistines. David was so circumcised and was so conscious of circumcision that when he looked at Goliath, he said, who is this uncircumcised Philistine to be ridiculing the armies of the Lord? I will go and fight him. And he took him down. But David was concentrating on external circumcision, did not know that the circumcision of the heart is what God is after. The external is a symbol of what needs to be done on the inside of man. And by the time God dealt with him, he began to say, create in me a clean heart, O Lord, and renew a right spirit within me. It didn't matter to him if the throne was taken. It didn't matter to him if he would lose the crown. He said, they've taken everything away. I don't care. Absalom can keep them. But do not take your Holy Spirit away from me. How do we circumcise our heart? And what does it mean to break our fallow ground? We read the second scripture. Hosea chapter 10. I'm still on surgery. Hosea chapter 10, verse 12 to 13. Sow for yourself what? Righteousness. Reap what? In mercy. Do what again? Break up your fallow ground, for it is time to seek the Lord till he comes and rains what? Righteousness on you. How many of you want to be drenched with the rain of righteousness? That everything all about you is righteousness and you know you are winning by righteousness. May that be your portion this year in the name of Jesus. And the years hereafter in Jesus' name. May everything like stumbling block on your way to progress and to destiny fulfillment be removed by God Almighty, for both to will and to do of his good pleasure are in him. Can I hear your amen? Amen. Well, why was God asking them to break their fallow ground? Wow. You know, I care, but it doesn't matter to me whether I'm able to get to other messages. If this can be dealt with and well done, and the circumcision of the heart and the surgery is successful, in the name of Jesus Christ, we will not lack any good thing. What others are looking for, you know I say that often, but the truth is what others are looking for will begin to look for you, because your heart will be sensitive to the Holy Spirit. You hearken to the voice of the Lord is your God, obey his commandment, and instead of you looking for blessings, they will pursue and overtake you. Can I hear amen? It's as simple as that. Why is God asking them to break their fallow ground? Simply put, shame had replaced their glory, and shame had diverted the labor of their fathers from their youth. They have decreased instead of increasing in all ramifications. Think for a moment that it was because their ground had been fallow, that glory was replaced with shame in their life, and that shame had diverted the labors of their fathers from youth. They lost all their material resources. They were broke, busted, disgusted. They became beggars. Well, just as there's no forgiveness without repentance, there will also be no full, complete, and total restoration until people repent of their backslidings. Let me set the setting for Jeremiah chapter 4. Jeremiah chapter 4, but let's go back to Jeremiah chapter 3, verse 12, and listen to what God has to say. I'll read Jeremiah 3, 12 to 18. Go and proclaim these words toward the north, and say, return, who? Backsliding Israel, says the Lord. I will not cause my anger to fall on you. For I'm merciful, says the Lord. I will not remain angry forever. Only acknowledge your iniquity, that you have transgressed against the Lord your God, and have scattered your charms to alien deities under every green tree. And you have not obeyed my voice, says the Lord. Return, O backsliding children, says the Lord, for I am married to you. Do you see God's problem here? He cannot kick them out. He had a covenant of marriage with them. He was married to them. He could not discard them, but he could not approve what they were doing. He was not condemning them, but he could not condone their actions and their thoughts and their words. Return, O backsliding children, says the Lord, for I am married to you. I will take you, one from a city and two from a family, and I will bring you to where? To Zion. And I will give you shepherds according to my heart, who will feed you with knowledge and understanding. If you stop there and go to Jeremiah 23, you will see that when you are filled with knowledge and understanding, three things will happen in your life simultaneously. You will not be dismayed, you will not be afraid, and you will not lack anything. When you are fed with knowledge and understanding, you are going to find out why your fallow ground must be broken in a moment. I pray this will be a thorough surgery once and for all in your life tonight in the name of Jesus Christ. Because these struggles should come to an end. This walking and getting little to show for it should come to an end. In the name of Jesus Christ. Let me read further. Then it shall come to pass when you are multiplied and increased in the land in those days, says the Lord, that they will say no more, what? The ark of the covenant of the Lord. It shall not come to mind, nor shall they remember it, nor shall they visit it, nor shall it be made anymore. Why would it, ark of the covenant, not be made anymore? When last did you see one? Because you become the carrier of God's presence. You carry God everywhere. Nobody will need to do any wooden ark and put some tablets in it and carry it on their shoulders. 4 men carrying. No, it said it will not come to mind anymore. And if you have read your Bible, when the curtain was torn from top to bottom on the day that Jesus died, there was no ark there. It's been taken away a long time ago. May you become the carrier of his presence. In your neighborhood, in your family, everywhere you go, may the presence of God go with you. In the name of Jesus, may God never leave you nor forsake you. All the days of your life in Jesus' mighty name. Give me verse 22. Verse 22 to 25, Jeremiah 3, 22 to 25. Return, you backsliding children, and I will heal your backslidings. What is your part of this assignment? Return. Just turn back to the Lord and say, I've sinned. I acknowledge my iniquity. I acknowledge my shortcomings. I acknowledge my doing it my own way and not doing it your way. I acknowledge my being full of myself, not being led by the Holy Spirit, but being led by the whims and caprices of men. Return, you backsliding children, and I will heal your backslidings. Indeed, we do come to you, for you are the Lord our God. Truly, in vain is salvation hoped for from the hills and from the multitude of mountains. Truly, in the Lord our God is the salvation of Israel. Look at their problem. This is why they need to return to God. For shame has devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth. Their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. We lie down in our shame, and our reproach covers us, for we have sinned against the Lord our God, we and our fathers. Who wants to continue to carry shame about? From our youth even to this day, we have now obeyed the voice of the Lord our God. I want you to stand to your feet. Lord, open my ears, my spirit ears, open my eyes. Let me be, from this day, be sensitive to the voice of the Spirit of the living God. Let me not be full of myself, do things my own way. Lord, do a surgery in me that is thorough. I come to the altar myself as a living sacrifice to receive this surgery. Let it be a permanent surgery so that I will not listen or hear the voice of a stranger. I will hear the voice of the good shepherd. Help me, O Lord, to be resolute about my consecration to you, about my walk with you. The year 2021, all that you have for me, I cannot risk just being distracted so that I'm not defeated. I ask you in the name of Jesus, do your work thoroughly inside of my heart, both to will and to do of your good pleasure. They are in you, Father. Help me. I do not want to carry shame about. Oh, roll away the shame of lack. Roll away the shame of poverty. Roll away the shame of death. Let me not begin to stammer before anyone because of material things. Roll them away, Father, in the name of Jesus. Let me become a prince of God, a warring prince of God, a warrior of righteousness on the face of the earth. Help me that nothing will contaminate my life, my testimony, my consecration, my devotion to you. Thank you, Father, for a thorough work in me in the name of Jesus. Look at Hosea chapter 10. Let me now read from verse 11. Hosea chapter 10, verse 11. I'll read up to verse 13. Why this surgery must take place. And I'm going to explain to you what it means to break your fallow ground. Verse 11 of Hosea 10. Ephraim is a trained heaver that loves to thresh grain, but our harness a fair neck. What do you understand by that? I harness a fair neck. I will make Ephraim pull a plow. Oh no. Judah shall plow, Jacob shall break his clods. Before you say so for yourself in righteousness, look at what the Lord says about Ephraim. Give it to me in the Living Translation. If you have classic Living Translation, you don't know what it means. God says, I'm going to throw you in front of the plow. You now begin to work hard like never before. And guess what? I will make sure that I lay burden on your neck that you will not succeed. Give me the New Living Translation, verse 11. Israel is like a trained heaver, treading out the grain. An easy job she loves. But I will put a heavy yoke on her tender neck. I will force Judah to pull the plow and Israel to break up the hard ground. When you put the cart before the horse, what happens? You don't go forward, you go backwards. That's what he's saying about Israel there. I will put a yoke on your neck. It will be a heavy burden. You walk and not love the work you're doing. There's no joy in it anymore, but you have to do it because you are paying bills. You're tired and exhausted. But you can't take a break because your bills are mounting. Who are you serving? The living God or the God of bills? This is why you have to break your fallow ground. And guess what? Nobody is going to do it for you. You will have to do it once and for all, so that when the word comes out, your heart is ready to receive. You are not going to lack anything in 2021. Do you know what's going to happen to you in 2021? You are going to be asking for opportunity to invest. In God's kingdom, in businesses, you're going to say, Pastor, I'm not sure if there's any other need that we have, because I just want to be there. To start with, here is this. That will be your portion. You're not going to join those who after service are waiting for somebody to give them a tip to get home. No, that's not the spirit of this house. The spirit of poverty is banished from your life. Lack is banished from your life. Do you know all you have to do is to break your fallow ground? Take a seat. What do you understand by fallow ground? Hello? What do you understand by fallow ground? Well, fallow ground is a field that has been sown with crops in the past and has yielded more fruit, but has now been left unworked for a time. It is hard, it is dry, and it's full of rots. I'll take it again. Fallow ground is a field that has been sown with crops in the past and has yielded more fruit, but has now been left unworked for a time. So it's become hard, dry, and full of rots. Fallow ground was not always this way, as it once produced fruit, but through neglect, it has become fallow. I give you a second definition of fallow ground. Fallow ground is also ground that has been plowed and readied for sowing, but then is withheld to lie useless and unproductive. One is hard and is full of rot. The other one is prepared, is ready for sowing, but no sowing went into it, and it became unproductive. If you're familiar with your Bible, oftentimes the heart or the mind of man is compared to the ground. Read the parable of the sower. The word of God is the seed sown there. The fruit represent the actions or emotions of those who receive the word. To break up the fallow ground, therefore, is to bring the heart and the mind into such a state that it is fitted to receive the word of God. Can I repeat that? To break up your fallow ground, therefore, is to bring the heart and the mind into such a state that is fitted to receive the word of God. It is the softening of the heart so as to make it feel the truth. This is what the prophet meant by break up your fallow ground. With the help of the Holy Spirit, let us prepare our hearts for the word of God in the year 2021 like never before. 2021 is not a year that you want to sow among thorns. 2021 is not a year that you'll be hearer and not doer. You'll be so left behind. The gap that will be between you and those who yield to God will be so much that nobody will excommunicate you, will excommunicate yourself. I pray that will not be your portion. That shame will not derail you, defeat you, and cause you to run away. In the name of Jesus Christ. Isaiah 66, and then we'll pray. Isaiah 66, 1-4. Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne, earth is my footstool. Where is the house that you will build me? CGCC. Where is the place of my rest? For all those things my hand has made, and all those things exist, says the Lord. What's God saying here? Citadel Global Community Church, I'm not interested in your waterfalls and fountains and carpets and sky, whatever it is, your ceiling. I'm not interested in your public address system, your TV. I'm not interested in them. My hands made those things. I'm not impressed. You can't impress me with them. Others say, oh, wow, what a building. I'm not interested. I want to check the worshipers inside. I want to check the condition of their hearts, so that they don't go about and say, see what the Lord has done. The citadel is standing like a monument. The beautiful temple of Solomon had been broken down long ago. A mosque is standing on top of it today. That's why for 30 years we are building the people, because if you don't build the people, they will destroy the building you build. God is not interested in the glamour of your building. He's interested in the condition of your heart and the condition of my heart. Listen to him. But on this one will I look, on him who is poor. That has nothing to do with poverty and lack. It has to do with the condition of the heart, that you keep a short account with God, that you are broken by your sin. On him who is poor and of a contrite spirit, and who trembles at my word. If that does not take place, read the next scene. Those of you who like to give huge offering to impress people. He who kills a bull is as if he slays a man. He who sacrifices a lamb, as if he breaks a dog's neck. He who offers grain offerings, as if he offers swine blood. He who burns incense, that's your prayer, as if he blesses an idol. Just as they have chosen their own ways, and their soul delights in their abominations, so will I choose their delusions and bring their fears on them. Because when I called, no one answered. When I spoke, they did not hear. But they did evil before my eyes and chose that in which I do not delight. I'm not going to rush through this. Give it to me in the New Living Translation, Classic. New Living Translation. This is what the Lord says. Heaven is my throne. Can I hear amen? Amen. The earth is my footstool. Everything in it is all my footstool. Could you build me a temple as good as that? Could you build me such a resting place? He's standing at the door of your heart knocking, because that's where he wants to stay. My hands have made both heaven and earth. They and everything in them are mine. It's like you trying to impress me with my car. I don't know what example I can give. I say, oh, Pastor, this car is fantastic. It's mine. I, the Lord, have spoken. I will bless those who have humble. That's what it means to be poor. Humble, meek, teachable, gentle. I will bless those who have humble and contrite hearts, who tremble at my word. But those who choose their own ways, delighting in their detestable sins, will not have their offerings accepted. Don't waste your seed. When such people sacrifice, a bull is no more acceptable than a human sacrifice. When they sacrifice a lamb, it's as though they had sacrificed a dog. When they bring an offering of grain, they might as well offer the blood of a pig. When they burn frankincense, it's as if they had blessed an idol. I will send them great trouble, all the things they feared. For when I called, they did not answer. When I spoke, they did not listen. They deliberately sinned before my very eyes and chose to do what they know I despise. Do you know what it means to be sent strong delusion? He said in 1 John, he said, because they do not have love for the truth, I will send them strong delusion that they believe a lie. And once you believe a lie, you'll be acting a lie, you'll be thinking a lie. What are you going to get at the end of the day? A lie. Stand to your feet, Lord. Grant me, give me the spirit of the fear of the Lord. Help me to tremble at your word, not to explain it away, not to dismiss your word. Each time your word comes, grant me grace to be a doer of the word, not to self-deceive anymore. I leave that behind me in the name of Jesus Christ. I'm leaving it behind me that I will tremble at your word, every word you speak. In the mighty name of Jesus, will have a place in my heart. It's going to go downwards with its roots. It's going to produce fruit upwards in the mighty name of Jesus. I bless you. I magnify your holy name. I bless you, Lord. I thank you for the opportunity to have a contrite spirit, a heart that trembles at your word. Lord, let there be no one here who hardened his heart and leave this place. Holy Spirit, you are the only one who can bring conviction to people that nobody will return home with a hard heart, with a stiffen neck in the name of Jesus. I bless your holy name that this surgery will be thorough, this surgery will be complete, this surgery will be total, so that you prepare us for the things you are prepared for us. In Jesus' mighty name. And the people said, is there anyone who is struggling with one thing and you need help? Don't look to your left, don't look to your right. Just lift up your hands so I can come on your side and we'll pray together tonight. There's something you are struggling with, you are struggling, and you want its power broken over your life. I decree, declare, prophesy over your life that sin shall have no dominion over your life. Sin shall have no dominion over your life. Sin shall have no dominion over your life. He who knew no sin became sin for you, that you might be made the righteousness of God in him. In Jesus' mighty name, the reign of righteousness is coming upon your land. You break through. You break forth. No more limitation. Nothing will stop you. You become an unstoppable man. Your increase will not stop. In Jesus' mighty name. And the people said, amen. Please take your seat. You see how long it has taken to deliver that message on surgery is better than tragedy. I will go to the next one. Okay, 2 Timothy 1, 8-9. Therefore, do not be ashamed of the testimony of our Lord, nor of me his prisoner, but share with me in the sufferings for the gospel, according to the power of God, who has what? Saved us and called us. What kind of calling? With our holy calling, not according to our works. You can't match it, you can't make it. If you're going to rely on your own works, not according to our works, but according to his own purpose and grace, which was given to us in Christ Jesus before time began. Once upon a time, there was no time. When we get to the redemption of time in the days to come, or months to come, because it's still far away, with all that God has given to me to share with you, it might be sometimes around March that we'll be able to get to the redemption of time. That God will restore all wasted years. In the name of Jesus Christ. But listen, whatever God has given to us before time began cannot be frustrated or destroyed in time. Not by any force lesser than God who gave us those things before time began. Do you know there were things that were written in his book before you were conceived? And that he planned and purposed for those things to be accomplished? Nothing will frustrate your destiny. In the name of Jesus, nothing will short-circuit your destiny. You will reach your goal. You will fulfill your destiny. That was my first message to Lateranians in 1989. I will reach my goal. I will fulfill my destiny. And the last one after that, I am dead to public opinion. 1989. So when people were throwing stones at me, as if I didn't know they would throw, it was a setup. I said, now take your stones and get ready to throw at me. They didn't know what was happening. They threw their stone, but it was backfiring on them, one after the other. We also established that time, or chronos, as we know it today, did not commence, did not exist until the fourth day of creation. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Thank you very much for sticking with us. We have a lot to talk about this morning. It's a full plate, as always, and we're excited about the stories that we will be sharing with you this morning. We hope you have a great Thursday. Good morning, Nanta.
Yes, good morning, Osarage. Good morning to you for watching us, tuning in. And we're so happy to know how much you've come to depend on The Breakfast and Plus TV Africa, over time, to give you the latest news and analysis of the stories. And we just want to say a quick, condolences to the family of Dele Bandele and, his family and millions of Nigerians who are mourning right now. If you've been following the news, he was declared missing. He was last seen at Omole Phase 2 and 3rd Mainland Bridge. And then it was discovered that he had passed. He committed suicide. He left a note saying he had battled depression for 7 years. And it's just been a tough time for Nigerians, pouring tributes
it's a really sad story.
all over. So yes, speak up like we always say. It's a problem shared.
It's a problem half solved. It's also easy to encourage people to speak up, but you can never really understand what their pain is, at that time. And so, yes, they know that they should speak up, but it's not very easy. Going through that phase. But anyway, rest in peace to Dele. We're going straight into talking about what makes the headlines this morning, and we've invited Mr. Ezekiel Nyai Talk to join us. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, sir.
Good morning. Always a pleasure to be at Plus TV.
All right, great to have you. We're kicking off with stories from the Punch newspapers. See as many of them as we can find this morning and share with you. The first one, the major one that you can already see there, says Lagos or your plan purchase, Ogun State, Cross River and Benue fault allocations. We also have the CBN procedures creating bottlenecks for exports, and that's coming from exporters. On the international scene, you must have heard the United States reps impeach Donald Trump for the second time over Capitol Hill invasion. NECO releases results, 233,000 candidates to retake missed subjects. And also, Osinbajo, the vice president, Kyari and others meet oil majors over the petroleum industry bill. We can also find on the Punch newspapers this morning, Buhari, Ohaneze, Sanwo-Olu, others mourn ex-Lagos State Governor Ndubisi Kanu, and 5 killed as speeding bus rams into truck on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. Presidency false quit warning to Kuka, cautions cleric. And then we can squeeze in a few others. Court dismisses suit against Akeredolu and Ajasin's daughter, plans appeal. Family seeks reduction in Ekiti businessman's family seeks reduction as Ekiti businessman's abductors demand 60 million naira. Ogun planning 10,000 housing units within 2 years, and that's from a commissioner. Mr. Nyatok, let's have you go ahead with any of these stories that gets your attention.
Okay, several of them get my attention. For instance, the COVID-19, I think that is the main heading. And I don't know if we're having 2 different papers or something like that. In the Punch, I have COVID-19 vaccine. That's the main stuff that I have with riders, Lagos, the plan purchase, Cross River Falls allocation, and all those things. So that's on one hand. And something else that hits me, which you also brought up, is the 10,000 housing units that is planned by Ogun State as well.
Yes.
For the universities going on strike, not going on strike, all those stuff, I'm getting really worried about the emphasis that we place on education by government and by the workers, and how we can really sit down and be honest with ourselves, because there's a lot of implication to the nation concerning our education system. We need to understand the larger implication of schools being shut. We don't seem to know that. In the 21st century, education is the oil of the future. And because without education, you can't have technology. Technology is based on education. And without technology, you can't feature in the new world order. So I think that the time has come when those of us outside must step in and tell government that there are certain things that they can no longer take for granted. I think that the problem with ASU, NASU, and the rest of them If we can sit down and have honest conversation with these people, if there's money, let the whole nation know that we have money. If there's no money, let the whole nation know that there is no money. You can't be giving us conflicting signals. We see the way you live, and then you say there's no money. It doesn't make sense. But let me go to the 10,000 housing units planned by Ogun State. I would pray that that succeeds, and that the time has come when we must understand that housing must be considered as social infrastructure. Housing determines a whole lot of things. Look at the COVID-19 stuff. We are busy shouting social distances when people are sleeping 10 in a room. What's our long-term plan against infectious diseases where we live? Nobody's thinking of it. Must it come to a point where everybody's like, there are certain things that are just not rocket science. And the time has come where we must start to embark on what I call cerebral governance. All this political governance has to come to an end. It's not doing us any good.
Quickly also share your thoughts on the states planning to purchase their own vaccines. I think it also says here that we are not involved in federal government's vaccine plans, and that is from Benway and others. Would you, see it as abnormal for states to be looking out for, ways to purchase their own vaccines aside from what the federal government?
No, it could. Look, what do we call Nigeria? Nigeria is a federation. Nigeria is a federation where, by right, even the states should have their certain laws, and only certain basics should be controlled at the center. That is my understanding of what a federation is. So for states to look at the health of our people, why would I in Akwa Ibom State wait to determine the fate of my people as a governor from what the federal government says? Of course not. I won't do that, because things affect us differently. Our dynamics of living are different. Our mentalities are different. Our lifestyles are different. As a result, there's a peculiarity about every state and every environment. So we cannot keep generalizing and everything is centralized. It doesn't make sense. So I think that the governors that are thinking in terms of being able to get their vaccines, they are looking at the infrastructure in their state. The Pfizer of minus 70 degrees, storage facility, one or two states may be able to say, okay, I find this more efficient. I find this more cost effective. Why don't I put up the structure that I'll be able to contain it? So they go for the one that they can contain, because other states say, look, we don't have the money to be able to put up this sort of infrastructure to be able to contain this. So we go for India, or we go for any other one. This Nigeria must start to solve its problems to be maybe location specific.
All right.
This overgeneralizing thing is not good. That's on one hand. Secondly, the transparency. The moment we don't prioritize frontline workers and we get them demoralized, we are in for a long haul. This thing about this being shrouded in secrecy so that politicians will get all this, and we are watching. We know it. We are watching. Let federal government come clean on this 100,000 or 50,000 that will come up. Let's know exactly where it's going to. Right. Frontline workers, the whole of Nigerians, we are supporting them. Politicians, I say no, and the Nigerians say no.
All right.
Okay, let's now turn to the next newspaper. It's The Nation. The big story here is about the controversy surrounding Bishop Kukah's Christmas message. And it says, beg or quit order. Presidency warns Islamic Forum Kukah. Can Christian Association of Nigeria Kukuri Senator caution JNI Group? Makinde deputy crisis deepens. It says no acrimony. 233,000 to write EndSARS disrupted NECO, and the results of 2020 to 2021 are out. How firms can link SIMs with NIN. And in Ondo State, Jegede PDP failed to bring 400 witnesses. And Buhari governors, Tinubu others, mourn Ndubisi Kanu, the ex-Lagos military administrator and pro-democracy activist, dies at 77. All the stories here about COVID-19 is saying a businessman in Lagos, has passed from COVID-19 complications. Afe Babalola cautions on schools closure. Akonde seeks prayer against virus as birthday gift. PDP blames federal government for second wave of COVID-19. Autumn tests negative. I remember he tested positive just last Sunday. 20 UITH doctors infected in 2 weeks. And US orders negative virus tests for passengers. Mr. Nyatok, I think the biggest story here on The Nation is this about the presidency warning Islamic Forum against about Kuka. I mean, there's been this threat about him, there's this controversy about the Christmas message with people, him saying the media and some sectors misinterpreting his Christmas message, saying that he called for a coup. And on Twitter right now, people are asking that Kuka be protected at all costs if, there's now this threat for him to beg or quit, even though he's come out to say that he would quit or beg only if he can point out where he was wrong in his Christmas message. What do you think about this controversy?
I'll take 1, 2, 3 quick things. Number one is I'm at a loss if to criticize the president, who is a Muslim, is juxtaposed or tantamount to criticizing Islam. I want to know that, so that those of us that criticize President Jonathan, we will start to apologize to Khan because he was a Christian. And I don't think that if you look at the attack of President Jonathan, 99, even the spearhead in the arrowhead was the South. It wasn't even the North. The North was a lot more sympathetic to President Jonathan if you look at the details and the dynamics. The South hit him left, right, and center. And without the active collaboration of the South, the Southwest in particular, he would never have been removed from office. So I want us to draw certain lines. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in office is non-partisan. He is a Christian, he is a Muslim, he's a Northerner, he's a Southerner. So let not the Muslims take it up as, if you hit the president, you are hitting Islam. And those who say that he was begging for a coup, or rather he was instigating a coup, I had to go and dust up my English again and read through the script, and up till today I'm still at a loss as how what he said was tantamount to instigating or inciting or doing anything that could bring about a coup.
All right.
That said, on one hand, I have to commend the presidency for coming out and making a statement relatively early enough. But I want to say that that statement sounds more like an insecticide, and no, as a deodorant, and not as an insecticide. I think that there's something that President Obasanjo did to this Yoruba group when they were trying to cause mayhem. He went down there, he got their leader, and he actually, you could see the fire in his eyes. I will not accept this. I think that the presidency should make a very decisive statement that Nigeria is for Nigerians. In the South, the Igbo group, I don't know what's happening, I'm getting old, cannot give a quick notice to the Northerners. You can't do that. Every Hausa, Fulani or Nupe or anybody has a right to live inside my village, and the reverse is also the case. The Northern group, you can't issue quick notice. You can't do that. As a matter of fact, by now, 1 or 2 people should be cooling somewhere and answering questions. Then a strong signal would have been sent that every Nigerian has a right to reside in any part of this country as far as the present constitution subsists.
It's unfortunately, I'm guessing it's not the first time that we've had conversations like this, where statements like these have been made, and Nigerians would have expected the presidency to take action like you're describing now. But as always, nothing really ever happens. We've had it happen with Mieti Allah before, and with the Arewa Consultative Forum, and some of their leaders and factional leaders. So it's not the first time that we're experiencing or we're seeing a thing like this. But what do you think has led to us being in a situation where statements like this can be made freely without any repercussions? And I don't know if it's right to say that normally we shouldn't even expect the president to be warning anybody in the first place. The institutions, the systems in government should take care of things like that.
You know, in our state, there's an expression which says, "Ete bodie." That is what has Ete said. Ete is always referred to Oga, the leader, the master, which always comes to the governor. Ete bodie, what has the chief said? What has the governor said? In Nigeria is, what's the president's body language? Look at what is going on in America today. Strong institutions. Mr. Trump, you are the president, but for goodness sake, you are elected by the people to serve the people. So you are responsible to the people. You cannot do anything that is inimical to the interests of the generality of the people. The same thing applies in Nigeria. Mr. President, you are brought in here to serve the people. Anything outside of the constitution and the right of the people, we don't stand with you. We are SSS, we are the police, Nigerian police force, but our first allegiance is not to you, sir, with all due respect. Our first allegiance is to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The day we start to do that, EFCC pursues anybody that is doing wrong, no matter which side of the divide he belongs. Look at today. Imagine the chairman of a party having the audacity, the effrontery, the animal boldness to proclaim that if you come to our party, your sins are forgiven. For goodness sake, I think the president should have made a strong statement and said, no, I don't care who you are. The greatest statement that our president made was, I belong to everybody, I belong to nobody. And if he had stood on that, and it's not too late to go back to that position, once he does that, he'll be hailed as a leader. Anything outside of that, he will go down in history on the wrong side of it.
Okay. Unfortunately, we, of course, are out of time for our news review, mostly because we, had technical issues when we started, and so we kicked off late. But as always, thank you very much, Ezekiel Nyaitok. We will be speaking with you in a bit on the impeachment of, or the second impeachment of President Donald Trump. So yes, hang in there with us. I would come back to you in a bit. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Pleasure.
All right. It still is The Breakfast, and it's a very interesting conversation. And, I agree with him on, those aspects. There are certain things that you shouldn't necessarily wait to hear what the president will say first. You shouldn't wait to, see the president's body language at all times. There should be systems. There should be basically a way that the country works that wouldn't need, the president to speak, and address certain things. Certain things are against the law, and the president doesn't need to force anybody to go do their jobs. If the security agencies need to act, they should act at certain times. It doesn't need to come, an order doesn't need to come from above first, before security agencies take action where necessary.
And it's terrible that you can't really, truly have free speech. You can't write an opinion piece saying, okay, this is where the government is getting it wrong, and this is what we can do to retrace our steps. And then opposition groups take it that you're, being antagonistic of the government, not knowing that you need there's nothing wrong with being an antagonist of the government. Yeah, there's no need. Exactly. You need diversion of mindsets, of opinion, so that you can bring everybody together and borrow from different people's ideas.
It's really also because of how deep we've gotten into mixing every single thing that has to do with Nigeria and governance. We've mixed all of it with tribe and religion. Unfortunately. And so when there's criticism, there is immediately someone who drags in the religious perspective and the tribal perspective, which takes away focus from what truly has been said. And so these are, diversions. They've always been diversions. They've always been distractions from the main conversation. And it has also been one of the reasons why you would, continue to see persons in power, simply because, always from my tribe, or from, it's a similar religion with myself. And you never get the quality of persons in positions of power that you need. You would always also get people ready to defend bad governance simply because he's ours or she is out from our side. Anyway, let's now talk about what happened today in history. We're looking far back into 1963, the 14th of January, 1963, where a man called George Wallace was inaugurated as the governor of Alabama. This took place a long, long time ago. And he also had a very, very interesting speech back then that has been quoted many, many times. There are certain aspects of this, conversation also that, would also be sharing with you. And it has to do with something with the Ku Klux Klan.
Yes.
One of the people who was a part of his inauguration. It happened on the 14th of January 1963. He was inaugurated as governor of Alabama. His name, George Wallace. His inauguration speech, and this is the part, was written by Ku Klux Klan leader Asa Carter, who later reformed his white supremacist beliefs and wrote The Education of Little Tree under the pseudonym of Forrest Carter. In 1958, Wallace also made his first bid for Alabama's gubernatorial seat, and that's before eventually he was inaugurated in 1963. There's also some other parts of this. The NAACP, and that is the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, I hope I got that right, endorsed him while the KKK endorsed his opponent in the primary. He was defeated by a wide margin, but 4 years later, Wallace had become a very, very, very strong segregationist and won the election to the governor's office in a landslide victory. Some things that he mentioned, and that was the part where he said segregation forever. In his speech, he said segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever. And then in June 1963, under federal pressure, he was forced to end his literal blockade of University of Alabama and allow the enrollment of African-American students. So all of, the things that concern or are linked with the man, George Wallace, was really about him being a segregationist. He was, I think it's fair to say he was just a, outright racist who,
Indeed.
Got into, a position like that and continued to push those same racist ideals, segregationist ideals in the state of Alabama back then. And this was an era where racism and the mistreatment and injustice towards blacks was, really, really thriving back then.
And it's so sad to see that that still exists in America today.
Yeah.
Especially when you find, and when you take a look at the statistics with regards, white people who are in power and black people who seem to be, poor, the middle class, the lower class, taking George Floyd, for example.
Yes.
But we do hope that as Joe Biden is inaugurated next Wednesday, 20th January 2020, we can begin to see a change in the United States.
Well, that's another conversation. That's a really long conversation. I personally don't expect it because it's, the people would argue that it is not about the president himself. Yes, the president himself has a role to play in uniting all Americans and, bringing people together and making them understand that everyone is equal under the American Constitution. But, there's systems that have run the United States for so long, right from, their, when they started in the 17th century, that have created the racism that exists in America today.
Yeah, the systems are fueled by people,
yes,
like
absolutely.
leaders in power.
The reason, you can find that level of racism and racial segregation in the U.S. today, it's a long, long time of these levels of racial injustice that have, led to where America is today.
But we believe change can begin. We believe
absolutely,
change can happen.
absolutely.
Yeah.
But maybe just not by one.
No,
president.
definitely not.
It will take a while.
Step by step.
Yes. But anyway, one of the most segregationists, I think that's the right way to put it, governors of Alabama, was inaugurated today in 1963. His name, George Wallace.
Let's now turn to the year 1973. Elvis Presley. He's been gone for about 40 years now, but many would not forget his musical legacy in a hurry. He was described as one of the greatest entertainers of all time. He had full control of his voice. When you think of Elvis Presley, you think of him in his white jumpsuit and his cape. He will wear that to his performances, and people just loved him. This day, January 14th, 1973, the King of Rock and Roll held a concert, a live album performance called Aloha from Hawaii. It was broadcast live via satellite to audiences in Europe, in Oceania, and it was broadcast with a delay in the US to avoid a programming conflict with the Super Bowl. The concert cost $2.5 million, estimated to be about $14 million, in 2019, and it was broadcast for over 1 hour. That's for about 85 minutes. Aloha from Hawaii became the first live satellite broadcast to feature a single performer, and the show became the NBC's highest rated program of the year. Some of my personal favorites from Elvis Presley's Can't Help Falling in Love. That song is such, it just brings out, the romantic in you. And it's great to see how Elvis Presley embodied that song. It was a classic. He closes all his performances with that particular record. Elvis Presley had 108 Billboard Hot 100 hits, 129 charted albums, 67 collective weeks at the top of the charts on his record. Sadly, he died on August 16th, 1977 of heart disease, even though some would argue that it was because of drugs. But his doctors say that, during when they had the autopsy, that even if he hadn't taken drugs, he would have still died because his heart was already failing. Yeah. And yes, January 14th, 1973, Elvis Presley held his concert, his live album concert broadcast from satellite called Aloha from Hawaii. So, yeah, interesting because, that's in the 70s, and that is the way that, they did what we call streaming live today. Yes. So now you can be in your toilet and watch a concert live in Brazil. Thanks for technology. Exactly. Thanks to technology. So it just, makes you realize and see how far we've gone with development, with innovation, with technology, and how much, the world has become a smaller place, now. Then in 73, it took all these huge satellites, to be able to, spread this concert in different places. About 5 to 10 cameras. So now you can simply just hold your phone and watch Wizkid perform, someplace in the UK. Exactly. Watch, the Super Bowl, watch, the Champions League on your phone, with the greatest ease possible. Anyway, that's that's what we have for you today in history, and it's a very interesting one. First of all, in 1963, and then in 1973. Arguably 10 years apart. But for a person who was governor in 1977, he was governor of Lagos State, then military administrator of Lagos State back then. From 1977 to 1978, he passed on lately, Nnubisi Kanu. Don't let all the cat out of the bag. Let's go on a break. Let's go on a break here. And when we return, we're discussing more about that. Do stay with us. Thank you very much for joining us. We're still talking of major topics across the country. One of the stories that we had shared earlier in the morning during the Off the Press segment was the presidency and, of course, the Lagos State government mourning and giving tributes to former Lagos State military administrator Nnubisi Kanu, who passed on aged 77, a phenomenal personality. And we're going to be talking about, his, life and the greatest moments that he shared with us before he eventually, passed on. He, between 1977 and 1978, he was governor of Lagos State. And of course, is one of the pioneer, persons who created what Lagos is today. Also had really strong views on true federalism. He also was one of those people who was, part of Ohaneze and what it is today. The founding, members, and of course, one of the board, members of Ohaneze and Igbo. We will be joined very soon. Yes, we'll be joined very soon by Ayodele Adewale, former chairman Amaward Ofi, who was very close to Rear Admiral Nnubisi Kanu, to discuss more about this, give us insight into his life. Yes, indeed, Nnubisi Kanu was very outspoken, granted lots of interviews during his time. He was never shy to express his beliefs, his opinion on true federalism, how he felt that, we needed to return to the basics. He thought that Nigeria operated a unitary system of government. There was too much concentration of the power at the center, and he felt that every state should draft their own constitution. States should control their own resources, just like how we discussed with Mr. Nyachok this morning, how states should, in this time, if we're practicing true federalism, how states should be taking charge, of their own states' COVID-19 vaccines, making arrangements to purchase that, to make sure that their own residents are safe. So he was a proponent of those. He was a pro-democracy activist. He really advocated for the 1993 annulled election of MKO Abiola.
The June 12 election.
Exactly, for him to be reinstated as president, and all of that. He just had very strong ideals of what Nigeria should be. So many statesmen, Tinubu, social cultural groups are very pouring tributes, to him. And we're glad to know that we now have our guest, Mr. Ayodele Adewale, to speak with us on this issue. But that will be right after this break. So do stay tuned to Plus TV Africa. The breakfast returns in just a minute.
I think much later we'll be talking more about Ndubisi Kanu. One question, that will come up in the conversation is about him being a truly reformed Democrat. It was one of the major points that was made in 2014 with the current administration, and being a converted, a reformed Democrat, and that's President Muhammadu Buhari. How much of that was Ndubisi Kanu? We'll talk about that much later. But for now, let's go into one of the biggest stories in the world today. President Donald Trump has been impeached for the second time. And the details of all of this, what does this mean, to the American democracy? What does this mean to him as a president? We've invited to join us this morning once again, Mr. Ezekiel Nyachok. Thank you very much for staying with us and for being a part of this conversation.
Thank you for having me.
And we also,
I'm on the go.
Yeah, we also have Mr. Paul Ejime, our international affairs expert. Thank you very much for your time also.
Thank you, Amarige. How are you doing?
We're fantastic this morning.
So I'd like to quickly bring in Mr. Ejime, who's joining us. Addressing his supporters last week, Trump said, and I quote, and this was after he lost the November 3rd election, he said this: "I know that everyone will be marching over to the Capitol building peacefully and patriotically to make your voices heard. Today, we'll see whether Republicans stand strong for our elections and country." But we eventually saw on Wednesday, January 6th, that that election, or rather that march to the Capitol building, was not peaceful. At least five people got injured, including one Capitol Hill police officer. And now the move has been made for Trump's impeachment for the second time, 13 months after he was first impeached. So what do you think about this? What do you make of this?
Not actually injured. 5 people were killed, in the clash between the security personnel and then the marchers, the Trump supporters. It was the lowest that America could have gone in the more than 200 years of its history. And remember, America is seen as the beacon of hope, of, as mother of democracy. But it all went in flames on that day because it was everybody from the both aisles of the Republicans and the Democrats, they were condemned, this what has happened. And then it shows, a very bad example for the world that America, that everybody was looking up to, could not live up to the bill. So they are still recovering from it. I think President Trump has now become a victim, a casualty, because he was the one that more or less ordered the supporters to march on the Capitol. Whatever you try as much as you can to deodorize it or put it in a very nice way. It wasn't. It was still as you can from the debate. on his impeachment that it was an irresponsible statement to make, and look at where it has landed America, and look at where it has landed Trump, the first American president to be impeached twice in office. It's not a badge of honor. I think he will live to rule that that day, that instruction that he gave his supporters. And again, the world, you see, this is one kind of act that can embolden dictators across the world, because now when you talk to them, people like Museveni, you see what's in Uganda, what is happening to opposition there, and across Africa, it's not good, because they can cite it and say, well, if that can happen in America, who are we now, you know, not to emulate America? So it was a very bad example, and I hope the world will learn from it, America will learn from it, and that it is about institution. By the way, American system and institution has shown that it can bounce back from an assault, an invasion.
Okay, Mr. Ejime.
Just to quickly clarify, actually 5 people died from their injuries that were sustained at the Capitol Hill. You know, family and friends identify them. You know, they passed on from that insurrection on the Capitol Hill that they say. Okay.
You already mentioned, you know, a lot of lessons that, you know, must be learned. There's a lot of angles to this also that I hope that we can speak on, you know, in the time that we have. But I'm going to go to Ezekiel Nyai Talk now. You, of course, have been following this story right from, you know, day one, right from the first impeachment also. But I want your thoughts on what lessons must be learned from all of this. You know, as of course he has been impeached the second time.
Yes. 2 things. The first is that you must learn to listen to people when they speak and don't take him for granted. He might be impeached twice, but he will go down in history as one of the presidents in the whole world who kept his promises. Mr. Trump made several promises and we were busy laughing at him instead of listening to him. And when he got into office, he kept his promises. He told he was going to build a wall and we laugh at him. Today, he's kept his promise. He said he was going to deal with immigrants and we didn't take him serious. Today we can see it. Virtually everything that Trump promised and we took for granted, or the Americans, not we, the Americans took for granted, I think they are seeing it come alive. So to that extent, it is a big plus for Mr. Trump that he's a man who keeps his promises. What that means is that Americans are not going to take people for granted anymore. When a politician says something, they will listen because the person might just keep his promises. Now that's like the flip side of Nigerians who either never ever promise you anything or they tell you something and whatever they say, just forget it because you're not going to do it. So I think the lesson that we must learn is that we need to have leaders who keep to their promises and we need to listen to the promises of these leaders. As concerning Mr. Trump, I think a lot of us don't really understand him. Mr. Trump is enjoying the ride, so to speak. He doesn't think like you think. His approach to things are completely different. He's probably seeing himself 2 ways. Number one is when he becomes a private citizen, to what extent has he laid the foundations for his business to thrive? Number 2 is that have we asked ourselves how a man like Mr. Trump got over 70 million votes? There are certain fundamentals that concern the people that we're not addressing. The concept of America first. Americans are suffering. The Native Americans, no, not Native Americans, because that's a wrong expression. What we may call the real Americans are seeing immigrants come in and gradually they are seeing their country leaving them. So if Trump is not impeached, and not just impeached, but made such that he cannot come back to office, I'm going to tell you that 2 things are going to happen. Number 1 is that Biden is going to have a rough time because Trump is going to make life difficult for him. And the more unpopular that Biden gets, the more popular Trump becomes. And if he comes back on any platform at all to contest the elections, Brett, you can take this to the bank. Trump is going to win. And let me say this lastly because of time. You know, last week on this program, I said that the people that followed Trump stupidly were going to pay dearly for it. And the American system is fishing out those people and punishing them. Okay? What lesson do we learn in Nigeria? Next time, people will not be in a hurry to, you know, take foolish instructions because Trump is going to go his way and enjoy his life. And those people are going to go and rot in jail. So we need to be careful. The youth need to be careful. When the politicians say, hey, go and do this, be careful. And let Nigerians learn to punish people as deterrent.
Let me step in here.
Next time they'll come out.
Let me step in here, to clarify some facts. I know you mentioned that, you know, Trump might be having a ride right now. He doesn't think like we do. And when he becomes a private citizen, you know, he has a lot to gain. But the fact right now is that social media have banned him. Banks, businesses are cutting off from him. They're cutting off ties. We have no idea just how many businesses how many banks would want to do business with Trump or give him loans after his presidency. The Senate could vote to disbar him from contesting office again in 2023. And if Trump is eventually impeached, you know, if the Senate convicts him, there's a lot Trump has to lose. His private FBI security detail, his pension, his travel allowances, and so many other things. So I just wanted to clarify that these are actually what Trump stands to lose just a minute. The facts are there. Banks are cutting off ties with Trump, and that's basically what we know right now. Except that changes in future, but that's what it stands. But I'm turning back now to our other guests. We see now that you know, Trump, after the impeachment was announced by Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, Trump came out to release a statement saying to his supporters that he should not fight, there should be no violence, no demonstrations. But don't you think this is sort of like medicine after death? Since, you know, the impeachment process is already, you know, in process.
Yeah, I think that demolishes the argument by my fellow panelists, because in one breath he tells us that we should listen to Trump. In another breath he says those people who listen to Trump stupidly will be punished. I think there's contradiction here. And so Trump, this is not where he wants to be. For him, I think he has capitulated. He has surrendered. But it's too late, like you said, medicine after death. You see that in that statement, he never mentioned the election. He was now appealing. This is something he ought to have done. Leadership is about measuring the temperature of those that you are leading, to know when to, be tough and then when to be soft, to communicate and then take people along. He never did that. What promise did he make and then did he keep? The wall that he did, you can see how many kilometers did he do of all the wall that he promised. Look at the way he handled coronavirus. America bears the badge of, terrible badge of honor of having the highest number of victims of fatalities. That is not the way to go. And you saw how he will always be. He was quarreling with everybody from reporters to MPs. He always, and that was the fear. He created fear. The fear mongering that that was what made them. People were now asking, is it a Trump Democrat Republican Party or a Republican Party? Nobody is now sure. But I can tell you there is a pullback. Look at the voting yesterday. It was bipartisan. About 10 Republicans, it never happened before, broke ranks. Many people are going to leave that ship. And nobody wants a loser. It was very simple. I can tell you that if Trump had moderated his rhetoric, perhaps he would have won this election. But he just went on a wrong side. And with that, you don't carry so many people.
Ms.
70 or more million would have voted for him. But we can see what is happening now, that he's a loser. And then they're jumping ship and they will leave him.
Ms. Ijime, I'm going to come back to you on your expectations from the Senate. The first time that he was impeached for gross misconduct, I believe, abuse of power, actually. The Senate eventually didn't go through with removing him as president. I'm going to come back to you on what your expectations are with this one. Is it going to be the same or not? But I want Mr. Nyai Talk to clarify on his points, the points that he was making earlier about listening to Trump, and your reactions to Annetta's statements that this will do a lot of damage to him as a person. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you. Two things. I think my brother there should listen to me well. Why did 74 million Americans vote for Trump? Right from the second month of Trump in office, very few people believed that he would survive 3 months. He survived 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 4 years, went to the poll, polled 74 million votes. We sit here and we do the analysis. The Americans, they say, he who feels it knows it. The Americans know Trump. They know the thing he stands for. They don't like him. But there are certain strong fundamentals that Strong has tried to bring in to say, look, this is our country and we need to take back our country. That's why he said America first. There was so much money that America was using to save the world while inside they were dying. And he cut off all those things. We didn't like it, but the Americans were able to have more jobs. Look at Trump's records in office. He had permit me to use this expression, he had a lousy personality and character. Lousy, absolutely so. But he's a genius. He's a genius. What makes him a successful businessman? What made him to be able to get the Republican ticket? What made him to be able to win election? He's a man who thinks outside the box. He doesn't think the way we do. And let me tell you about business. Citizen Trump is different from President Trump. The institutions can now say all these things, the banks. But the question is when it becomes private citizen Trump, now the banks are going to judge you based on the fundamentals of your business and not because you were impeached. Who cares about a man who was impeached? Their own is like, bring the books, let's look at it. Does it make sense? Does it not make sense? So number one, I think that Trump has a lousy character, has a lousy personality, but I want to say that Trump has something that we need to study.
All right.
That's what I'd like to say.
All right.
I'm not admiring him. I'm just saying that there's something about Trump that gave him 74 million votes. What's that thing?
All right. Yeah, let's now clarify. Yeah, Trump won by 74 million votes. But Biden won by 81 million votes. That's 7 million votes more. And according to the statistics, Biden's win is by far the most any presidential candidate has received.
No, you missed the
but
point.
Let's
get 74 million votes. That's the point.
Mr.
A man unpopular from day one. 74 million.
The facts, hold on, please. The fact is that the Trump and his supporters still contest the election, whether, it was marred by fraud or not. That's still a debate for Trump and his supporters. But the issue here now is that Trump has been impeached for insurrection, for inciting insurrection. And the aftermath of that right now is that Washington is on high alert. There's so many soldiers right now, according to how, the White House will quantify it, that there are more soldiers in the White House now than in Iraq and in Afghanistan combined, because the FBI has put, states on alert that Trump supporters might come out to demonstrate more, following Biden's impeachment, following Trump's impeachment. So, what do you think about this? And do you think this will help in creating more security in the country, seeing that, there's that threat that Trump supporters might still demonstrate?
Well, the masquerade called Trump has been unmasked. It's now, you can see from the last statement that he made. And you were talking about the security. Look at the National Guards. It has never happened in America before that National Guards are called to the Capitol. Look at guys sleeping on the floor because they are now having to up the tempo because Trump has gone rather maybe not has gone crazy, and nobody's now sure of what he can do. What he's capable, so he has so much raised the bar of negativity that the whole country is at alert. Is that the kind of somebody that anybody would like to do business with? I'm telling, if we can watch it and maybe we have time to come back on this your station to see that what my brother is saying there Trump has been demystified. He was a masquerade. The clothes have all fallen off. He's now on his own. He has more than $400 million debt to repay. And everybody is cutting out business with him. How can he recover? That is the issue. There is no, if he can't use his office, because that was what he was doing, trying to use his office to further his economic nest. Now that has been demolished because of his character. You agree he's a lousy character, and he does not have what it takes to lead. That is what he has demonstrated. So back to the security, Americans have never seen it before. And an invasion, they call it domestic terrorism. That is what, look at the kind of adjective they're using to qualify what Trump has done. I bet you that it's likely that he will be banned from holding office in future. And that is not a good example. That is not what anybody should hold up. Nobody thought that he could go this far. Now he has gone, he has crossed the line.
I want you to go
and
on
he's not capable to lead.
Paul Ejimi, I want you to go on and talk about your expectations from the Senate. What actions do you think they will take at this time? And of course, comparing it to the first time that he was impeached.
Yes, I think the second now going to the Senate for the charges to convict, because that is what it is. It's unlikely that the Republicans will do that. I think the message has already been passed by the House of Reps that now, listen, this man, everybody understands, even the Senate leader knows now, he has said as much that he will support impeachment. What we are now going into is semantics. He says, well, he cannot, the time is too short to do any, to take on that debate. But whether he will support it, I think he was likely going to support. And if he does, that will open the gate for other Republicans to follow. But it's unlikely that he will be convicted by the Senate, but the damage has already been done. Now, Democrats will be struggling to, extricate themselves from a Trump disaster. Trump has become a disaster that nobody wants to associate with. Those who were supporting him thought he could get a second term, but he didn't. He was the one that destroyed. He was his own worst enemy from what has happened. So I think that Senate people are now calling for unity, for peace, for reconciliation. President Biden is good at that. He did that while he was a senator and then vice president. He could try to, build a bridge, but Trump has really done so much damage that will make his job very difficult. I agree. But let's see what happens. The robustness of the American institution will likely stand, weather all that. But ask me if many people would have done without this kind of calamity that Trump has brought, not only to Americans, but to the world.
All right.
What are you going to tell your children about leadership?
Okay,
what countries look up to as a leader? America is seen as a global leader, but he has failed in because.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ejimi.
Mr. Nyayetok, I wanted to ask you, do you have hopes that, Trump possibly, or let's even bring this home now, that Nigerian politicians, African politicians, would learn anything from this regarding instituting strong systems that are independent from the executives, a strong judiciary, a strong legislation? Seeing that how it has all turned out for Trump, do you think that African leaders can be inspired, to do that?
I think there is everything to learn from that. You remember that there was some issue with the Nigerian assembly where it was locked down, and you saw MPs trying to climb to. I tell you that if it had happened in Nigeria, I don't think whether we will be able to handle it the way it was handled. And we have a lot to learn from there. The fact that the Congress men and women, they still came back in spite of that invasion, desecration. They still came back and then performed their duty of certifying the Biden victory. I wonder whether it would have been, it's not the same. We haven't seen such a circumstance, but we also learn from experience. What will happen is that perhaps the whole place will be locked down, and then there will be postponement, and then we'll be scampering about what to do. But you saw the robustness of the American system.
In the little time that we have,
Trump has not provided the kind of leadership that people will look up to. By the way, yesterday or so, look at Museveni in Uganda, when they were asking him how come, the way they are suppressing opposition. He said they are insurrectionists, using the American template. That is the bad example that we must all avoid.
All right,
but we can
quickly,
also look at the best practices, things that work.
Mr. Ajime, apologies for interjecting. Quickly, there's another angle that I don't want us to miss out on. The actions by the Vice President, Mike Pence. Donald Trump had expected him to take certain actions to save his election, but obviously he didn't. There's also the perspective about allegiance to the Constitution and allegiance to the country that we've seen play out here. In Nigeria not long ago, the National Assembly apologized to President Muhammadu Buhari for even the thought of impeaching him after he was summoned by the National Assembly. We claim to run similar systems, but our allegiance doesn't seem to be to the same things. Quickly speak on that, and if we have any talk, maybe you can also share with us. We're almost out of time. Please go ahead, Mr. Ajime.
Okay. Yes, you mentioned Pence. Have you have seen Pence all over these 4 years until recently? He will always say, "My president." He was the closest ally of Trump. But what happened when he now came between personality and constitution? He went the way of constitution. That is the way it should happen in Nigeria. If we claim to copy the American system, that is what we will do. There is no sense in pandering to individuals. Please respect the Constitution, do what is needful, and do what will leave you a good legacy. Because people are watching. Whatever it is that you do will have repercussions. It has consequences. So that is what I would say to that, that where it comes to individuals and constitution, it is better to go to the because that was what Pence did. And then there is a lesson for everybody, for Nigeria, for Africa, and for the rest of the world.
Let's have you quickly react to that, what he's just mentioned, Mr. Ajime.
Yeah, the line between constitution and politics is a line between the politicians, whether you are an enlightened politician who understands that the Constitution supersedes loyalty even to party, or you are a traditional politician where you live and die with what you call blind loyalty, where your loyalty is not to the Constitution, but to your boss, to the man who put you there. That is why we don't have people who are elected by the people, but people who are put in there by their godfathers. And I think that for us, Nigerians need to come to learning that politics is not an all-comers affair. Politics is something you need to understand what it's all about. You need to understand the dynamics, the ramifications, the implications, and the essence of politics. That's why I'm happy that in Nigeria we started the School of Politics, Fix Politics Nigeria, and we need to take this serious. The media need to come in on it so that we start to have politicians who understand what politics is, who understand that your first allegiance is to nobody but the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Like my brother said, Pence was Trump's ally. And let me say, all through these 4 years, Trump has done all sorts of things, but Pence was still with him. But a time came where, they said you can go with the law up to the altar. A time came when it had to do between personal interest and national interest. And Pence pitched his tent as an enlightened politician on the line of national interest. And finally, let me say this before I leave, because time might not permit me. Question number one is the impeachment. For a man that has a few days to go, what are they afraid of? I see him being not just impeached. I think Senate in the interest of America, may go on to stop him from being eligible for future elections. Because if they don't stop him, his grand swell is not going to be going down. And if he goes in for another election, there may be a big surprise, like there was a surprise in 2020 that's just finished.
Right.
So I think that in the interest of America, it might be necessary to find a way of stopping him from occupying any further office. If they don't stop him, then America might be in for a real hard time in the next coming whatever.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I do agree with you, just like Mitch McConnell said, when they asked him why, it's just 7 days to Donald Trump's, the end of his tenure, why impeach him now? And he said it's the right thing to do and it's never too late to do the right thing. Thank you very much, Mr. Iyatok and Mr. Ejime, for your time on The Breakfast.
Thank you. Pleasure having us.
All right. Good morning to you. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we're, of course, moving into other topics on the breakfast this morning. It's been a pretty interesting one. Thank you so much for staying with us so far. We'll be back.
Politics has helped shape the decision of the polity, from conspiracy theories to good old-fashioned comic politics.
These are the results of tomorrow's election. Okay, you have it already, Abi.
I am not hungry. If I need appointment, all I need to do is to start praising government.
Plus, politics will fill the polls of the country, from friends to frenemies, even strange bedfellows, to clones and stooges. We go beyond the rhetorics and the drama to analyze the story behind the story.
Let everybody come and say. The moment we stop having charlatans occupy political offices, we will curtail hate speech.
Plus Politics, not just another political show. It's about putting you, the citizens, in the know.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I am angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good morning and welcome once again to The Breakfast. More conversations that we have this morning. It's a day to talk and celebrate the life of Rear Admiral Nnubisi Kanu, a former Lagos State governor between 1977 and 1978. We've invited to join us a close friend and ally of Nnubisi Kanu, Mr. Ayodele Adewale, the former chairman Amuwo Odofin local government area. Good morning. Thank you for joining us on The Breakfast.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. I want you to start because it's said that you have been a very, very close friend to Nnubisi Kanu until his death. So I want you to quickly share with us, as briefly as possible, from your perspective, his life's greatest moments, some things that he would always, from your angle, be remembered for.
Well, once again, thank you for having me, but I would like to correct the statement. I am not a friend. If I call him a friend, that means I've belittled him. I'm more like a son to him, and it gave me a privilege to come very close with him during his lifetime, and I am one of his followers in Nadeco. Admiral Kanu, late Admiral Kanu was a wonderful man, was the leader of Nadeco, and was a true believer of democratic ethos. He held strongly all norms of democracy. He advocated for one Nigeria. He believes in Nigeria, and he believes in the rule of law. And he has always demonstrated this while he was alive. including whenever we had our NADECO meetings or other meetings to talk about the growth of Nigeria, especially when we organize programs to commemorate June 12. He was a very strong believer of June 12 and in Chief MKO Abiola, that if June 12 had been allowed to stay, that Nigeria would have moved forward and many of these quagmire that we face wouldn't have been, and Nigeria would have taken its position as one of the giants in Africa, if not the giant of Africa, but one of the giants in the world.
Fantastic.
Now, he was very active in NADECO. You know, he pushed for, you know, when it came to the election, the June 12 election, 1993, that was annulled. He, you know, pushed for Sani Abacha to step down and, you know, for him to, I'm talking about MKO Abiola, to be recognized as president of Nigeria. Well, we saw all the controversy, the human rights abuse, how he was arrested, taken from Lagos to Port Harcourt, everything he faced. What's your comment on the fact that several years later, we still have opposition like that from the government in power, and opposition or activists who are seeking for, you know, different causes?
I wouldn't call Admiral Khan an opposition. I'll call him a realist. Remember that he was a member of the military council, and before his retirement, he was very active in the military circle and the government circle. And while he was in government as a military officer, he did his best. He did his best, particularly using the rule of law and within the confines of the military law. He never went abroad of reality, knowing fully well that the people come first, the people matter. And when Abacha decided to take the gauntlet of power, he was very frank in speaking truth to power and told him all that needs to be told. And when Abacha refused to listen to the words of wisdom and the words of the elders, he had to engage him, and I use the word cautiously. He engaged him in every matter that confronts the Nigerian state and every matter that concerns the violation of human rights. And that led to his incarceration. And beyond that, he wasn't afraid of death. He wasn't afraid that the Abacha junta would garnish whatever he stood for. He confronted them until democracy was reinstated in Nigeria. Such men are very, very limited now, but we still have them. We still have a lot of them. My prayer is that God forgives his sin, grant him everlasting peace, and may his soul continue to water and propel through democratic system in Nigeria that will guarantee the total rule of law in this country.
All right. You know, I would also like, you know, you to share with us in the time that we have. I hope that we have all the time for the questions that I have to ask. But I want you to also share with us, because this conversation we're having is all about, you know, paying respect to him and letting people understand who he was and, you know, the values that he had. And it's a great thing that you're able to share this much. But I want you to share with us who he was as a person, aside politics, aside governance, aside his views with regards to federalism and all of that. Who was he as a person, as a father and as a friend, Ndubuisi Kanu?
Admiral Kanu was a very simplistic man, very simplistic. You need to be with him. He does not relegate you. All he wants is that you bring to bear, or to actually to the table, what is needed to move any discussion forward. And I've been very privileged to sit around him. And whenever we have our meeting, I was the youngest, or actually I am the youngest amongst them. It's an age difference of over, between some of them and myself, of over 45 to 50 years. So you can imagine that gap. And beyond that gap, he would listen. Sometimes myself and him would sit alone in his office. We would discuss for several hours. He's fond of picking his paper and biro. Whenever a discussion starts, the first thing he will do is pick his paper, pick his pen, and he will listen to you with rapt attention. He will jot down every point that you bring out, and he will engage you on the basis of your point, and he quickly succumb to, if I might use the word, humbly, superior arguments. When he sees that your thoughts are very, very contemporary to the issue on ground, he quickly embraces it and convinces his peers to look towards your direction. He's a very detribalized man. He's a very warmly man. Whenever you go to his home, he settles you in very quickly, asks for what you drink. He wants you to just feel at home, feel free, and he never despises anybody. You should also remember that he is also one of the leaders of the Igbo nation. Yes. I remember a time when a little young lady needed some links to some of the Igbo leaders because she was having a program that concerned the cultural heritage of the Igbo. The first thing that came to my mind quickly was Admiral Kano. And immediately I called him, come over. We brought the lady, and he gave her all the links that she needed. Even in my political life activity, he would call me that, young man, come. What is going on now in your party? How are you faring? What are your chances? Who do you need us to talk to? And all of that. You know, he is a very open man. He's a very open man. He's an open book. He allows you to read whatever you want to read in his mind, and he shares thoughts. It's rather saddening that such a person has departed us. We pray that his family are able to bear this great loss, because it's not easy. And he's a very true father to his children and people around him. I wish you had met him before he left. He's somebody that you want to live forever. And he's a team player. He's a team player. He's a true statesman. He was privileged to be the governor of Lagos and Old Imo State. There's hardly any program that you call him to. Admiral Kano will come. And he's always punctual. He's never late to any program. He is always punctual to your program. He will sit in his car. As soon as the time is, he walks into your event, and he will sit down at your event till the end of the program. He wouldn't leave. He wouldn't leave.
Great words.
And he stands by his friends.
Indeed.
Stands by everybody.
These are words we all aspire, that people can speak about us long after we're gone, leaving a good legacy. And talking about the core of his ideals as a pro-democracy activist, we know that he regularly and repeatedly called for a return to true federalism. What comments can you make about that?
Well, these were part of what he spent most of his time, all of his time, doing while he was here in this mundane. And I can also share with you when we were all working for the People's Constitution during the Pro-National Conference Organization platform headed by the late Chief Anthony Enahoro of blessed memories. He had Dr. Bekor and Sonkuti as his vice, and Professor Wanisho Ika as his deputy. I was the mobilization officer of PRONACO as at then, and I worked closely, strongly under the late Babaoni Widi Omojola and Chief Alfred Leary. These people are gone now. We work very strongly for a People's Constitution, and in that Constitution, we also created a structure for true federalism, a situation where all federating units will be allowed to play their role as it should be. And of course, the People's Police, state police, local government police, and all of these things were strongly debated. And I still have that document. Tomorrow, I kept some of those documents, the draft constitution, and all of this. You see, Nigeria strictly and strongly need true federalism. We need restructuring. Restructuring is what can guarantee a coherent security system for us in this country. One, because of our population. Two, because of our cultural attributes and all of that. And four, to strengthen our economy. in this country. God has blessed this country so strongly. There is no part of this country that is not richly blessed, including the far north, where you have the Sahara strongly encroaching. God has carefully also placed human beings there to adapt to that situation, and of course, natural resources to cope with. So there's no corner of Nigeria that is deprived. The only thing that we need to do is restructure this country, pay more emphasis on education. If you look at the Arab Emirates now, you see what education, science, and technology have been able to do for them. Dubai is now the destination for tourism. A lot of people are going there. But don't forget that Dubai is a desert land. That is a place where they've been able to grow grass on the desert. That is the work of science. That's the work of technology. And it's spinning their economy. And everybody is very, very blessed in that region. Talk more of Nigeria that has one of the largest deposits of natural and human resource.
Thank you very much.
Population should be our strength, and our population should be our wealth. So structuring the country appropriately will guarantee us of this development.
All right, we're out of time. Mr. Ayodele Adewale, we'd like to say thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The biggest part of this conversation still is the life and times of Rear Admiral Ndubuisi Kanu. Of course, our condolences to his wife, Gladys Ndubuisi Kanu, and of course, all his children. Thank you very much once again for joining us, and rest in peace to him.
Thank you. Admiral Kanu lives on.
Always. All right. Good morning. Thanks once again for staying with us all the way.
Yes,
we have a little bit more coming your way.
Yes, the big story about COVID-19 and vaccination is that somebody really huge in the Christian world has taken that vaccine. So we'll be seeing just how much that would influence, religious leaders globally and in Nigeria in our specific situation, maybe to change their minds on the COVID-19. Is it real? Is it not? The vaccines and all of that. Just stay tuned after this break. You're welcome back to The Breakfast, and the conversation continues right now. The final lap of the conversation is talking about COVID-19 and vaccines. And the news is that the head of the Catholic Church, Pope Francis, has received the first shot of the COVID-19 vaccine. And we have joining us here Mr. Victor Okai to discuss this. Good morning, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yes. So now in this part of the world, some religious leaders, believe that COVID-19 is fake. They believe that the COVID-19 vaccine is worse. They believe it to do damage to them. They believe it's antichrist. We've seen conspiracy theories like that, and how these opinions have gone on to influence the thousands of members or thousands of people who listen to them, who follow them. But now the head of the Catholic Church here has taken the COVID-19 vaccine. How do you think this would influence the opinion about COVID-19 and the vaccine among religious circles, especially in Nigeria?
Okay. First, what I would like to say is this, that the skepticism we have had in should be dispelled at a time. The reason is that they are not starting vaccines in Africa. Otherwise, we would have stayed with the guinea pigs. Okay? So, the vaccines they have made, they are starting with.
And if anything goes wrong with the vaccine, against them, they will correct it before it ever gets to us. So I do not see anything to worry about. Okay? And then the Pope, I think reality hit the Pope when his personal teacher, died of COVID. It brought him closer home, to him. And then for many people in this part of the world, particularly certain denominations that are saying there's no COVID or they are playing it lightly, I think it's very, very unfortunate. There is a place for faith. There is a place for science. There are things that are called laws. And when a thing is called a law, it means that it has been tested over time, proven, and it can be replicated over. An example is the law of gravity. Whatever goes up must come down because of the pull of gravity. And the higher you take the thing, the greater the fall will be. Okay? And so, Jesus, understanding this, when the devil came to tempt him, took him to the pinnacle of the temple and told him to jump down and quoted Psalm 91 to him. Like some pastors will quote the Bible here and be quoting faith. And said to him, if you jump down, if you fall down, he will give his angels concerning you, a charge concerning you, lest you dash your foot against the stone. Now, Jesus realized that there was a place for science and there's a place for faith. He knew he was living in the physical realm. He recognized that there is a law of gravity and that in this physical flesh, if he were to fall down from the pinnacle of the temple, his body would scatter into many places, And so in his wisdom, he told the devil, thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. In the same vein, I'm talking to religious people, religious leaders, and religious fanatics, that thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God. Secondly, the Bible says, or God says in the Bible, that I will have mercy on whom I will have. So, if you can be righteous, you can be unrighteous. If you are afflicted by COVID, God did not say he will have mercy only on the righteous. He said, I will have mercy on whom I will have mercy. You may be very, very righteous. And the day you are down with COVID, God will so love you, he might decide, look, my son, come, or my daughter, come home with me. You cannot question God. The rest of you can cry all you want, but God loves that person and wants to take him home, whether he's ready or not. And so I say to a lot of people, be very careful.
All right.
God might decide to love you too much when you have COVID and call you back home.
So it's best to not have it.
Only whom you will have mercy.
All right. Mr. Okai, I want you to respond to a perspective of this whole conversation. The Pope quoted after taking the vaccine, in his words, said, I really don't understand why some people say this could be a dangerous vaccine. He said, if doctors say it can work well and you don't have special dangers, why not take it? He then says there's a suicidal denialism that I would not know how to explain, but the vaccine must be taken. So I want you to address that suicidal denialism, like the Pope has mentioned. What do you think has led us to have so many people living in that level of denial, and needing political leaders and religious leaders to take something so a vaccine to convince them to do it, to go ahead and take it also?
Well, I thought there was something my wife posted today, picture on WhatsApp. It showed, some of you have seen it, it's a picture of a clove of garlic, a ball.
Yes.
And then in between, they removed one piece, maybe equivalent of a back from the bulb, and then they replaced it with tangerine, one part of that exact, and it fitted. And what they said was that just because it fits does not mean it belongs there. Now, let me explain my illustration. We happen to be living in a part of the world where, particularly the poorer people, and this was something I read from New as well this morning. He said, a lot of the poor people don't get afflicted, and many of the rich people get afflicted. And the reason for that is because many of the poor people are out in the sun all day. And because of that, they get a good supply of vitamin C, of vitamin D3, okay, which helps in protecting against the virus. And many big men move from air conditioned room, and they hardly are in the future. So because of the protection we get in this from vitamin D, and because we don't seem to see too many people dying, like Bill does not mean that people will not die from it. Does not mean that COVID doesn't kill. And like I said, somebody else may be lucky. What guarantee is there that you yourself will be lucky when you are hit?
All right, Mr. Okai, I wanted to ask you, do you think the government should involve more religious leaders to create more awareness of the virus?
I think they should hold them accountable because they're opinion leaders. They need to sit down with them and get them to talk more responsibly. I think it's highly responsible for anybody to tell anybody that there's no COVID or that they should just go on living their life, things like that. I don't expect us to live in paranoia. I don't expect us to begin to live in total panic. But at the same time, people have to do the right thing. Maintain social distancing, wear their masks responsibly, and always wash their hands. Very simple protocols that do not require a vaccine. Okay? It is important that we employ, that we partner with our religious leaders, who a lot of people believe in much more than government, and even the doctors, and get them to pass on the right message.
Oh, well, unfortunately, some of those religious leaders, we're out of time. Unfortunately, some of those religious leaders, like you've just mentioned, that a lot of people believe in, are also, putting out the conspiracy theories against COVID-19 and discouraging people from taking it seriously, unfortunately. Victor Okai, thank you so much.
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, for joining us. We're really, really short on time with this conversation. We hope that we can bring you in again soon. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure. That's where we will be wrapping it up this morning. Like I said, yes, religious leaders are opinion, shapers and makers. And it's important that we understand, the value of thinking for ourselves. So sometimes when your pastor says something that may not really make sense, it's okay that you also do your own reading and do your own investigation.
Research,
yeah, exactly. Research and decide, okay, pastor doesn't believe in COVID-19, but he can take a backseat here. I would go take the vaccine and I would, keep myself safe. If I am, foolish, there's no amount of prayer that's going to save me in this time. But anyway, thanks very much for being with us on The Breakfast this morning, even if it started off a little rocky. And we hope that you totally enjoyed it. The news comes up at 9 a.m. this morning. And of course, remember to join us on social media.
Yes, we are Plus TV Africa, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and as well as YouTube. Thank you very much again for keeping it a date with us every day at 7 a.m. to 9. I am Anetta Felix.
I am Osaogie Ogbon. The Breakfast is back here again tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. For now, it's goodbye. See you at 9.
for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I am under the bridge in Mende, Maryland, at the very popular Cane Village, particularly thrilled at the level of creativity being displayed in terms of the artworks here by the artisans.
An array of weavers and sellers of baskets, chairs, and artistic household furniture made out of cane were all hard at work at the time of my visit to the Cane Village. The men, women, and children all seemed engrossed at their day's task. I was welcomed by the president of the Cane Weavers Association, Mr. Edward Apofure. According to Edward, the weavers and sellers were collectively relocated under this bridge in 2002. A hard miss for anyone coming from Ikeja or Ikorodu access.
This is a fantastic location. How long has this Cane Village been in existence?
Well, the Cane Village have been existed for a long time ago. We rise from our forefather who founded this industry, established it for year 1974. But we came to register this industry in 1986. It was registered as National Cane Weavers Association. So we have been existed for many years. Before we came on board, we have been a roadside seller, but the government said that they don't want anything else. Anybody want to operate such thing, you must come under union and register.
From my observation, more elderly weavers were in sight as I pondered on the posterity of this age-long craft.
What exactly does it take to learn this craft? How long would it take an average person to learn how to make something like this?
If you want to learn this work, one thing you need to have is that you have to have patience. This work is not something you can just carry knife and do. You go for process. You got the material which is called cane. And from there, you scrape it. After you scrape it, you tear it. After you tear it, then you now carve it. And this chair you are sitting on today now, before we work on it, we have procedure go through before you come like this. We have the framework. After the framework, before you can weave on it. So learning this work is not really a bad thing, and to know this work is not a bad thing. You know, I can tell you today now we are this business. We have many graduates in this business, and those who finish secondary school are here.
Are they
here? Yes, and some of them can even learn to do this work, and now making their life better by go more further their education more. So we create job opportunity. This job is helping young people who are not lazy.
I was eager to meet the university graduate who came into the business for what he described as a lack of jobs in Nigeria. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the unemployment rate bedeviling the country as of the third quarter of 2018 stood at 23.1%, hence putting the number of unemployed at 20.9 million.
I'm a graduate from University of Port Harcourt. I studied pure and industrial chemistry. I graduated the year 2010, did my NYSC in Ebonyi State, Zia Girls Secondary School in Zangbo. I left the NYSC the year 2014. So, but due to Nigeria and no job creation for we the youth, so we engage ourselves since Nigeria said that everybody should find themselves doing one or two things.
However grateful for the good gift of education, which he said was sponsored by his parents, with hopes of being employed after graduation, he fell back to this craft, which for him portends a means for better livelihood.
So I started doing it right from the year 1990. After my university, since there is no job I have to fall back to what I know how to do best. So at least I can make money and take care of myself.
He described the various weaving techniques associated with the creation of a variety of cane-woven designs.
As you can see, this one, the cane comes from Delta State. It grows within the riverine areas. There's one that comes from Delta State, Bayelsa State, Rivers State, Edo State, Ondo State, and there are some in Lagos as well. But that in Lagos differs from the one that comes from Delta State. So, but we prefer the ones that come from Benin and Delta State. So that is where we have our suppliers from. So now this one is the cane. It's also the same cane that we use in caning kits in the school. So now for me to use this now, example, if I want to make these chairs now, like this one comprises of two materials. This one, there is the wooden part, which is the frame. Before you make the chair like this, you must make the skeleton, which is the frame with the wood. Then after the wood, then before you get your cane, then after the cane, you cannot just use the cane like this. If you can say that the color of this one and the color of this one, they are two different colors. Then when I get to this stage, now depends on what I want to use it for. Depends on what I want to do. If I want to do this chair, then definitely I'm to chair this into 4 pieces because I'm to use just the back of it. I won't use the inner of it. But if I want to do another design, maybe something like this, I'm going to use the inner of it and the outside.
While this craft had transcended many generations, I could tell it consumed a lot of production time, which affected the ability to meet up with purchase order demands from customers. For this reason, some of the weavers have employed the use of rattan made from polyester, a more expensive but efficient material imported into the country. Macaulay, however, confirmed my assumptions.
The manual processes delays the production. So, and that's the reason why these days we are now shifting from the cane aspects to the one we call the outdoor, the rattan process, which is now the one that has been done through polyester materials. But meanwhile, it's not being done in Nigeria yet, and it's more expensive compared to that of the cane. Like if you see these two materials now, they are different. This one is the rubber one. This one is made from polyester. Then why this one is a cane. So this one is faster in production compared to this.
While the cane weaving procedure can be done in isolation of things like electricity, the rattan procedure may use an electric-powered compressor or one which makes use of fuel. But due to the inconsistent power supply in the country, weavers such as Macaulay settled for compressors which make use of fuel.
Meanwhile, in doing this, there is no how I can do this without the help of this gun and a compressor. Meanwhile, there is a stapler we put inside. Then with the help of the compressor, see, we use this to staple the rubber to it so that at least it can hold. That of the cane aspect of this craft is already weaving out due to the factor of producing it and getting of materials from the forest. And the forest where they get these canes from these days, like the people that supplies us the cane are complaining that the bush are already being burned. Now people that plant these days are now burning the cane. So before they get to the forest where they will get this cane now, it's very, very difficult for them. So now that's the reason why we try to advance into this new technology that the whites, the Americans, the Japanese, the Chinese, they are already using in their own country. And some Nigerians travel abroad and import this thing into Nigeria. If someone comes to me and said he wants this one, he wants like 15 sets of Dick's Dining within 1 week, I can boldly tell the client that he's going to pick it up. But that of the cane, even 1 month, it won't be ready due to the process of preparing your materials, getting your frames ready. Like that of the cane, a set of cane chair, please you get it for like 150,000, 170,000. But a set of rattan chair, the least amount you can get is 250,000.
This market right here does have a high level of economic benefit for the country if issues such as financial deficit as well as a restructuring of the business can be done by the government. The weavers remain optimistic about their ability to expand and possibly export their products someday. Edward says financial aid from the government would go a long way.
If government shall now say, I want to give individual like 500,000 to start. I tell you, when you invest 500,000 for this business by a year, by the end of the year, you will make a return of even 300,000 on top of that 500, even a million. Because during December time, the period of December, when many companies want to do outpass gifts, they come here to have a demand of basket. Meaning, even when you do not have money, you can never meet up there because they will come, they will demand more than you don't even have. So, but you don't have money to do this Ghana, you cannot get it. But at that time, the price will even favor you because that time the price will wait up because there will much demand that time. So if the government help us, will give us money, we do this business, we keep them toward December time, we bring them for sale. You know, when you borrow money for buy, maybe some all these bank microfinance now, you borrow today, tomorrow they are coming to collect the money from you. And this our business does not go like that. You see, we do the business, you give us money, you give us time to work with that money. So by the time maybe 7 months, 8 months, we started to pay. You know, we have produced something that by the time we carry the market where we want to sell, return that money back will not be a problem for us. But when you give me money today, tomorrow you are coming to, you are trying to kill the business man. You are not making my business to this. We are not buying and selling. It's not this buying and selling this thing. So it's something you produce before you can sell.
For Edward, financial aid from the government and a restructuring of their current location to take on a more tourist look would improve the shortfall in supply as well as make them more competitive in the global market, hence giving way to export.
Like this place we come to now, government can come to this place and turn it to tourist center as cane industry. So whereby they build a good structure and whereby people come and make their daily bread, whereby government can get sort of out of it. It's the looks of this our work now. You have to finish them to export them. It's another problem because we don't have the financial background to carry this work outside for people to buy. We only look at this rata work now. Before we don't know how to do them, but now we are now named them and we know how to do them. So all those things that are even we are going for abroad for, we have them. We have the knowledge, the people who are so intelligent to do this craft work here in Nigeria, in this cane industry. It's just what the government should come and ask us, how can we do it? And we tell them the other side of it, where we need their help.
Macaulay was gracious enough to take me around the cane village on a tour.
This is dining for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 chairs. There's going to be a glass of 10 mm on it, which is this. This is a glass. This glass will be on it. If I'm to produce this one now, to do this one alone, it's going to take me about 1 week to produce just one of this. But if I'm to do it in the rattan, it's going to take me maximum of 2 days. I'm done with this. This one cannot withstand the outdoor. It's not something that can withstand rain. And that one can withstand rain. This one is made with raffia. We'll call this one raffia. This material is sort. This material, we get this material from Cotonou. Something like this one now is about 2,000.
And how long would it take you to make it?
This one takes about 1 hour. So that's the reason why during the Xmas period, people don't even do chairs.
Amazing, amazing items. I certainly had fun here, and I did get myself some take home as well. For Plus TV Africa, I am Irene Ubani.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sankar and I am a luxury resort wear designer, and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful, and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Ezinabor Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bowl to create a true Ese Ezinabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Morphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
is expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work. I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. Happy New Year! 2021 is looking like an interesting year already, from the mutation of the infamous COVID-19 virus to a mob breaking into the Capitol Hill in the United States and taking siege for 4 hours. But let's leave Sokoto, like we say in local parlance, and come back to Sokoto. In other words, let's return home. I'll be kicking things off talking about the one too many demolitions in Lagos. Chuka will be taking on the paternity controversy, which has gone viral in Nigeria for days now. Jumoke, often accused of being a wailer herself, is taking us through the fine art of wailing, and she'll be talking about the president's New Year's speech. Evans will be asking the hard question about preparing a will. Why do we wait till the point of death before we do that? And lastly, Bolahon advocates for us to be responsible, especially in the light of the second wave of the pandemic. We'll be back in a moment. I'll be talking about Monkey Village, one demolition too many. Sometime in November 2019, the story of a girl who was refused the issuance of international passport by the immigration office in Ikoyi went viral. The teenage girl missed an opportunity to represent Nigeria as a guest of the United Nations and Amnesty International at an international children's conference in Geneva. Her name is Aisha. Aisha lived in Monkey Village until the 31st of December 2020, when it was demolished. Monkey Village, an urban slum in the same neighborhood with Okpebi and Ikeja suburb, was demolished without prior notice to the residents. The Lagos State Ministry of Physical Planning and Urban Development has since taken responsibility for the demolition, claiming that it was to reclaim wetland. Reclamation of wetland, they say. In reality, Monkey Village occupied 10 plots of land belonging to 7 individuals who gave out the land to the residents pending when they are ready to develop the place. Clearly, The residents were not illegal occupants. Moronronti Ashabi is the Ashuju Asha Odua. She runs Helping Hands, one of the charitable organizations working there with food and medical supplies as well as Medicare. The organization raised money to treat Taiwo and Kehinde Coker and nurse them into good health. Betty Abba runs Sea Hope Foundation, another organization in Monkey Village that supports about 200 children in the community with education and personal development. Its ICT center, where it teaches computer literacy, and a borehole for the community now lie in ruins. Shelter is one of the fundamental necessities of life. The others are food and clothing. And the quote says, everyone, rich or poor, deserves a shelter for the soul. Given this fact, 3 things are worth noting in the matter. That residents of Monkey Village were not given prior notice before the demolition, that they were not allowed to save any of their belongings, and that Lagos State has a pattern with destroying urban slums that borders on feeding the very source of criminality in the city that needs to be checked. General comment number 4 of the United Nations Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights states that the human rights to adequate housing is the right of every woman, man, youth and child to gain and sustain a safe and secure home and community in which to live in peace and dignity. Now, governance is a collective. The executive, the judiciary, and the legislative arms of government exist in Nigeria. I therefore advocate that the legislative arm of government in Lagos State institute hearings into the incident, especially that there are additional allegations of land grabbing associated with the demolition. As we speak, 400 people are now homeless and destitute. We remember Maroko, Makoko, Badia East, Ilubiri, and recently Otodogbame, and now Monkey Village. The Lagos State House of Assembly must not let this be a recurring decimal in Lagos. No one, no matter the status, should leave home and return to its rubbles. It is inhuman, mean, and oppressive.
I remember the Otodogbame one very, very clearly, and how the Lagos State government under Governor Ambode at the time, defended themselves. They didn't want our waterways to be full with hoodlums. They also mentioned at the time that they'd given them notice, but the residents never moved anywhere. And I said that as much as I agree at the time that you do not want as many as 100 slums as we have in Lagos, in fact, 100 and counting, you also want to ensure that you don't push these people into crime, right, and that you don't render them homeless to the extent that they have no choice, than to go into crime. If you give them notices and they refuse to move, because a lot of them are fishermen who have just migrated, from one slum to the other through Badagry, through the waterways of Lagos, then you want to maybe create some sort of alternative for them to go to. If not, you just don't come at that time with Otodogbame, come with guns in the middle of the night on a Sunday night, and then just chase them out. So I agree with you. This is a recurring decimal in Lagos State. Unfortunately, the Lagos State legislature is, in my own opinion, a rubber stamp. They're in the same political party with the government at all times, and I usually call them 20/20. As in, they always win, during the elections, and they never do anything against their party.
The Ministry of, Physical Planning must have a resettlement plan, because we have this issue where people have abitted in a place for so long. I learned that they also went to Snake Village. This Snake Village, they call it Snake Island. Okay. Island. The other time also to make some destruction of properties and all that. I'm thinking here that the Lagos State government, when you say Lagos is a center of excellency, you expect that the government should have developed capacity in every area of their administrative life. So they should have a resettlement plan. If you don't want a community to exist because you have reasons that they could habit hoodlums or block waterways and all that. This is the same waterways that you are not even utilizing. You are not utilizing for transport, but then you don't want people there. Fine, you don't want them there. Okay, create an alternative location for them so that they can be there while you develop whatever you want. But this attitude of just busting into the place and say we'll give them notice they did not hear and start to destroy things and all that it's a no-no for me.
Right. Typically, when you say you give people notice, let's assume there was notice. Most likely, there will have been notice anyway.
There was no notice.
Now, when you give people notice to move, that presumes that there's a place to move to.
Exactly.
Yes. So where there are no places to move to, that notice is mute. People, it has no effect. They will just be there,
True.
Essentially.
True.
Now, Monkey Village, that name Monkey was not arbitrary. There were monkeys there in that place. Ordinarily, in a sane environment, that place should not be built. It's not for human habitation. It should be preserved and allow those monkeys to just be there.
To be in their natural habitat.
Yes, that is not our own case. I remember this is more than almost 2 decades ago now, when somebody had brought a project at that axis. For me, I was in banking then. The reason we could not do that project then was because it was said to be a green belt. That thing was meant to actually be preserved. I was surprised one day when I went around that Oregon side, and part of what they said was meant to be preserved has been built up. Now, that portion that is built up was built up most likely by people that are bigger.
Okay.
So when the small people now do the same thing, they don't get the same treatment. That is one of the problems.
Let's take Chuka. They don't get the same treatment. Chuka.
I agree. Yes, I agree with Bola. And in fact, everybody, I like all the comments so far. And the thing is that town planners in Nigeria are a disgrace to Nigeria. They don't know anything. And I want any of them who wants to contest my statement with me to do it anywhere, I will come and meet them. They are a disgrace to this country. That's why we have problems like this. And that's why they are able to give government the audacity to go around and harass people and kill them and get them out of where they live with nowhere to go to. You should have somewhere for them to go to before you tell them where to go. Who would have arranged somewhere for them to go to? Who would have found a place for them if it's not the hopeless town planners that we have in this country? That's what the problem is. Town planning and urbanism is a huge problem in this country. And all they do is just go around addressing themselves as town planner Peter Smith instead of Mr. Peter Smith. Meanwhile, they do nothing. That's what the problem is.
The problem with titles. Shmokeyos will be the last.
Yes,
comment.
2 things quickly. In defense of Lagos State government, usually they say that they are unable to deal with the population explosion in Lagos. Millions of people trooping into Lagos, overstretching the facilities. Well, that is Lagos for you, and it's a Nigerian problem. We need to deal with it. But there's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space.
And those people who invaded their space have argued that human beings have not seen space to live. We want monkeys to live there. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Right. After the break, Evans will be telling us what the rabbi taught him this week. Stay with us.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
Five panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
But what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
While it is the expectation of every man to achieve longevity, life runs on the principle of time and seasons. There is a time to be born and then a time to die. You cannot plan how you will be born, to whom or where, but you can plan how you want your affairs conducted after your demise through the instrumentality of a will. So I speak on why you should write a will now. A will is a written statement that ensures that the property of a person is devolved on his heirs according to the express wishes and directive. This makes a will very important, as it is a document that speaks after the death of a testator. A will may deal with not only real property, but also with personal and movable properties. The following are the importance of a will. A will helps a person to determine what happens to his property after his death. It helps give any instruction he may wish to carry out if he is no longer alive. A will is a creation of statutes. A will is sacrosanct because the wishes of the testator in the will are his last wishes and testament, which applies to his declared estates. Where no will is written, it creates problem of intestacy, and the estate of the deceased will be governed by the rules of intestacy, i.e. customary law. For example, persons whom the deceased may not wish to benefit from his estates may gain from it, while those whom he may desire to benefit from the estate may be deprived. A will give the testator the opportunity to appoint personal representative, that is, executors, to administer his estate. By this, he can choose persons whom he trusts and who have his interests at heart to carry out his wishes after his demise. This contrasts with a situation where he dies intestate and the court or some other persons may have to appoint administrators for his estate without the deceased having any choice in their appointment. A will saves time and money. This is because the personal representative derives their authority from the will and begins to act immediately. Where the deceased died intestate, administrators will have to apply and wait for letters of administration to be issued by the state before they can begin to act. The grant of a letter of administration is expensive because the state takes 10% of the estate and cash, and where an administrator acts on the estate without a grant of a probate, this action may be set aside. Where there is a will, the state cannot take out of the estate of the deceased. A will gives the testator peace of mind because he has wound up his affairs and can expect his wish to be carried out after he is no more. A will is not for the rich, but for everyone, and it does not matter how poor or rich you are. It is important to have a will to protect your beneficiaries after your demise. From experience, many Nigerians feel asking them to write a will equals to wishing them dead. So they begin to bind and cast out devils in you and the spirit of death that you have brought as a lawyer to them. But even the Holy Writ they rely on to cast out evil says it is appointed unto a man to die. Write a will today. It is very, very important. Happy New Year once again.
Please, I agree with writing a will. But again, in Nigeria, if you find it hard to eat and you don't have anything to give away, what are you writing a will for? But on this your advocacy, I'm going to write will. You see, this is our money that the federal government wants to borrow. I have 2,000 naira in 2 different banks.
I have 10,000 too.
that are dormant. I want to go and write will so that federal government cannot borrow my money. I just want to say that now.
But you know, will comes into effect after you are
your demise.
So now that you're alive, there is no escaping it.
It's
The
ambulatory.
government is taking your money.
A will is ambulatory.
It's a very interesting topic.
It is.
There's a very big Nigerian lawyer then who died intestate, and one begins to wonder, after presiding over major wills in this country, he himself died in it. And the mistake sometimes is that, look, I have only one wife, I have only 2 or 3 children. He also had 1 wife and 4 children. The fight, it was unbelievable.
What, between the wife and children?
Between the children, the wife, you know.
Chuka.
It's unbelievable. So I think it's something we need to pay more attention to. I've not done mine. I will.
I'm not happy that Nigerians are still sort of behind the times. I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person because that can be, the correlation isn't there. We're just telling you to do things, to arrange things, so that everything is clean when you're gone. And you're saying that I want you to die. Why are we so backward is what I can't understand. And when Evan said it, it's not as if he's telling lies. That's exactly how some people think, you know? So yeah, I mean, of course, I agree there should be wills.
Have you written yours? Jumoke is asking.
I don't have anything, no.
After this long talk.
You have plenty. Go and do it. It's another year.
Do you know the interesting thing is that at the turn of the year, the second day of the year, I found myself thinking about writing a will. And I said to myself, okay, if I died now, who's going to inherit my TV? Don't laugh. Who is going to inherit my property, my landed property, and all of that? Isn't it? Let me see what I can do. My nieces, my nephews, organizations that I like, you know, that I would want to give things to. It's pretty much like when you're alive and you give gifts to people. It's your final gift to your loved ones. Why wait till your 4 children kill themselves because of your choice property? Just give. I remember my mom already talking about a lot of these things. She'll call me and say, this is where my ATM is, this one, that one, this one, when I, you know, because it's inevitable.
True.
It's not something you want to bind and cast away, and it's not something you want to play dumb to. Chuka said, people should not be dense about it. It's not about being dense, it's just the fear of death. And we must understand, especially in a pandemic like this, next day you hear this one is dead, that one has gone, that one has gone. So why not tidy things up? I'm going to do that. I'm going to tidy things up. I don't want anybody to inherit what I don't want you to have my thing.
You don't want to
so
give it to me.
I want the right person to have my stuff.
You see, talking about I don't have anything. We should understand this thing that even if it's a spoon you have or a knife, you need a will to decide who will have it. Because if you die intestate, the state government will take 10%.
And they've been taking it.
They will take it. Yeah, it's compulsory.
The law.
In adding
By law, they will take it. It's a form of penalty. Okay. But if you have a will, nobody can
search your property. In adding to that, I also learned from financial analysts that writing a will sometimes open your eyes
Yes.
to you realizing, oh, if I continue living my life like this, I can't even send my children to the university in the next 10 years. You know, it broadens your horizon in terms of your finances,
Planning.
you know, presently. So you know
may
if you
also
need
suddenly
to...
realize that you don't have anything.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe you need to start to earn some extra income, you know.
Right. Evans.
As an experienced whaler, Jumoke will be talking about the fine art of whaling. Jumoke, over to you.
A lot of the jobs that exist today will not exist in the next 10 years.
10 years.
When I see people today shouting, we're not too young to run, we are ready to run. Ready to run to where?
The people of excellence are, to a certain extent, being held ransom by idiots and bandits.
Once you are in government, you believe everything you do is right. And once you are in opposition, everything the government does is wrong.
And so it's time for us to take over power.
The Nigerian president delivered a New Year's speech that many weren't interested in. I asked around, many already knew it wasn't going to be different from his past speeches. What a wahoo! I was waiting for journalists to dissect the speech. Even members of the fourth estate of the realm weren't too keen. But I saw a New Year post, supposedly from presidential spokesperson Femi Adesina, asking whalers to calm down. Finally, something interesting from the villa in 2021. Even though appalling to say the least, a presidential spokesperson ought to have more decorum and finesse. But no, Mr. Adesina doesn't. He says it just how he feels, without minding that everything he says represents his principle. Let me quote him. There is hunger, lack of jobs, and insecurity in the country. But those whalers should be calming down this year and look for a new vocation. Again, what a wahoo. Am I a whaling whaler for criticizing the government that begged and cried to serve me and has just been giving me excuses in the last 5 years? Mr. Adesina insists he's not against criticizing the Buhari government. He's just against whalers making it a full-time job where they criticize the railway projects, but are the first ones to take the trains and take selfies on them. Mr. Adesina, as a former seasoned journalist, I would assume you know that a journalist who does a critique of any project ought to be the first one there to investigate if things really did happen for themselves. A picture is also evidence to refer to later. Now, wow, are you a whaling whaler too?
You know, just earlier this week, had criticized Mr. Adesina, Shehu Garba, and who's the third person now, that it is not right to perpetually talk down on the very citizens who elected your principal to the office. There must be a way to talk to the people or talk with the people without talking down on the people. And I understand that some Twitter soldiers took me up on that and took me to pieces. I really don't, it doesn't do anything to me, but this is a democracy and the truth be told. How do you, as a spokesperson, you ought to understand what relationship management is, what reputation management is, what communication, information management is as a spokesperson. You don't wake up in the beginning of a year and start telling people whalers should start coming down. Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously? When you were an active journalist, were you not talking? Were you not writing? You were a foremost columnist in this country. You know, one of the very respectable and respected ones. And then you became a spokesperson, became
totally different.
the attack dog, you know, against the people. It's so not right. And I don't care what Twitter people do.
It is sad that
it is.
Femi Adesina has long thrown away the ethics of the profession of journalism. He threw it away the moment he classified us as healers and whalers. That was petty. It was misdirection. It was unprofessional and ungodly. And he has sustained that same philosophy
For 5 years.
for years
Is
now.
it even a
And
philosophy?
I think it is that very bad. This job, the job of the spokesperson of the presidency, comes with a lot of intellection, technicality, sensitivity, and the rest of it, especially in a country where they have not been able to establish good governance in any
No, the thing
area.
is, just yesterday, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again. You're saying it's not 50% increase, but you increase it from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to its citizens. Are you for real?
I think there's a new concept in that role, which seems to think that your duty is to say things that you think your
Principal like eye service.
Eye service. It's
Eye
a nice.
service.
It has become a nice service role.
Yes.
Not an engagement role. And if you ask me, I think that role should have some engagement component in which you want to pass on honest and empathetic messages to the people. So to say, I understand what you are going through, we are making effort.
This
to ensure.
and these are what we
And
have
what
done.
these are what we are doing. The people are not crazy. But when you say, I know there is no job, I know that there is insecurity, but you should stop wailing. You should just go and get another job.
Can you imagine?
Is that
Seriously?
I feel offended, though.
Is that communication?
Why would you feel offended in a nation where the minimum wage is supposed to be 30,000 naira? That buys a bag of rice, and then you drink water to the rice? And then somebody tells you you're wailing.
Like a drum.
Exactly. And then somebody tells you you're wailing when you say there's insecurity, when you say there's police brutality. Let me pause and let Chuka.
The way I look at it is, if you talk to a pimp, how do you expect him to talk when all he does is market prostitutes? So if you talk to the spokesperson of a president who does not have presidential capabilities and whatever, what do you expect such a spokesperson to be? That's exactly what
He
we're seeing
won't be
now.
the first spokesperson,
The spokesperson should be amenable.
You should
No, what
cover
I'm
the
saying
tracks
is
of
that
your
a
principles.
spokesperson to a president like the one we have cannot in any way be a spokesperson you'll be proud of, because are you proud of your president?
No, but if the president is not presidential, for instance, you want to hire a spokesperson that will represent you well.
Yeah.
So you don't even
Well,
have to talk. They say,
you'll be
"Okay,
able
just sit
to-
down, decorate the
go and try
chair,
and
I will
sell,
go forward for you."
Go and try and sell a shower now with good language and see how far it will go.
It's just so unfortunate. It's just so unfortunate. Jumoke, you were talking about the New Year.
Extreme example.
Jumoke, you were talking about the New Year speech. We are tired of lifeless speeches. And this is not about whether you're a hailer or a whaler. This is an objective
As a matter of fact, I think
the speech have a reputation.
I think
the president's
speech
speech have a reputation of trader money and market money.
I know.
Nobody wants to get
I
trader
did not
money.
look forward to that speech at all. But unfortunately, I was in the studio at 7 o'clock on that day. So I was forced to listen to it. It was a nice speech. But the problem is not about good speeches. For example, you have a speech that accepted that he has not done well in security, in economy, and in anti-corruption fights. That is.
Well,
a
he
good
said it
thing.
was a past administration
You know,
that didn't do.
That
So
wasn't
that's
what
why.
was said in that particular
Well,
in that speech. So, but the question is,
And he promised
so
to do better
after
in
saying
2021.
I have not done well enough, so
Are you resigning?
What are the action
the
plans?
next thing
Nothing.
that
the
this
action plan,
power.
then we leave it down.
There was no,
Will
it
it
was
be
not
done?
a speech that gave anybody hope.
Like all the old ones.
Like the old ones.
Please.
We're not sorry we didn't watch or
We
listen.
are listening
I am not
or
sorry.
analyze.
There's a reason we are not watching, we are not listening.
Are you one of those who thinks COVID-19 is a hoax? Well, you should listen to Bola Ahon's advocacy. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
When the call first came in, I was ashamed to pick it. I couldn't believe I omitted to touch base with some of my friends during this past Yuletide, and she was one of them. The call came again, and this time I picked, and she told me the story of the past few weeks of her life. She had some malaria-like symptoms, feverish feelings and body aches. So she went to the hospital, and the doctor decided to do a malaria test, which came out negative. However, because she was deeply involved in a close relative's wedding arrangement, she shoved the feverish feelings aside and trudged on. But as the feverish symptoms refused to go away, she found herself in the hospital again. And this time, the doctor suggested she take the COVID-19 test. It came out positive. But even before the result came out, she found herself already on admission with poor oxygen saturation. She spent the next 10 days on oxygen. And she wasn't even conscious enough to know it. At the end of the 10th day, she had to start learning to sit up. And it took many more days for her to start learning to walk again. This is a 40-something-year-old person learning to walk all over again. COVID-19 is not a scam or scheme. It is not a joke. It is not some conspiracy theories. It is real, a killer virus that is currently ravaging the world in a second wave. In the last 2 weeks alone, 2 prominent old students of my secondary school died from COVID-19 related complications. It is such a shame that even as at today, there are still people who think COVID does not exist. There are all sorts of conspiracy theories about how Bill Gates wants to depopulate the world and had colluded with China to bring up this COVID story. Some said it was created for economic reasons so that investors in vaccine companies could make money. A popular televangelist said it was caused by 5G technology. Some said it was the new world order that will lead to the emergence of the Antichrist. Others said the Democrats were behind it to discredit Trump. Yet, others said it exists, but it's not in Nigeria because our weather is special, or we are generally a stronger species of Homo sapiens. We can go on and on, but let me tell you with all sense of responsibility, COVID is real. It is a killer. And guess what? Just like we crossed over into this new year, COVID also did. And the second wave is worse in Nigeria. Here is it. While I agree that there have been many questions left unanswered about the COVID phenomenon, there is one thing that is not in doubt. There is a virus called COVID-19 ravaging the world. I wish to advocate that we take more seriously the non-pharmaceutical measures of social distancing, wearing of masks, and hand hygiene. It is the minimum we can do as responsible citizens to preserve our own health and those of others. This COVID season shall pass. I still want to be here when it is all over. I know you want to be too. Do your part.
Do your part, and doing your part means being responsible enough to stay at home if you don't have to go out. The first wave taught us how to work from home.
True.
You're not proving anything by going to the office. Already the state governments have said, you know, from level this to level this, stay at home and work from home. We survived the first wave, but we're seeing more deaths seemingly with the second wave because we're taking it.
We're more lackadaisical.
Yeah, we're lackadaisical. Well, it's killing all the elites. Well, it's their disease. No, it's not a disease for the elites. We hear about the elites because they're popular, they're important people. That's why we know when they pass on. There are a lot of everyday, ordinary people dying that we don't know about.
True.
So be responsible. That party can wait. I wanted to go to the movies during the holidays. Then I thought to myself, it's a public place. You know, what kind of social distancing will be there? Why don't I just stay at home and watch Netflix, or just watch myself?
Why I I agree with your position, I also feel that we should allow these COVID-19 commentaries and analysis to come from professionals and scientists in terms of how the disease, the nature of the disease and its future. Because we have a situation where we have a lot of illusionists. We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear, in people who will have to give up certain material things in order for them to find solace with their creator. So I'm begging people who do not understand, if you are not a virologist, you are not a scientist, you do not understand medical science, or you are not a medical doctor, we should not keep telling people about the way the disease operates. Let's allow professionals. Yes, stop spreading what you don't. Let the professionals do it. What you can do is to take the measures. Use your face masks, wash your hands, stay indoors, stay away from people, don't go to crowded places, things like that are things we should maintain. But as to mystifying it and then creating some issues about it, it is so painful that in Nigeria we abuse this freedom of speech.
It's not just Nigerians.
No,
I think the government of Nigeria also has
a role.
It has a role to play. You can't say keep social distancing, wear your mask, and then tell us to go and register for NIN.
That is a different story again.
Do you understand? So you negate what you're telling us to do. You tell us, and then you give us 2 weeks to do it. Okay, very well, they've extended it, but what's the difference? We're all still scrambling to get our NIN done. And then you go to the places crowded. People are on a queue. I've seen images and images of people on the queue for NIN. They're not wearing masks. They're not keeping social distance.
And nobody's enforcing it there.
My friend calls it the arrogance of the elites, because we see parties being held every other weekend. And
Look at the beach during the festive season.
Who are the people who can afford to pay for these event centers? They're the elites. The people who ought to set the example for their security man, driver, household staff, to follow suit, are the ones who believe that because maybe I can do...
They're powerful people.
Maybe I can do COVID tests, so, it won't affect me. But I'm very interested in your friend's story, because the doctor should have, with what has been happening around the world, suspected COVID the first time she came with malaria symptoms.
Exactly.
I mean, how do you allow somebody...
But before COVID, we've always had malaria.
No, but within the last 1 year, somebody comes to you with malaria symptoms. If you tell me that you have malaria now, the first thing that crosses my mind is COVID.
Yeah.
Chuka.
True.
But should it be that
and then, of course,
radical?
We have to try and stop people who should know better from spreading, this sort of COVID-19 is a scam thing. Look at the governor of Kogi State. That man is a disgrace. What's his name? Yahaya Bello. You must have watched his own take on COVID-19.
He said there's no COVID.
He is a disgrace to this country, to his state.
And he wants to
he's a jackass, frankly.
He's contesting for presidency, Chika.
Yes, so his people are begging.
Be careful how you talk to our next candidate. He's not our next president.
Chuka will not agree with you that he can lead the country.
You will be surprised. He may win 2023 presidential election.
No, he can if Buhari is. So, come on. Anyone can.
Anything can happen in Nigeria.
There you go.
Like the book written by Lola Shonein, Baba Shegi's Wives. Social media went agog with the paternity story, which had many of us asking questions. Over to you, Chuka.
Contrary to popular belief, corona is not a hoax. The virus is real. Be responsible. Wear a mask. Wash your hands with soap and water and avoid crowded places. Maintain physical distancing. Be responsible. Together, we can overcome the pandemic.
Today, I'll be talking about doubting Thomas. Now, let me quote: "The woman committed the paternity cheat, not the man. He did not force her. It's with her consent. Yes, the man has a moral weakness, but the woman allowed this to happen." Kindly excuse that poor grammar. But that above comment is from answers to an article regarding the now trending matter of the amorous liaison between Adam Nuru, who is the managing director of FCMB, and a former married employee of the bank, Moyo Thomas. Mrs. Thomas apparently admitted to her husband some months ago that their 2 children were fathered by Nuru. Mr. Thomas apparently went into depression and has died. Now, I'm fascinated, negatively of course, by the comment I have just read out. How does anyone get to thinking like that? I mean, what could be so wrong with society that anyone could be so stupid, ignorant, and even evil? I'll tell you what, I actually could guess that the writer is capable of rape and abuse of women. Now, there are sins that appear simple to understand, but not to normalize. But a woman bearing children from one man and passing on to another, unsuspecting one, has to be one of the lowest of lows of crime I can think of. How could a normal, healthy individual live with this, or even have done it in the first place? There's a case here for mental instability. I have all my life wondered how men deny their own children for convenience, leaving a lady in shame and confusion. And as a young boy, I could not have foreseen that a woman would be capable of what we now face. And it's apparently rampant. A year or so ago, I posted statistics on Facebook that over a third of cases like these were Nigerian, only a little less than Jamaica. And the women rushed to either defend the action as retaliation for allegedly rampant male infidelity, or as one of those things. I was shocked. They also claimed the statistics were untrue and made up by Western media. If indeed Mr. Thomas became depressed, I'm not surprised. If this crime is only possible from a mentally unstable woman, it stands to reason that the affected man would be badly hit. Why do things happen? Why do these things happen? Some say they would do it for, if their husband is unable to successfully impregnate them. But not to tell him? I've not even wrapped my head around a man asking another to impregnate his wife on his behalf. We live in interesting and perilous times where mad is sane and man is woman. Perhaps these acts have been rampant for a long time and only just been outed in these times where technology really does expose a lot. With no DNA tests centuries ago, these sorts of matters would have gone unchecked and unrecorded. There are times when even our own African tradition allow for situations where children are adopted by a couple when the wife or girlfriend strays and has a child, and these cases are settled and life goes on. However, I think it is time to make DNA testing a part of postnatal care, a necessary procedure and a part of the process of obtaining a birth certificate. If the father is unknown, so be it. Personally, I don't see any chaste woman contesting this. It may even nail some irresponsible men who do not want to accept responsibility for their own children. And this will all be more useful than legalizing child brides. But for this trending matter, the jury is out on the acceptability or otherwise of this practice. But the shock value still points to widespread disapproval. Personally, I have little or no respect for Mrs. Thomas, except, of course, this is all just a ruse, a sick one.
But no woman should be called a slut until we find an alternative name for men who sleep around.
Is that justifying?
Because, it's not justifying anything. Because when this news broke out, I was on social media and I saw the comments. People are vilifying women unnecessarily because of a case, just a case of infidelity. But when it is the other way around, society tends to want to accept that the man can go out and do whatever, but that the woman, the woman must maintain that enclave.
That one lane.
Who says that?
Okay.
If the woman is vilified,
vilify men also.
Vilify men also. Balance it. And then let us have a sane society.
Barrister Evans, I love it that it is a man who is advocating on behalf of women.
Yes.
But a popular contraceptive did a survey. Yes. And in 2012, 2014, 2015, 2019, Nigerian women came tops in the most unfaithful wives across the world, with 62%. Thailand trade behind us with 59%, Malaysian women with 39%, Russian women with 33%, and Singaporeans with 19%. And every year when this survey comes out, Nigerian women keep on, denying, no, it's not true, it's not true.
What are the parameters for this survey? The
was
empirical
surveyed?
analysis.
So they asked women, and women justify it by saying that we, particularly in Nigeria, we're in a patriarchal society where men are polygamous. And once we decided to go monogamous, one man to one wife, men now marry one, but still have many side chicks on the side. Like, this is our story now. It was
Is that not injustice?
Let me quickly chip in here. We started with a reference to Lola Shunai's book, Baba Shegi's Wives. What's the story? The story is that Baba Shegi could not get his wives pregnant. The first wife knew about it, brought a child from wherever, got pregnant by somebody, and then each time he tutored others. So this time he said he wants to bring somebody again.
The fourth wife.
Try it.
They now brought the educated
one. Secret to be...
No, because the first three wives were illiterate. The fourth wife was educated
woman.
And so they couldn't, tell her,
The same way they have manipulated the
So they said to themselves, don't worry, after 2 years of her not getting married, she will know how to arrange herself.
Now, this is the point, and it's a very sensitive one. I will not condone a woman to go get impregnated by somebody else outside and come pin it on your husband. I will not do that. But you see, the ego, our men in Nigeria, for instance, for that matter, should learn to puncture their own ego by themselves. Yeah. If you're not fertile, if you have an issue with yourself, tell your spouse. And stop acting like you're the best. You will know.
Lots of them don't go.
You will know, because the thinking is, once there is a couple not having children after 3-5 years, the tradition is that it's always the woman. Most times, from what we're seeing, it's not the woman. Yeah, and who are you to say there is nothing wrong with me, it must be my husband? You can't say it. So a lot of these women will go out and do what they need to do. Then tomorrow the child is looking like
but it's beginning to look as if it's a justification.
It's not a justification. But you see, we must recalibrate ourselves as a society and stop victimizing women. If your wife can open up to you and both of you can say, you see, now we have a problem. I love you so much. I don't want to do this. What do we do? Let us adopt. Let us look for solutions. But in the case where you're the one pumping up and feeling that, you see, I'm going to marry a second wife.
I disagree. Totally. You know why?
Yeah.
Patriarchy is perpetuated by women. Most times, it is the mother-in-law who is saying, no, my son is okay.
That's just one factor.
It's just one of the factors.
You are clouting it through.
But we must, what it means is that we must recalibrate ourselves as a society.
I get what you're saying.
We must.
We must be able to have those difficult discussions. So it is not always the woman that has a problem when there is a
case of infertility.
As a matter of fact, they are equally liable to having those circumstances, and it shouldn't always be about the lady. Having said that, the specific issue of the FCMB, whatever, we may not have the details. So I believe
not have the details.
I believe we are just talking
generally. We're even talking outside of it.
We're talking outside of it.
Yeah.
Now, I've also seen a few statistics like the one you brought up, but the truth is, I'm afraid of those numbers.
Why?
Because unless I know the sample size, the sampling technique, and all those, and see the analysis, I don't know what you're talking about.
The evidence.
In the case of the U.S., for example, it is possible because the U.S., when you're applying for an immigration visa, they request that your children undergo DNA. So they have a database based on just the people who applied for immigration visa. Okay. So they can make a projection based on that.
And there are lots of homes that have been broken through that process.
Yes. But
before
we
this
need
FCMB
to start
one.
Getting real.
My position is that at the risk of not being seen as someone justifying this, is that if you know as a woman that the children you have is not for your husband, please.
Have the discussion.
Don't say it belongs to the man. Don't cover it. Don't stay under any shade of whatsoever, because as much as
those are extremely difficult
discussions. I'm saying it because
no way.
I'm saying it because I started out.
Easier not to just even do it.
Excuse me. I started that by saying, you see, there are certain things you cannot stop. Do you understand? You can only say that people should not.
Why don't you get out of that relationship?
Go into issues
that
like
is what you want.
But you cannot
Just
stop
get out of it.
There
Exactly.
are people who likes that kind of lifestyle.
Which
To
kind of
live in
lifestyle?
denial. I mean, to
So
involve
some
in
people don't like to tell, like the truth.
infidelity and then hide it and keep hiding it until the whole place is.
In Baba
destroyed.
Segi's case, when he found out that all the children were not his own, what did he do? He hid it.
He hid it too.
Benny.
Because of his own ego.
His own shame. His
Yes,
own.
now.
Yes,
So
because of his own
how
ego.
these children that he had trained, how will you now say that he cannot father a child?
Let me quickly add that I like that this FCMB saga, came to the fore. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. Whether it's a corporate warfare against FCMB, we do not know.
FCMB,
But this
you're
is
right
what
now.
I know for sure, that this sort of thing happens in banks.
it's done.
And I've seen a tweet where somebody said, don't stop with FCMB, come to this bank and come to this bank with specific names. So for me,
Yeah, I
as
saw
an
that.
advocate
Are you
for
saying
women,
it doesn't happen in the civil service?
No.
Or it is not in the
This is
military?
the point.
Or it-
Allow me to make my
It's
point.
human
Allow me
nature.
to make my point. Allow me to make my point. The
Judge and
points I'm
lawyer.
making. The points I'm making is there is sexual exploitation in the workplace.
Yeah.
Correct.
And it's about time that we turned our searchlight on it and begin to save women and men, because some
It happens to
boss
men.
women
Sometimes.
also do it to
Yeah.
their subordinates.
Rare case,
The thing is, if it's in your policy, and in fact it's even part of corporate governance, you shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
So just as this whistleblower on Twitter or whether Facebook has said, let's turn the searchlight on things like this. It's not only FCMB. If
Yeah,
it
Chuka,
indeed
I want to
happens.
say something now.
No, I was just agreeing with Treasure, because somebody mentioned Jide in GT
Exactly.
Bank.
Thank
So I
you.
went to GT Bank's board of directors to check who was called Jide, and I saw the person. So this matter, yeah, honestly, well, maybe it was a longer name like Baba Jide, but I saw it and I thought, wow, this is,
There was
but-
another bank mentioned.
and then
a
another
name
bank was mentioned, but it wasn't as clear as the Jide one was. So,
But hold on a minute, though. You people are disputing the survey conducted by
I don't
contraceptive
dispute it.
companies.
Jumoke, I'm with you
we're not-
completely.
I am the
Let
one
Chukam finish
survey
making his
we
point.
want
Let
to-
Chukam finish making his point.
I agree with Jumoke. That survey, I accept it. I accept the one that I saw. And I think that those who don't want to accept it are the same as these women or men who
agree
deny
with
their
you.
children.
I don't
and the
accept
women
it,
who
and I'm
We
lie.
are
not like
asking
them.
for more evidence to that effect. We cannot just swallow it.
We
We
can't
need
just swallow
evidence.
statistics like
We
that.
need to know the
No.
parameters they use, because we know how these people behave. The
Which
survey.
people?
No,
We want to know.
no, this survey, they asked Nigerian women that were married, and because they were anonymous, you didn't have to write your name
Exactly.
in the survey.
Yeah.
They were able to tell the truth.
Yeah.
And a lot of them had reasons like, oh, my husband does not satisfy me. Oh, my husband cannot actually produce a child. Things like that. Oh, I want to cover my husband's shame. There's a pastor's wife
Helping
who
the
said
husband.
that the husband had been married before, no children, and married her a
But
young
shouldn't
lady.
you get my consent to help me?
No,
Did you disclose that you had a problem?
The family members were saying to the wife, the pastor's wife, that better go out. This is what happened to the former wife. Oh, once she left the pastor, that one had a child. Better go out and go and arrange yourself. Oh, can you imagine? So, in fact, some of the families even, support and encourage it in Nigeria, because
So
it's more a shame not to have a child than to actually be
even
without
that
children.
one, we need to begin to question it.
But some of
Why
this,
should it be a shame?
some of these counselors,
not to have a
you see,
child?
if we have to hold women responsible for
Thank
all
you,
this,
Bolaho. Thank you very
we
much.
should also
Excellent.
hold
Thank
the
you.
counselors responsible. There are people
It's
who
a shame to
instigate
not
them.
be married in Nigeria.
Why?
It's a shame to not have
And I
children
don't
in
know why.
Nigeria. It's a shame to be married and not be married again.
Marriage
in
is
Nigeria.
not compulsory.
We need to recalibrate what our values are.
We need to recalibrate. It's not compulsory that you must have a child. It's not compulsory that you must be married.
If you want
it's
a child
optional.
and you cannot have one,
you must
there
not.
are many children waiting for adoption.
God did not say you must alter the population continuously.
All right, we could go on and on. Finally, it's time to draw the curtains of this week's episode of The Advocate. Isn't it interesting? Well, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, you can go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocateNG. And don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Until next week when we come your way again with 5 different issues. It's bye-bye from us. Wishing you a beautiful new year.
5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred.
For me, it's not knowledge that's lacking. It's that greed. It's that mentality where you feel you deserve to take your own and take it infinitely and let everybody else just manage however they will manage.
We're almost becoming hardwired to try and cheat. I would, suggest that we begin to hold our leaders accountable.
There was a time in this country when things actually work.
I don't think that any organization should be above the law. And I think one of the challenges we have in this country is about governance across the board.
Well, what I'm saying is that it doesn't really affect us in Nigeria. That's really
It does.
I don't know what we can do if the system is already corrupted.
We've been warned as a continent of the influx of the Chinese. If you don't repay your debt, they will just colonize you.
The Electoral Act might not be able to guarantee free, fair elections, so says the INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu. And all is not well as 2 emerge as the new President General of the Ohaneze Ndigbo. Well, this is Plus Politics, and I am Marianne Okon. The chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has stated that amending the Electoral Act without a commitment from stakeholders to do things differently cannot guarantee free, fair, and credible elections. Now, over the years, the calls for the amendment of the Electoral Act has been repeatedly made. However, today I ask, what do we do and what do we need to put in place to amend the Act to ensure that our next elections are corruption-free? Well, joining me are 3 gentlemen to discuss this. Kunle Lawal is the Executive Director of the Electoral College Nigeria, and also joining us from Rivers, Nigeria is Andy Akpotove. He is a social analyst, and of course we are being joined by Jide Ologun. He is a legal practitioner. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you. Good evening.
Great. So I'm going to start with you, Kunle, because you are of the Electoral College. Of course, people are wondering, is this the US? What is the Electoral College? But let's lay a foundation. The Electoral Act has passed its 2nd reading, and of course, gradually it's going to be finally signed into law. Hopefully, we can now make it a proper act with all of the new additions that have come with it. But let's start with what Professor Mahmoud Yakubu is saying. He's saying, look, no matter what we do, this is a great thing that we're doing, but it does not ensure that we have credible elections. So I ask you, what is the one thing that we can do to not just have this piece of document, but have free, fair, credible elections? Because this is what we have been desiring over the years.
Okay, if there's one thing we can actually do as a country to push for a difference in our elections, one of the things that the Electoral Act will not cover presently, which it of course covers with, it doesn't also cover in the earlier Electoral Act, it's the fact that campaign spending, there might be an actual limit for campaign spending, but in truth, what actually happens is that nobody can enforce what money is being spent within a campaign or not. As long as we do that, our campaigns will remain full of, thuggery, which is being sponsored by the high finance, and then also there will be ballot running, etc., all going against the system, even if the system seems foolproof. Because we cannot control the amount of money in campaigns, our campaigns will be rarely ideological.
How do you propose that we control this campaign monies? Because I know that Serap has been on the case of political parties. I remember vividly what happened in 2019, where Serap severally called on political parties to make their party finances, open to the public. They wanted to be able to probe how these monies were being used and how much money, if they had gone beyond and above the levels to which they're supposed to spend. So how do you propose? Because I'm sure that issue is still in court, and you know how Serap can be. They keep going to court on these issues, but literally sometimes these things are swept under the carpet. What do you propose be done in terms of managing these monies or following through to make sure that monies are not spent beyond the limit that's given in the Electoral Act?
Like already existed, there's a limit on campaign spending. You have a limit of about 1 billion for president, 200 million for governor, about, let's go down to Senate, about 40 million, State House of Assembly, 5 million, chairman, 5 million, I think also, councillor, 1 million. The problem, or why this cannot be managed, is that there is no clear place between the new Electoral Act or the old one that empowers anyone to enforce such things. So there's no law enforcement agency mandated to enforce this. It just says when they ask campaign funds for this should be this, and there's no enforcement. So one of our problems, which drives us back to most of the problems within the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is the enforcement. As long as there's nobody to enforce this thing, it will continue to be a charade.
Interesting. Let me come to you, Andy. You are one of those people who have continuously screamed at the top of your voice about how elections should be conducted and, all of the things that we've missed or the mistakes that we've made over the years. So I'm wondering, people have also said that the use of smart card readers, the use of technology in our elections would help, stem down some of the, election fraud and malpractices that we've been experiencing. How well do you think that we can regulate this, knowing the kind of, roadblocks and the issues that we've even faced with card readers in the past elections that we've had?
So, Marianne, first off, let me quickly say that there's nothing that is novel, nothing that is exceptional or worth celebrating so much about what the INEC chairman said. So if you've got an electoral reform today, it would take more than just the electoral reform to have a free, fair, and credible election. There's no gainsaying that, because if you had all of the condiments to making a food, it would take more than just the condiment to making the food really sweet and make it really very, relishing to the persons who are going to eat it. That's exactly what he had just said. But you see, it is very important to have the condiment first. It is absolutely very important to have the condiment first.
So in this case, what are the condiments that we need, Andy? What are the condiments?
So the condiment to making the food, which is not what we determine whether the food ends up being really very, nice, tasty, and all that, is the electoral reform. Let's have that first. That should not be the argument, whether as soon as we have it, it will take more than just the Electoral Act to have a free, credible election. Even a child that is born yesterday knows that now. So there's nothing novel in what he has said exactly. The point exactly is that Nigerians are demanding an electoral law that makes it close to impossible for all of the quote and unquote nonsenses that happen today in our electoral system. I give a typical example, Marianne. If you were in Port Harcourt, for instance, and you were at Waterlines, you would see that before they mounted the traffic lights there, people who came from Olu Obasanjo axis just drove through the Waterline axis without any care to whether there was a traffic warden there or not. Those who were coming from Garrison just drove through it anyhow. Those who were coming from Rumola just drove through it anyhow. But today, there is traffic light there. That regulates. It's not to say that it has reduced the nonsense that you see at Waterlines, but it has regulated the nonsense that we are seeing. So there's nothing exceptional about what the professor or what the INEC chairman has said.
But
I haven't said that.
But what the INEC chairman was trying to say is that it goes beyond a piece of paper. It goes beyond the reforms. It goes as far as us making a choice to make these changes for real and not just saying, okay, well, we now have an election reform. Okay, this means that we're going to have free, fair, credible elections. He's saying that we all have to participate. All hands have to be on deck for this to work.
Absolutely. Nobody's saying no to that. But give us the reform first. Mary, have you asked yourself the question, why is it that the elites, the politicians, for this long have been refusing to give us a reformed electoral law? And when we say reformed electoral law, we are saying that they should look at it holistically. Everything, including the spending and how to manage it, how to control it. Everything, including the technology, should be all incorporated into this electoral reform. You see, if we have been cooking this food for this long, Marianne, if you had been in the kitchen for 3 hours and you brought something that was close to, a noodles that you can take 5 minutes to make, people who eat it will look at you and say that you just wasted your time. If we have been cooking this electoral reform and we bring it and we do not have systems within it that can check all of the shortcomings that we have seen with the ones that we have had, if we do not have these systems within it, then it's not used in the first place to have an electoral law.
All right,
as I speak with you, my colleague has just talked about.
Let me just hold that thought, yes, Andy. Please. Let me go to Mr. Jide Ologun. Mr. Ologun, you are a lawyer, of course, and my next question is for you. One of the things that this new act or this reformed act seeks to change is strengthen legal framework for the elections. And we know how cases drag in court and how this has also distorted our electoral calendar. And so now we have certain elections that happen after or before, every other state or federal elections. Do you see this happening, especially when we all know also that the judiciary, as we speak, is not anything necessary that we could write home about? So will this in any way change something or strengthen our legal framework in this regard?
Like it's been said, the amendment is seeking to touch on technology. And there was a test case recently in Edo State where results were transferred directly to the portal. And that helps to eliminate the manipulations and the interference with results from the polling booths and the collation centers. And again, we recall what happened in Kogi State when Prince Abubakar Audu died before the conclusion of the election. The law is also seeking to, touch on that, okay, if we have such a scenario, because that was the first time that was happening in the country and it became a big issue. In the future, the INEC can suspend that election, perhaps for about 21 days, allow the parties to come up with another candidate and proceed with the election. Then I've mentioned my great brother has mentioned the case of pegging the expenditure of contesting. And again, one other issue is you cannot, within the internal structure of the party, introduce extra requirement for candidacy apart from what the Constitution has provided. talking about the age, the education qualifications, and things like that. And I think some may be jittery in the sense that when these issues are streamlined, like Andy mentioned, then you have a good soup on the table. But it's going to work against those who are addicted to manipulating the system, because globally, the expectation in democracy is that your elections should be credible, should be free and fair. And it takes a lot to achieve that. I mean, you recall what happened towards 2019 election when a governor, sitting governor for that matter, threatened that if foreign observers unduly interfere, they will go back to their countries and body bags. So you can imagine the body language that expression presented to the world. Body language of desperation. So some of them may not be comfortable with laws that will simplify the electoral processes. Like as we speak now, there are some countries of the world that have adopted e-voting, even though some countries have dropped it. The vote buying also is another thing. I can tell you that the statement of the INEC chairman, it should not have been made. We know that is what we find in Nigeria. As a keen monitor of the last election, almost all the electoral offenses were committed during the 2019 elections. How many of these culprits did we prosecute? So, and that talks about the commitment to ensure that you implement your laws. But at least let's have these laws first. Then we move to the next level of how to implement. It's very important so that you don't leave any lacuna. What is the position on
may I
deployment of...
Barrister Ologun, may I come in here? And that's why I posed my question initially. You're saying let's have these laws and then we can go... But we have so many laws in this country. We had laws while election malpractices were going on. We had laws in 2019 when all of the things that were happening in Lagos, in some parts of Lagos on the day of election was happening. I mean, what have we done with those laws that we've had before now? Even though we're going to strengthen those laws, what is the judiciary going to do on their part to make sure that there's no lacuna, there are no loopholes that these so-called politicians can capitalize on?
Arms of government, the executive, the judiciary, and the legislative arm, and they all collaborate to govern the country. And I quite agree with you. If you have laws you are not implementing,
oh dear,
it's as bad as you don't have laws. And I also agree with you that we have so many laws in Nigeria. I recall there was an American president who said, we will reduce the number of laws we have, but implement the remaining laws. It's a big issue for us in Nigeria, really, on implementing our laws. On what can be done about that, it has to do with governance. Section 5 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended. It says that we can bring in all this, whether the abuse of office is within the executive arm, the judicial arm, or the legislative arm. We have to abolish corruption. But we are in a situation where some feel comfortable with corruption just to satisfy their ambitions and motives. So this is where we are. And the next question should be, whose responsibility is it to implement the laws? The government, of course. Not Jide Ologun. We can only be partakers in administering the justice. But when we talk about implementing the laws, it is the business of the government. So when the government is ready to be sincere and sanitize the society that are just hanging there, some of us are still asking what is happening to the Wadume case now. What has happened to the NDDC case of Akpabio, off your mind? What is happening in the case of Minor? Several cases like that. And we have said it, when you investigation, diligent prosecution, and a committed judiciary. And I think we still need that commitment. And that brings us back to what the chairman of INEC said. If we are committed to the spirit of the laws we have, this nation will be upright.
All right.
That is my own position.
All right. Back to you, Kunle. You have you belong to something that's called the Electoral College. Where does it come in the whole process? Because 2023 is just around the corner, and of course people have started saying, oh, I have the mandate of my people. I think I'll be a better person to succeed President Buhari. And, you know, it's also going on in states and federal constituencies. Where does the Electoral College come in here? Because it's not enough, again, to have a piece of paper or information that, you know, just people at a certain level understand. What about the guys at the grassroots? What about the guys who have not gotten enough voter education? Because I see that the INEC chairman is trying to emphasize that there has to be a commitment from all stakeholders, and those stakeholders include all of us. It's talking about the media, it's talking about security agencies, it's talking about INEC in itself, it's talking about CSOs. Where does the Electoral College come in here?
Okay, our job within the Electoral College has mainly been what we call politeracy. And what we refer to as politeracy is political literacy of Nigerians. We first understand that it's most paramount. Before you even take any step in Nigeria, it is most paramount for people to understand exactly what politics is. Now, in Nigeria, we have some hoaxes and myths within politics, which has become a mainstay. Like maybe a small party a big party telling you a vote for a small party is a vote for the other party that is in opposition against them, which is not true, because you still find those two big parties going ahead to hypocritically try to buy votes. And then we've noticed that people within the Senate, running for office in the Senate or running for legislative office, running for legislative office, come out and say, I will give you roads, I will do this, which is not within their jurisdiction, regardless of the constituency projects, which of course people in the legislative now have, kidnapping the powers of the local government. So we spent a lot of time on educating. The Electoral College has educated as of now over 7,000 people. We plan to move that number up to about 100,000 this year. We're also making moves towards the grassroots in changing some of our program, politeracy programs into Hausa, and where we should soon seal a deal with a very big Hausa media station. And we already have some on radio stations going on around the world, which tend to tell people what these things are, what people can say during campaigns and what they can't say during campaigns. Most of all, make sure Nigerians we have all agreed, regardless of our educational levels in Nigeria, a lot of Nigerians are politically illiterate. So the key within the Electoral College is to change that narrative. And we're really doing a lot to make sure that we've worked in that system. And we also are looking at a key point of even also, pushing forward debates. We organized the virtual Lagos East senatorial by-election debate. And, at that thing, any candidate that was there would tell you, wasn't asked the average, are you going to provide roads? Are you going to provide? No, we were talking about bills, how to lobby across things. And, slowly we intend to change the narrative. It's a long job, it's a long road, but we're dedicated and committed to making sure it's possible.
Interesting. Back to you, Andy. The commitment of stakeholders here again. We talk on the radio every day. We talk on TV. We're analyzing about what people need to know, what people need to do. All hands being on deck, we never really get to hear about these government agencies who are saddled with the responsibility of making sure that people are educated enough to be ready, prepare them for elections, or know what to do, where to go, what questions to ask. And I'm talking about the NOA here. Instead, we have other private bodies doing the job of the NOA for them. And I know, Andy, that you are from a part of the country you are in a part of the country where elections are always very heated. Is there a foreseeable future where things would change for the best, and not just because we have a new piece of document, but that people have now become so aware that nobody can take them for a ride? Is there a foreseeable future like that? Is there anything? Is that going to happen anytime soon? And how will that happen?
Yeah, Miriam. So why I'm very hopeful is that we are going to have people who really have their heads on their shoulder get into political offices if you have a very well fine-tuned electoral law. Because the people who would be placed on these institutions that would enforce some of these things that make the system indeed really very good are people who occupy elective positions. So, for instance, this is what I mean. If you had a governor before who became a governor because of his war chest or because of what we call structure, all of the militants that, could help him stuff ballot boxes and all that. So when that person becomes a governor, is unable to use the institutions of state to enforce things that will be for the better of the society. Imagine if you now have somebody who indeed, because of the electoral law, is elected to become a governor, and is somebody who the people see that has capacity to be able to deliver. Once that person is elected, he will be able to push the institutions to do the things that will be for the good of the society. This is exactly the point that we are making. We are not saying that once this electoral law is given us, that automatically is going to be uhuru, that the country is going to be running, on autopilot, that we will then have good roads, we will then have great hospitals, we will then have all of the 9 cities of life. We're not saying that. But we are saying that the likelihood to then elect people who indeed have capacity and have knowledge to change society will be higher than what we have today.
All right,
because what we have today is just a bunch of... Yes, please.
We were out of time, so I'll quickly just pose my last question to Dr. Ologun. Quickly, Barrister Ologun, I beg your pardon. Quickly, political parties have a major role to play in all of this. In fact, the onus is majorly on them. And of course, we the people make up these political parties. And, how do we hope to help, or what do we the people do to make sure that political parties keep their part of the bargain? In other words, internal party politics can also affect the outcome of elections in general and also affect the will of the people. So if the internal party politics is already flawed, it means that the major general elections in itself will be totally flawed, and the people might not necessarily have the person that they would have wanted to vote, but it's the person that the party has decided to field because of one interest or the other.
My global advice is that we allow righteousness. And what I mean by that is that we should exalt governance above politics. Put those who can impact the nation positively forward, because like we have revealed from the primary level, it is a candidate presented by the party that the general populace will come and vote for. So, and they say garbage in, garbage out. So can we begin to identify those who are selfless, those who will serve the interests of the people and defend the spirit of democracy in the real sense of it, and differentiate them from the greedy ones who are only interested in the huge amount of money they make from politics.
All right, but we're having a little problem with Barrister Ologun. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Andy Apotive, thank you very much. Kunle Lawal, Barrister Jide Ologun, thank you all for being part of this conversation. Let's hope that those who are watching this conversation and those who are listening to us, we would be making better choices from now building up to 2023. Thank you, gentlemen, for being part of this conversation. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about our Ndigbo. Yes, the tussle for the leadership of Ohanaeze and the way forward. Stay with us when we come back.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Former Nigerian ambassador George Obiozo has been elected as the new President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, the Apex Igbo socio-cultural organization. Now, he polled 304 votes to defeat his closest rival, Valentine Okparocha, who polled 15 votes. Now, even though a leader has been chosen, there still exists a tussle for the seat. Another faction had chosen Chidiebe as its own president. So the question is, what's going to happen now? Joining me to have this conversation this evening, I have Mr. Uche Okuku and Fred Nzeako. It's good to have you join us, gentlemen. Thank you.
Many thanks. Good evening.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to start with you, Mr. Okuko. What exactly is going on? A faction within the Ndigbo social-cultural group. What is that about?
Thank you. What is going on is quite unfortunate and regrettable. We had wished that we do not pass through this phase in our history. But it appears to be inevitable. What happened was that some 3 weeks ago, an illegal Imobi was summoned by the former President General, Chief John Wood. In that Imobi, purported Imobi, an electoral committee was set up. The Constitution of Ohaneze is very clear that only the Secretary General can summon an Imobi in consultation with the President General.
Mm-hmm.
Several persons complained that the Imobi that was where this electoral committee was set up was illegal. In response to the call by various groups in Igbo land and in the diaspora, I, the Secretary General, as I were then, I summoned an Imobi at Owerri on the 31st of December. There and then, an electoral committee headed by Prince Richard Ozubo with Associate Professor Promise Okoro was set up.
Okay.
And on the 9th of January, an election was held at the National Secretariat of the Ohaneze. And the election complied with the COVID regulations that you do not get 50 persons to gather in one place at a time.
Okay.
Those who came voted, and then others voted through different social platforms like WhatsApp and so on.
Okay.
And a result was collated, and Chief Chidi Ibe, the former Commissioner for Information, former Commissioner for Youth and Sports, and former Commissioner for Commerce and Industries, and a holder of the National Honors Award of Member of the Federal Republic, emerged the President General for Ohaneze Ndigbo.
let me come in there. Let me come there, Mr. Uche. So you're saying that that faction or that group complied with the COVID rules. They complied with the constitution of Ohaneze in conducting that election. But then there was another election that was held, which also produced another person.
On the 10th, yes. The next day, being 10th of January, another election was held at Owerri, which was the chairman of the electoral committee of that one is Chief Gary Egariwe. And the election, of course, those who witnessed it had clear violation of the COVID regulations. Those who gathered in Enugu to organize the election, we didn't want much publicity because it is an in-house thing. And then here, you realize that before the elections were held, 2 pending suits were in court. I had filed a suit challenging Wodo and asking the court to restrain him from setting up an electoral committee in violation of the constitution. The former governor of Imo State, Ike John Hakim Island, went to court to restrain Richard Ozubu from conducting an election and several other persons. So as we are talking now, there are 2 pending suits, one at the Owerri High Court and one at the Umuahia High Court.
All right.
And 2 groups that claim to have conducted the election, that I can authoritatively tell you that the election that was held in Enugu complied with the constitution of Ohaneze Ndigbo.
All right, let's allow Mr. Fred Nzako to come in here. Mr. Fred, which election did you attend, and do you have anything contrary to Mr. Okuku and the election that he's calling legitimate and in compliance with COVID rules?
I think it is rather very unfortunate that some people who are not comfortable with the call for the Igbo race, for the Igbo nation to produce a president of Nigeria of Igbo extraction are the ones that are throwing spanners in the works of Ohaneze Ndigbo. It is very unfortunate that Ohaneze Ndigbo, that is a socio-cultural organization, has become a socio-political organization, more political than even political parties. So many things surrounding that election lend credence to the fact that Ohaneze Ndigbo has run outside his track of keeping the socio-cultural interests of the Igbos to keeping the political interest of some stakeholders and some interest groups. I say this advisedly, and I have several reasons. Number one, there was no basis for discordant tunes. One faction being led by the Secretary General, who the executive said had been suspended, and that's the gentleman that spoke with you before me, Mr. Chivokuku. He was said to have been suspended, and that tells you that in all that it is political. The other group led by the President General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Chief Nyanwodo, in the hierarchy of things and in the scheme of affairs of every organization, the President General is superior to the Secretary General. Yes, the Constitution said the Secretary General will summon a meeting, but that is in accordance with the instruction and mandate of the President General, representing the rest of the executive and the rest of the MOB. The MOB is a kind of nucleus organization within the Ohaneze Ndigbo, which is like, in political party, it can be likened to National Executive Council, it can be likened to ENEC. It is a policy-making body of Ohaneze at the apex level, outside the executive. That is the meaning of MOB. And then if eventually there are rancors between members of the MOB, That tells you that politics has overtaken Ohanes and Igbo.
So let me quickly
And
ask.
the process
Let me
of
quickly ask this
election-
question. I'm sorry, Mr. Nzeko. Let me just quickly put in this question. What do you think is responsible for this rancor? Because you started by saying that it is a socio-cultural organization, and now it's become socio-political. But of course, politics exists everywhere, even in churches, even in religious organizations. There is some form of politics, especially if you have to have elections. There will be disagreement, and there will be people who come together for reasons of interest and the likes. Why do you think that this rancor has eaten so deep that you now have a faction in the social cultural group that represents the Southeast and all the people that come from there? Why do you think that that is happening at this time?
I agree that in every human organization, there are elements of politics. But in most cases, if an organization is a socio-political organization, a socio-cultural organization, it tries to play down the tendencies of politics. And but when an organization plays more politics than defending the welfare, the culture of the society of the people, then it is more of a political organization. It is now obvious that Ohanese has become very political. And I can tell you that the reason for that rancor is because of political interest of the contending stakeholders and contending interests. You can see the hands of APC, PDP, and other political interests inside Ohanese. Even the process of electing the chairman, the current President General, that is Professor George Obiozo, followed a process that I consider archaic, anachronistic, and backward, because I do not expect that Ohanese Ndigbo election of President General will follow the option of people queuing behind their preferred candidate, which threw up the problems of godfatherism and the emasculation of the wills of the electorate at that election. Because what now happened was that the state governors of various political states now queued up behind the candidate, and almost all the electorate and the delegates coming from the various states queued behind their governors. I do not expect that in this day and age, the governor of a state will be the first person to queue behind a candidate contesting for the office of President General of Ohanese Ndigbo. And that is where I tell you that there is more politics in Ohanese today than the socio-cultural interest of Ndigbo that it tends to protect. And that is not, cannot be taken away, very far away from the interest of Ndigbo to produce president of Igbo extraction.
Well, you took the question. You took the question right out of my mouth. Let me pose that question to Mr. Uche. There are people who are watching the Southeast because there's been a contention for, the presidency. We're asking for, or Ndigbos are asking for an Igbo presidency. But with this, rancor between the Ndigbos and the biggest sociocultural group that you have representing the interests of your people, does this not make light of your agitation for an Igbo presidency?
It does not in any way affect our agitation for president of Nigeria of Igbo extraction. I was only trying to
does it not show the amount of disunity and discord amongst the people? I might be wrong. Please correct me.
It does not also mean that there is disunity. It is only an interest in politics. People are only expressing their political interests and political cleavages and political intentions. It does not affect the unity of Ndigbo. It does not affect the oneness of the voice of Ndigbo in agitation to produce the president of Nigeria. It does not in any way. What I was only trying to lay bare is that people who are uncomfortable with Ndigbo producing the president of Nigeria are the ones that are sponsoring some renegades and some disparaging interests that will internally affect the oneness and unity of Ndigbo. But I can tell you that it does not in any way affect such unity. This is politics, and at the end of the day, Ndigbo will continue to sit at one point.
Chief Okuku, can you come in there quickly? Chief Okuku, we're running out of time. I was actually posing that question to you, so quickly. What does this say about your interest in an Igbo presidency in closing?
Well, thank you very much. I've never met my brother on the other side who is speaking, but I thank him for observing some things. But let me correct one impression. For 4 years between January 10, 2017 to January 9, 2021, Ohaneze Ndigbo never had any General Assembly meeting. And the issue of suspension do not arise because you cannot suspend an officer in any meeting of Ohaneze except in the General Assembly of Ohaneze. So nobody was suspended.
Okay.
But let me go straight to the point.
Quickly, because we're out of time.
My brother, madam and my brother, I agree with the speaker that open ballot is unacceptable because it exposes the voters, the electorate, to intimidation. When a governor comes out and queue behind a candidate, you don't expect any other person to vote against that candidate because of fear.
Okay.
It's unfortunate that my brother who is speaking, they decided, I'm sure he's a highly educated person. What happens in Igbo land is that our brothers and sisters who are highly educated and privileged tend to leave the Igbo problem to those at home. I will urge my brother to come back and let us put hands together and address the problem. Because what is happening in Igbo land is unfortunate.
Oh, well, on that note, I want to thank you, gentlemen. Unfortunately, we have to wrap this up because we're out of time. Thank you very much, Uche Okuku and Fred Nzeako. Thank you very much for speaking with us. We are definitely out of time, but it's been a pleasure. Hopefully that we're hoping that the problem within the Ndigbos can be sorted out, and soon the social cultural group can be one whole body again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll bring you my take right after this message. Well, here's my take. Now, being called the giant of Africa or the big brother of the continent isn't enough for us as Nigeria. We must be seen and perceived as indeed that. And what better way to prove our growth and leadership to conduct free, fair, and credible elections than to make sure that it is actually done properly at all levels. We once pushed for electoral acts to be amended, pointing to it as the turning point and the key to running a smooth electoral process. But is that really what we need? Because if we can't be free and fair in our SUG elections in universities or our age grade meetings, even in our local associations, how then can we be sincere and trustworthy with our elections? I say this all to say that it takes all of us saying no to election malpractices and choosing to do the right thing. That is the only way we can have the Nigeria that we desire. I am Mariana Kon, thanking you for watching Plus TV and watching Plus Politics. I'll see you tomorrow on the show.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Fame, glamour, success, money, and all forms of flamboyance are what you associate with celebrities. But with the recent pockets of reports of Nigerian celebrities revealing their battles with depression, it calls for concern of a thin line between fame and depression, between appearance and reality, and many rhetorical questions. It is the desire of most artists to have an international deal and get international recognition. The quest for this fame and self-accomplishment continue with a lot of the big names now relocating outside the country. Nothing seems unchanged as racism is another social menace still confronting them. This leads to depression at the expense of love for their craft. A close observation shows that social media has continuously been a contributory factor. The regular interface with imaginary audience creates a lot of tension and illusions by many of these artists. Recently, many of our favorite stars such as Ari Song, Wajay, Dija, and a host of others have been vocal about their battles with depression. Plus TV Africa spoke to some key players such as a music executive and convener Social Media Week Lagos, Obi Asika, and a mental health specialist, Dr. Kadiri Memuna, and a popular Nigerian actor, Arike Akinyoju, who has been vocal about her struggles with depression.
I think it is. Yes, especially in this part of the world that we belong to, Nigeria, fame here, I think is a major cause of depression.
Because human beings are unique, and because human beings are, we all have our personal journey. They are what we call vulnerability risk factors. People are already vulnerable in one way or the other, maybe from adverse childhood experiences, and then with fame, which is somehow as you grow, it may be a childhood fame, because sometimes you see some children, they grow into fame, while some people are deliberate and intentional into achieving fame. Famous people have to keep up with, entertaining us. Famous people have to keep up with a particular personnel. Famous people have to keep up with, with all the challenges, even if they are going through a lot. We do not want to see them down. We are following them for the things that we want to get from them. They are inspiring people, they're influencing people, they're empowering people, they're doing a whole lot. So whatever they may be going through, the society wouldn't want to see that part of them, even if they know they may be going through that is it. So they have to just keep on being, that person we want to see.
We should not be calling talents celebrities. Yes, they have become celebrities, but they became celebrities because of their talents, because of what they do. They are not just celebrities because they exist. So everybody, from my experience in life, all creative people have challenges in terms of putting together their process. And every time, it's like anywhere in the world, if you don't hear of your favorite actor for 5 years, it's one of two things. It's just A, they're not working, and B, they're not at this point in time getting offers. So what I would say is that a lot of people, if you work in the entertainment industries, if you work in those spaces, you will know that it is a high stress, high anxiety business. So therefore, the people who are working in these businesses are constantly seeking for affirmation and for support to see them through what they're doing. So in that regard, if you're in the public eye and you're constantly having to keep up appearances, it can become very, very difficult, especially if things are not going as well as they used to go in the past.
There was a time in my life I passed through depression, but I think it's not because of my career. It's because naturally I'm not the type that, things people say get to fine, I feel concerned when they say things or they expect me to live in a certain way and I'm not living that life. I feel concerned and I feel like, but it doesn't really get to me. So if I ever had depression, it wasn't basically on my career level.
That would be great. In fact, that would really, 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 help in this advocacy that, have been blazing the trail in Africa, trying to change the narrative and let it be a movement for people to understand that mental health is as important as our physical health, if not more important. And for the fact that it's intrinsically linked to our physical health, we have to guard, protect, and prioritize our mental health at every given point in time. So if we start seeing the media and entertainment industry putting our mental health as part of their package, it may not necessarily be a department because that's a tall order, but ensuring that from inception, when they are setting up that business, they incorporate what we call an employees assistance program. It's a subtle way of incorporating mental health services within your organization. What that just means is that as a business owner and having artists and producing whatever you're doing in media and entertainment, you and your employees or you and your gang, you and your group have a safe space where you have been able to build a culture of compassion that individuals in that organization can speak up, can speak out, can seek for help from professionals in rendering this employees assistance program.
I don't actually agree that record labels, entertainment companies, or businesses should actually be having mental health departments. I think mental health is a very, very specialized issue. What they should be doing is being aware of mental health and have mental health professionals that they can relate to if they have issues with any of their talents or clients. Unfortunately, for many years, it has always been stigma here. So people do not engage the topic and they don't discuss their problems. But definitely, a lot of talents and a lot of people in society have mental health issues and issues with depression and anxiety and other things of that nature. So it's important to relate to mental health professionals who can help when you have somebody or friends or family or clients or talents who have any issues at all. You could you could insist that your clients and your talents do have regular counseling sessions, do have relationships with counselors and psychiatrists that they can have conversations and unload and unbundle any issues they might have. The best thing anybody can do is to stay engaged with the talent. So the talent, and that means that understand and know your talent very well. Understand what makes them tick, what makes them click, when they are happy, to be happy, or to be in a stable state of mind and frame of mind to enable them to produce their best work. And that normally is, if you're doing that, that means that talent has a strong manager. Strong management is key. And that doesn't necessarily come from the label. That could come from the artist side, where the artist manager, the person that really interfaces every day with the artist. A lot of times the label is literally just there to provide distribution, retail, marketing, and finance.
One dominant recommendation is for this artist to live in their realities and not all about impressing fans who change loyalty at slightest disappointment by their so-called quasi-demigods, whose foibles are as real as any man on the street. The story of Michael Jackson, who died in 2009, and later Whitney Houston in 2012, are few of these sad reminders that despite fame and pageantry, one's mental health must not be ignored. Reporting for Plus TV Africa, Ife Oshunkeye.
তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নেয়।
আমার নাম মাহি। আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
Ini bas vile shabu kwambia kuna mtu amekuja na ombi kwa anataka kuoa. Huyo baba mzuri tu mdogo, mimi nikafanyaje, nikamwambia pia alipishmika imermeza zake ndio midad باز هم پدر مادر هیچ چی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، باز هم به اون رقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم، در روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالان نخوابم که برم صنف 8. من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم. هر چی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم. امی خسور ما خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمی زده دو میداد، باز همه به پدر مادر خود چی نمیگفتم، به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم، باز هم به مو رقم تیر میکردم. همین تا با موشت و لغت و هردم مرمی زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم. مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمیگذاریم هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمی زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگذاشتن.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për të shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merdi dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, ku ishte egyptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta ketë shkujtash Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndjer shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو سال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول کلک ته مې ول مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لري ورکړه ول پیسې نه لري ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price with their innocence, independence and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د میړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې تماس سبا ووتم اپشین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبال مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کړي نو ډوډۍ موټۍ راوړم دا کوچنی خوري چې خرڅ کړي نه که دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. ته سالنډي مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मेरी नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा उसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे के तो वडी थी सी पे जब मैं बिलावन डोहे ना वड्डा छोकरा बिलावन असर नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े दिया नंढी उम्र पे कर देता ना पीछे मेरे बाबे मैंने देती है मैं और मैं जैसे तो पीछे मैं तेरी शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहिरीं माना मां स्कूल वेंदी हुअमि त सुठो लॻंदो हो मां जब मां पढ़ां पोइ शादी खां पोइ मुंहिंजी शादी थी वई त पोइ मां चवंदा पोइ बि मुंहिंजो शौक़ु आहे हो पर मां शादी खां पिछे बि मां माना स्कूल माना शौक़ु आहे मेरा पढ़ण दा मां जब मां पढ़ां असांजे छोकिरा ईअं करंदा आहिनि दिलि पाणी त चवंदा आहिनि त शादी कर छॾ शादी खां पहिरियों माण्हू आज़ादु हो माना घर जो कमुकार अपनी मर्ज़ी ते करंदी हुअमि पिछे वारा माउ पीउ वांदे करंदी हुअमि न त ठहे बैठी हूंदी हुअमि वांदी बैठी हूंदी हुअमि शादी के पीछे वाला सॼी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सॼी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई सॼे घर का कम कार माना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले मैंने पीछे रोक छोड़ना घर की सॼी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी माना वॾी थी सी पीछे करवाई सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, dia nggak bisa lanjut gitu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin. Mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar yadda kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zgjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova I thash, u detyrova që ikë sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম আজকে অন্য পর্যন্ত পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফালাইতে হয়ে গেল গা আজ যদি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফালাইতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম 5টা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা মার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خودنا کامه بی سواتا ایرام گفتم تو نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم شوهر من خود بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد است من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Hormoudou, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu hivyo siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Aliponipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Kufika siku ya pili nikamuuliza mama, mimi na tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyokuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambiaje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria, sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, lavo los trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrando.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up. I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other. We want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودم برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها من خریجه ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خانه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، بخاطر از اینکه پیام که به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، همون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب شد. خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme, ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban, kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh, aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu, udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu, harus diperjuangkan anak. Ya.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minuty, ja to podzielu.
Unë martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma tisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë t'i japi një arsimim të mirë dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their goals. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
You are one family. There's no dream of this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Someone has complained that the daughter was raped, a 16-year-old girl, and then all of a sudden the case was withdrawn. Well, I suspect something like blackmail, but because it's not logical for a parent to withdraw such a case, and it's also very dangerous for our society. It means that people will keep doing things and bad things like that and then get away with it. We should take rape cases more seriously.
It's unlawful and should be punished accordingly in line with the dictates of the law. So whoever does it, whether it's a prominent man or a lowly placed person, the law must take its course. So if it is investigated and it's found, or that man is found to be culpable, he should be tried.
Any society where the law becomes weak, the instruments are used against the poor. In this case, the society should stand, the law should stand in defense of one who is the base. If the society does not stand, then believe me, Nigeria is heading to a place where tomorrow, you and I probably will not have a say. Because here it is, the government has become the law. And the government is the institution and it has the institution.
The rest of the body of government and those people in power, I'd like them to understand that if they are in power today, doesn't mean they will be in power forever. It might be their own children tomorrow, or their sisters, or their brothers' children that will be assaulted in this manner. And the same way they are actually looking at this case without giving a considerable judgment to this kind of case, I believe the table will turn tomorrow that it will fall behind them.
I think she was being threatened. We know we are in Nigeria and such things usually occur. So I think if the government is serious and the law take its course and castrate the rapers and all that, I think it will stop.
Abraham Moses uniform, you are one family.
You're going to know this sport Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
You're welcome. On this episode of One on One, we have two guests, two outstanding photographers whose legends are already being told. In the first part, Kelechi Amadiobi tells us of his journey to photography away from his first degree, which is law. Enjoy. For over 2 decades, our guest today, Kelechi Amadiobi, has remained at the forefront of photography in Nigeria. He has worked with celebrities, including presidents of Nigeria, both past and present. He first qualified as a lawyer before settling to full-time art. He talks to us today about his work and the future of photography. Thank you very much for coming on the program.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Let's talk about photography. How is it in this country today?
Photography is on a meteoric rise in terms of relevance right now. We're in a digital age, and there is an insatiable appetite for imagery right now. And I would say it's a stroke of luck to be born at this time as an image maker, because then you become very relevant.
But one would worry that with the advent of so much digitalization, we have smartphones that are almost as crystal as that. Isn't that taking away a bit from the work that you do? When everyone, just like in journalism, where you have citizen journalists, you now have everybody says, I'm a photographer.
Oh, well, it's interesting. What has happened is that because everybody has a smartphone with a reasonably powerful camera on it, people then appreciate what you do as a photographer. People then understand that it is not the camera that takes the picture, it is the mind of the photographer. People start to appreciate the photography eye more because everybody then has a good camera with them, you see. So now, when you say you're a photographer, a professional photographer, people understand that there are other skills apart from the equipment.
True, true. I mean, I didn't look at it that way, but now that you've said it, I'm sure a lot of persons will say, okay, when I say I'm a photographer, it doesn't mean I'm hungry. All right, let's look at modeling. It's part of what you do. You deal with models and, you know, get them to look good on camera and all of that. But after that life, should they be having backups?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those people that don't believe in plan B. You know, I just had one plan. I had one goal, to be an artist. And yes, I studied law. I mean, it's a long story, but to cut a long story short, in those days when we grew up, our parents always wanted us to study certain courses, law, medicine, and my family wasn't any different.
Yes, yes, you came from a family of lawyers. That's one of the things I saw when I was reading about you.
Yes, you know, my father was a high court judge. We have 4 lawyers in the house, you know, and doctors also. You know, it's a basic requirement in my house. But then I've always had a passion for the arts, and I decided to follow my passion. And
you think this caused some sort of upheaval?
Oh well, you know, I had a turning point when I was in university. I came across a book called The Spirit of Apollo, which is like, you know, the Apollo space shuttle.
Oh, okay.
You know, the idea of having a dream, you know, to put a man on the moon, and that was one of those self-help books. And I came to crossroads, and it sort of clarified, you know, all my conflicts. I made a decision that this is something I know I'm really good at in comparison to other regular people. And this is what I would like to do for the rest of my life if there was no possibility of failure. So if you take fear away, then it becomes very clear.
Well, not many models or photographers are, you know, as persistent and, I mean, one-track minded about growing their career in a particular line. There are those, Naomi Campbell, we still know her as a model, but not so many are able to sustain the publicity and the notoriety that's needed to make revenue. So to such people, what would you say?
Well, the truth is that you need to evolve even photography, even art. My career has always been evolving. I started as a painter. I first started as a watercolor artist, and then I moved to oil. From oil, I moved to photography. From photography, I became a publisher. From becoming a publisher, I'm now doing cinematography a little bit. You know, I mean, it keeps evolving. You cannot stay in one place. It's a creative world. People's tastes change, the economy changes, and things shift, the economy shifts. So if you're a model, first of all, being a model is a transient thing. It's got to do with what people are looking for at a particular time. So if you're a young model, then it is your youth that matters. Then you transit into an older model, maybe. Do you want to become an actor? Maybe. Do you want to become a TV presenter? You know, there are so many ways.
Consistently refining your
Some people then build a very strong brand and then start to sell other things under the name of that brand. So there are so many ways, but you cannot stay in one place because the inevitable thing that must happen is change. And if you stay in one place, relative to others, maybe you're moving backwards.
Okay, I was going to ask you something else, but something you said about also delving into other areas. You were a publisher, or
Yes.
you are still a publisher to a certain degree.
Mania was a magazine I started publishing because I needed an outlet to express my fashion photography world. And at the same time, I also realized that the continent of Africa was in dire need of rebranding, and you need to put your money where your mouth is. And we decided to start putting up a magazine, a women's fashion magazine that would provide an avenue for all the talents, writers, stylists, designers, fashion designers and makeup artists to showcase their work and speak to the rising fashion world. And expose that to the rest of the world. It worked very well,
So is it still in publication?
Well, we had to stop. And now we're about to start something else, another publication, which you would get to
look
hear
forward
about.
to it.
Yes.
Okay, you don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but it
Yes.
should be nice to get an
Yes.
idea of what
Yes.
it's about.
Well, it's a more global sort of publication. I have partners on it. It will be revealed in time.
Okay, I'll wait for it and get you on it. But let's look at some of the discoveries. Like Olajumoke, we heard of your work with Bukola. Where is she now? First off, tell us how that happened.
Well, the truth is this. Every model that you see was sort of discovered by somebody. Somebody needed to look at them and say, oh, like Oluchi, they say, oh, look at this tall girl. Why don't you go and compete for, Face of Africa? Or the way T.Y. Bello discovered Olajumoke just per chance. But this also happened while I was shooting, what is his name, Jidenna, and then I saw this girl on the road, and I thought, wow, what an interesting, and I gave her my number. Eventually she came, took a picture, and people fell in love with her picture. And well, instantly she started, she walked on the runway for Lagos Fashion Week, that year, and she's a practicing model now, But the truth is that what we do affords us the opportunity, to look and see things in a different way that other people may not, and then by the time we put it together, people then start to see value.
What you saw in the raw and translated for
It's
others.
a privilege that we have. It's one of those things where you can take two things and put them together and you create a new thing. You take a bread seller and put her in fashion outfit, she becomes a model. So it's one of those beautiful things that could happen.
I guess
with
that's what
art.
keeps you going most of the time. But let's look at the transcendent nature of fame when it comes to the stars, models, all the noise come. The case of Olajumoke, somebody was asking the other day, where is she? What has happened to her? She suddenly went quiet. What about Bukola? What is it? Is it that it has something to do with the pressure of the fame or the need to stay at a particular level and they couldn't sustain it?
Well, the truth is that everything depends on the individual. I mean, opportunities may come, but the question is, who are you becoming? And what have you decided to do with it? You know? So you look at it, yes, fame, you know, but fame is a function of what you have done, right? It can come suddenly, but how do you sustain it? You understand? So it all depends. It's a lot of work. It doesn't just, you know, sustain itself.
Let's look at your work with celebrities. You've been in the spotlight a whole long time.
Yes.
You've worked with presidents. Tell us a bit about some of the people you've worked with.
Oh, well, I mean, you know, I've always, my whole career, you know, for the past 20 to 30 years has been about telling the story of the continent of Africa. But it's to tell the other side of the story, the triumphant, the achievements. You see, I do believe that perception is reality. It is how we perceive ourselves that determines how we act. And at the beginning of that department are image makers. And I always tell people, I mean, I've worked with so many. I mean, look, these days I do a lot of corporate work, so I'm shooting all the billionaires. You know, I'm shooting, sometimes you find yourself shooting an election poster, you know, of a president, you know, and things like that. So at the end of the day, for me, it's about telling that story on a daily basis. I've been shooting Nigerian music and entertainment industry, from the actors to the actresses, you name them. I mean, from Genevieve to Omotala to, you know, the older ones to the new ones. So
I saw some of them on your website. Just a quick thought about the experience, this experience. What are the lessons that you took away, that you continuously seem to take away when you interact with these people?
Well, I've always, a lot of times you look at it and you look at how did these people achieve what they've achieved, and you find that there's a thread that runs along the line of each of these people. It's about dedication, it's about consistency, it's about focus, you know. And all I'm interested in is how do we get our people to understand that they are this great and that they should just understand that they're that way and continue and find what we need to contribute to the world. Recently, Donald Trump banned Nigeria, and people are like, look at the demographics of Nigerians in the United States. They are the most well-educated, they are the most accomplished. Now, that is the story that we need to tell. Our people need to understand that we are people of excellence.
Indeed, we are. So what do we expect from you in the coming days? You have a big thing in the net, but what are the things? Who are you working with currently?
Oh, well, you know, the next thing I'm about to do is to unbundle all the knowledge and let the younger ones understand how we got where we are and how to get there, you know. So for me, in the next few years, I'm going to be teaching a lot and let people understand how I see and I'm able to make all these images. People are very curious about it. So I'm going to let all the secrets out.
Oh, I want to be in the class as well. Thank you very much for coming on the program today.
You're welcome.
It's been a pleasure talking with you.
Same here.
I trust you enjoyed our chat with Kelechi. Next up is Dayo Adedayo, the man who has chronicled Nigeria in a very unique way, documenting our landmarks in photographs. I'm positive you will have a good time.
Our guest on the program is Dayo Adedayo, a British-trained Nigerian photographer, cultural anthropologist, and an author. He published his first book titled Nigeria, a pictorial informative compendium on Nigeria in 2010. A centenary edition of Monopoly Nigeria by Best Man Games, released into the market in 2014, had 98% of pictures from Adedayo's archives. So also all the pictures on display at the presidential wing of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. This Nigerian was a member of the Nigeria Board on Technical Education, charged in 2012 to look into setting up photography as a course in Nigerian polytechnics. Interestingly, all the watermarked images on the Nigerian e-passport is his handiwork. He is also an external examiner at Auchi Polytechnic, among many other responsibilities. He graces us with his presence for an interview in our studios. Thank you very much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Have you always known you wanted to be a photographer? You are extremely good at it.
Oh, thank you. It's not something I knew I would do.
Okay.
I was trained as an agricultural, extension worker.
Oh, really?
Yes, and but I've been in photography from the age of 18. And what happened? Life. When it rains, you look at the rainbow, and at the end of the day, it's something I find myself, something I'm at peace with myself. But it all boils down to being a shy person.
Oh, you don't look shy.
You know, I love to be behind the camera. So that takes away me having a conversation with anybody. Just
you just need to shoot
taking
it.
Pictures and
Okay, tell us a bit about your work. I can see you have some new works already. Tell us about what you do.
At the moment, I'm very much into documenting Nigeria. I don't want to say documentary.
Okay.
Documenting Nigeria. I've taken it as a personal project.
You already have some work done on Nigeria. You visited how many states already?
I've visited all the states, 774 local governments.
And documented
everything. And at the moment, I have over 4 million images on Nigeria. And having said that, I'm going back to each of the states again to have a comprehensive images. As of today, I have about 4 books on, 4 states under my wing. There is nothing you will mention in Rivers State, Lagos State, Ogun State, Borno State. Rivers, Ogun, Lagos, and Borno that I don't have. Okay. Everything, landmark, historical, monuments, everything I've captured. Of course, things are changing, the landscape is changing as well. Lagos and Ogun most especially.
Now, what would be, which of these states rather, would you say was your favorite pictorially?
Borno State.
Why is that?
Borno State, the appellation is the home of peace. Before Boko Haram, if I'm not living in Lagos or Abuja, I will live in Maiduguri.
I'm thinking you're the first person to say that ever.
Because Borno State is just too beautiful. Probably because I grew up in the south. Going to Borno State was just something else because as far as the eye could see, pure sand, desert. So it's quite interesting, and the people are very receptive, and life there is very peaceful. You don't have the religious fundamentalism of what you have in the Northwest. The North is a bit mix of Christians and Muslims, and in Borno State they are Canaries. So probably their cultural orientation is quite different from the rest of the country. And not just that alone, if you are in Borno State, you are more likely to be an international trader because it's boundary Chad, Niger, and Cameroon.
I'm sure a lot of persons didn't know that until today. Thank you for sharing. All right, let's talk about photography in Nigeria. We'll get back to some of your works in a bit. Where are we? How far have we come? And where do you see us going?
In the Nigeria of today, I would say we've not started.
Really?
Yeah, no, we've not started anything on photography at the moment. And I see myself with the likes of Kelechi Amadi, Don Baba, oh my God, I've forgotten his name now, the man of the Niger Delta, one of the best documentary photographer ever in Nigeria. He knows the Niger Delta in and out. I will remember his name
in the course of the conversation.
Okay. And I will see ourselves as John the Baptist, the forerunners. Why? Because the guy that came after us, or the generation before us, do not have that kind of education. They see them as T-boys or things like that. So the respectability, George Oshodi.
Okay,
Yeah,
George Oshodi.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the generation before us do not have a very good foundation for us, with the exception of 3 people, Uncle Sumi Smart Cole, who studied in California. Then you have the wartime photographer, Peter Obi, and there is someone who is a living legend, and people hardly talked about him, which is really sad.
Who is this person?
Cornelius Oyemade. He's in his 80s now. And of course, Jackie Phillips passed away. He's into portraiture. You know, because photography is like medicine. Everybody has his area of specialty.
Yes.
You know, and the future is bright because the younger ones are well educated. Unfortunately, Auchi Polytechnic has bailed the cat in training photography. Before Auchi Polytechnic, everybody thinks photography is portraiture and social photography, weddings and the rest of that.
So how are you coping? I asked the same question of your colleague Kelechi when he was with us. How are you coping with the digitization of everything? Everybody has a smartphone. Everybody is a photographer. We have Instagram. We have Twitter. You know, all this picture sharing platform. How has it affected photography as you know it, making a comparison of the old days and today?
In terms of creativity, we are not getting better photographers today because even your mobile phones will take pictures that you will just drop your jaw. In a way, digitalization is killing the profession. And that is the more reason you are seeing more and more poorer photographers, because a lot of companies are doing things themselves in terms of advertisement, because you can use your mobile phone to do videos, you can use it to take pictures, post it on Instagram. You don't need huge megapixels to take pictures these days to post on social media for you to make sales, because that is where the money is, fashion and advertisement. That is where you make the bulk of money in photography. So in the absence of that, where will you make money from? Because social photography is not something you can rely on, because if you don't work tomorrow, the next tomorrow, you are dead.
But Kelechi seems to share a different opinion when it comes to the effect of digitalization on photography today. He seems to believe that it has actually amplified the quality of work that real photographers like yourself do.
No. Not the camera itself. Okay. It is post-production. Okay. Post-production is easier because you have computers who are which are faster, and lots of softwares are in the market that you can use to manipulate images. In those days, pre-1990, virtually everything is manual. You need to buy different films if you are going into the field, ISO from 100 to 800. But these days, we just want to, you can change your ISO from 50, even 25 ISO to 6400 to shoot. But in those days, those things are not there. One is for you to shoot, and the other thing is post-production. So in post-production, a lot of things is just like video. When you are editing, you can add a lot of effects and stuff. Yes. So digitalization has enhanced that. But in terms of the quality of work that has been produced through the camera, not much. The best pictures ever were all taken on manuals. And today, a lot of professionals in Europe and North America are going back to films.
Long term, what will be the effect on this on photography as we know it?
There is a saying that you have to change with time. Nothing is constant. What will happen is, even though when photography came, artists in those days said, oh, it's going to kill your business, because now you can get an instant picture instead of sitting down for hours for someone to paint you. It can only get better. More people will be drawn into it, but there will be less and less photographers in court. Because if you have your mobile phone and you can take very fantastic pictures, what's the point of going to the studio to photograph, to take pictures with your family? Because you can as well, a 2-3-year-old can now take pictures.
Tell us about this book that you have.
And that is the beauty of going beyond the lens. My take is you have to go beyond the lens. This is Yoruba Proverbs. Oh. And since the history, since the creation, or since the existence of the Yoruba race, nobody has ever produced this.
Really?
Because now I'm taking pictures to illustrate a proverb what you usually see before now are illustrations. But it takes a lot of depth, a lot of thinking for you to see an image and now adapt it. You see photography, but in another way. I mean, if you are not Yoruba, or even if you are Yoruba, you see the picture, you read the proverb, the translation. It's much easier for you to go with.
I always wanted to learn Yoruba language.
Just I wanted to learn the Hausa and Igbo, so I won't be lost wherever I find myself in Nigeria. And then you find Ogun State as well.
Oh.
All right, so this is a snapshot of Ogun State. There's another one that I'm working on, which is very comprehensive, about 500 pages. So whatever you're looking for in Ogun State will be in that book. Pictorially, this is just pictures, and it tells you a bit of story on the state itself.
Okay, so what are we expecting? You alluded to a lot of work in the pipeline. You still want to amplify what you've done in states across the country. So let's say in the next couple of years, what should we be expecting from you?
You should be getting more states, and I'm working on Nigeria 3.0, which should be the end of the 1.0, 2.0 series. It's going to weigh about 50 kg, just like a bag of cement. And every local government in this country will featured in that book. The reason is, if we don't advertise ourselves, nobody is going to advertise us.
Is there support from government, and how do you manage it with family life? Because you practically have to be somewhere at every time.
I've been very lucky all my life. Some of my very deep religious friends will say I'm blessed. To have a wife that understands me, that's what I do. I don't have any other business. I'm useless once you take me out of photography. But God has been very kind to me. It's not as difficult as people think it is, because I might go away for a month, for 2 months, then for the rest of the, because I only work once a year, for the rest of the year, I'm home.
What's the market, rather, for these? Do you have people really patronizing your work once it is completed?
Like I said, God has been very kind to me. All my books all been sold out, and as a rule, I don't reprint.
Okay, why is that?
It's a work of art. It's not biscuits that you just buy, run out, go to the factory and reproduce. So you'll be lucky to have a part of me with you, because a lot of thinking has gone into it. I do the design, everything by myself. I have people to edit. You know, it's not your run of the mill to say, okay, I self-publish as well. You know, so it's something I really handled personally. All my books has always been sold out.
Post-COVID-19, what kind of pictures do you see you would be taking?
I started on a documentary because we had similar experience between 1918 and 1920. I've read a lot about it, just text, but no images, aside from the one from Spain in a big hospital, grainy black and white pictures. I've taken some images of Lagos that it might never happen again in another 100 years. That you see Lagos as empty as nobody. It is just unbelievable. And I hope to go back to the same spot, same time, and just document that. So in another 100 years, when we are long gone, those are the images that people will see that, oh, at this point in time when they have coronavirus in the year 2020, this is how the city looked like then, you know. And for me, I'm just trying to document our civilization, because at the end of the day, I'm taking pictures today. Tomorrow is no longer a picture.
It's history.
It's now a document that you can use in a court of law. It's history, and you cannot rewrite it.
Exactly. Thank you very much for all that you do, and we look forward to all the beautiful things to come.
Thank you for having me. I'm really grateful.
And that's our conversation for today. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got an idea of how beautiful this country truly is. More conversations like this here on Plus TV Africa. Do take care of yourself, and I will see you soon enough.
Welcome to another episode of Africa on the Move in partnership with DW. I am Fumi Onuajefe. This program focuses on the stories of people in Africa and how their innovations, ideas, and action impact on lives on the continent. On this episode of Africa on the Move, we'll be focusing on migration. Migration is currently at the center of disagreements between the mainly poor-sending countries and the richer receiving countries. Today, the world is more connected than ever. Information, commodities, and money flow rapidly across the national boundaries, a phenomenon often referred to as globalization. Sub-Saharan African nations account for 8 of the 10 fastest growing international migrant populations since 2010. According to a Pew Research Center analysis of the latest United Nations data on the number of immigrants or people living outside their birth country. So we start with Nigeria, where many young women are trafficked to major European countries, convinced that they are bewitched and they're enslaved as prostitutes by network of traffickers. Let's take a look.
Prostitution is not a work. We should stop it.
It's thought between 200,000 and 400,000 women across Europe are forced to work as prostitutes. An increasing number of them are Nigerian, like the woman we just heard. They're lured to Europe with false promises and end up in backstreet brothels or red light districts in cities like Lyon, Madrid, or here in Turin. We join volunteers from a Catholic charity who try to get the girls off the street. 9 Nigerian women currently live in this house in Italy. We can't use their real names. As recognized victims of sexual abuse, they won't be deported, at least for now. Kate arrived in Europe a year ago.
They told me they were going to find a job for me, that there is a lot of job here. But they didn't tell me it's on the streets. The job is on the streets.
For many women, their troubles begin on their way to Europe.
I was raped twice. When I was in Nigeria, the person that buggered me to Kano, and the other time was when I was in the desert. The soldiers, they also did the same.
Networks of people smugglers traffic the women. The networks are headed by so-called madams, women who enslave other women. Having been promised a great life, the women are abused by their captors when they arrive until they give in. The charity we're observing is using an online campaign to try to raise awareness about the plight of the women. Katia is one of the volunteers.
It's very common when the girls tell us that groups of men go to them to rape them together, 1 to 3 at the same moment. They ask them to do many strange things, to pay them like nothing. Like a Nigerian woman on the road is paid 10 euro. You don't buy pizza with Coca-Cola for 10 euro.
Some women have sex with up to 20 men a night. They have to pay off their huge debts. These can total as much as 40,000 euros for the journey, as well as for food, clothes, or cosmetics. But if they go to the police, the women risk deportation. That would shatter their dream of finding a much better life in Europe. In the end, they no longer know whom to trust. Sometimes even the women's own families turn against them.
It used to happen many times that the families suggest to the girls to go back to prostitution. In that case, we understand that they have been sold from their own families.
Katia and many other volunteers here believe the women can still have a better future. She helps them get their papers and report the abusers to police. The women are still terrified of breaking their silence, but they also want to see the traffickers arrested.
People, please be careful when someone offers you greener pastures on the other side of the world. Our next story is on returning migrants who migrated illegally and have returned home to Guinea. Listen to this story.
Early morning in a chicken farm near Conakry,
Mamadou Tulel Bari is working with a project for returnee migrants. In 2016, he attempted the illegal journey to Europe, but he only made it to Niger. He had seen many of his friends die along the way. He himself had been tortured by human traffickers and thrown in jail by soldiers. After he was released, the International Organization for Migration flew him home.
After I returned, many people made fun of me because I didn't make it. But I felt relieved. I'm back home now and no one is oppressing me. I live well. Back there, we had problems with the military and we were discriminated against.
A total of 300 people work for the EU-funded project, which was launched by IOM and a local NGO. The most important aspect, its members are made up of equal numbers of returnees and local residents. This is to ensure that everyone benefits from the project and there is no resentment within the community.
It's already hard enough for the kids who come back. We need to motivate them, but they also need to accept the others.
Women also play a very important role in the reintegration of the returnees. Our own children are not among the returnees, but these young people could easily be our children. That's why we take care of them. My little brother, for example, also tried to leave, but criminals caught and castrated him. He has nothing left. Now he's like a woman. The boys here have all had similar experiences. That's why we need to support them. We are like mothers to them. Soon the first chickens and eggs will be sold. With 300 participants, their first payment will probably be low, but at least they will gain some perspective. Many young people in Guinea have lost hope. Well-paid jobs are difficult to find, and there aren't enough career opportunities. For many, escaping to Europe seems like the only way out. To counteract this, the Employment Office and the IOM have interviewed young people in Conakry.
As a result of the interviews, we can determine who is most likely to leave the country illegally. We then selected them for a total of 21 projects, such as the chicken farm, and support them.
Other young people will hopefully be spared Tulel's terrible experience. He now lives with relatives in Conakry and is studying political science. For now, at least, he has given up his dream of traveling to Europe.
All of the returnees and all of my friends warned me before I left, but I had to experience it for myself to believe it. All I would say to my friends now is to not even try it. It destroys you. Even if you do survive, you either feel so ashamed that you didn't make it or you come back crazy.
But whether or not he can really stop his friends from leaving remains uncertain. The IOM estimates that around 15,000 Guineans are still waiting to be repatriated.
Like I said earlier on, sometimes the grass is not greener on the other side. We have a similar story of returnees being helped in Niger.
These young men are travelling through Niger, but they're not taking the usual route north. Exhausted, broke and disappointed at having failed to get to Europe, they're now heading south, trying to get home. Workers at the UN Transit Centre check their stuff for sharp objects. It doesn't take long. No one has much with them. Here they have somewhere to stop, something to eat and somewhere to sleep. Many arriving here have had an awful time. Some have even been held in prison on the way.
They hit us and treated us badly. We were only given food once a day. It was hard.
Here they can recover from their failed attempt to reach Europe and get ready to return home. Officials from the International Organization for Migration collect data about where the migrants have come from and which route they took. Many have lost everything on the way. Da Ouda Mama Oudu says many people still want to go to Europe. But an increasing number are failing to get there.
There have been more migrants returning recently. The problem has been increasing over the last 3 months. Just today, we have taken in 53 migrants here.
Some run out of money before they even make it to the Mediterranean and are forced to head back. Abu Kamara left Liberia 2 months ago. He's pleased to have got out with his life. Now he just wants to go home.
The thing I saw on the road is very difficult. For now, there is no one. We make this adventure, then you succeed. Either you die after Agadez to go in Tripoli, either you die on the road or you come back.
It can take weeks to get the documents they need to go home. They stay in the centre to avoid people smugglers who might pressure them to try their luck again.
Bonjour.
Sometimes migrants ask the impossible of staff here.
Bien, tout le monde? Okay.
Monica Shiriak has only been here a few weeks. She's approached by a deaf-mute man asking for help to find a job for his friend who's got to Italy. She can't possibly do anything. Well, most of them went to Europe illegally, on the boats, through the desert, with smugglers. We can't really say to people here, go on, try it. That's why we also try to reintegrate the people who come here, so they don't attempt the journey again. But can they persuade the would-be migrants to stay at home? Many still want to go to Europe, despite having failed this time around.
If I want to go to Europe, I want to go the legal process. I don't want to go on legal process, but I want to use the legal process to go to Europe.
Few want to try the smugglers' routes again. For now, they hope they can find jobs and that their families will accept them when they get home.
Our next story is on Makayambo Ngano from the Democratic Republic of Congo, a journalist who had to flee her home all the way to Germany.
You know, sometimes when you decide that I'm leaving Kinshasa to go to that place, when you decide so, and then you can just take care of everything. But when you flee, it's just like you leaving. It's just like you leave a part of your body. I am Makayambo Ngano. I came from Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. I'm a journalist. To be a journalist in Congo, by the time I was there in Congo, it was not so easy. First, about our security. You know, you just expose yourself. Everyone knows who you are. Whatever, where you stay. And when something happening, really, they are beyond you. There where I was working, did have some problem, political problem. Then I just flee from Kinshasa to South Africa because my husband was already that side as a refugee. To my own country, I was just feeling at home. But when I went to South Africa, it's just like, yeah, I need to do so. I need to be careful because I'm not in my own country. We saw people in our own eyes to be killed. We were attacked ourselves.
We left South Africa for the very same reason again.
Political problem.
For very same reason again. See, what we have fled from our country had followed us in South Africa. When you don't feel safe, you are threatened, you are obliged to leave, and we left. We left.
Since March of this year, we have been granted the status of refugee here in Germany, and then They even told us that we're giving you that status because you were already a refugee, you know. It was really stressful, and then we need to stay in the bad conditions also, if I can say so, with some people you don't know, you sleeping in the same place, and then you need to do so, and you must wait for the food they're giving you. If you miss that food, you miss. What I like it here is that integration. The integration really, I did like it. They integrate you, you must just learn the language, and besides, they're just teaching you how is the country, how the country is whole, with the culture, about everything. Really, that integration is what I like it. And it's just like they make you also to feel at home, if you want to be integrated. Because there is others, really, they say, what is that? I don't want to.
We'll take a break and then we'll be right back. Welcome back. Now we'll take a look at the lives of other migrants living in Germany as well.
Every time when you move the side to side, remember I came from Congo, I was in South Africa, I was in Sweden, today I'm here in Germany. As a Christian, whatever you go, you must search where is God. We're always going to find out our own people. That's why really I can see I'm just feeling at home when I'm going to the church. I am Makaya Bungano. I came from Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC. I'm a journalist. One day I meet a lady called Regina. We met because they are the one who are just like a volunteer, giving us some course of a Dutch course by the camp where we were there. That lady was just asking us if we were Christian, and then she was saying that if we want to visit a church.
So your church is a bit different to the, let's say, traditional German church. How would you say it's different? In what way?
Yes, we, as you see, we focus on worship. We sing a lot. We like to invite people, refugees, as well as other people around. We invite young people and children as well to come to our church.
It's like I don't understand everything, but I understand what is going on. And especially, I found the church with just talking about the language I want to learn. And it just making me to be happy and then to just come.
Patience is a very positive person, easy to communicate with her, so all of my friends easily came in touch with her, and so it's really a blessing for my family as well.
She's like my family. My family, they are not here. I'm here with my husband, you know. Every Sunday when I'm here, when I have time, I also go to the Congolese church.
We are very, very hot. That's why she come here to dance, because we dance, we move.
Yeah. Is it like a church in Congo? Is it?
Of course, yes.
Yes.
For me, it's just really, it just puts me in a good mood. And to see my own people, they're preaching in English, they're singing, they're preaching in French, they're singing in French, Lingala, they're singing in Kikongo, English also, even in Germany.
Would you say you found, like, you feel at home now in Germany?
Like, I'm feeling at home.
Home away from home.
And really, I also integrate because I'm an open person. I talk to anybody. Mm-hmm. I don't mind who you are, but as long as it's a person, a human being, we just talk.
Thank you for joining us on Africa on the Move. See you next week.
Today's top stories are...
And the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria.
I'm here at Eunice Bashoru Street where
the fire destroyed our transformer complete.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild.
This is 11
years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Truthfully, women, we are dangerous, for real. And it happens. So, it happens. It's a hard one, for real, but it happens. That's all I know.
Well, from what we've been hearing, it happens maybe sometimes. I won't say it's right. However, in a situation where that happens, there's different sides to it. You know, if the man, for instance, has a good relationship with the kids, depending on their age also. For instance, you can the reaction when the kids are still like maybe age 1, age 2, age 3, is going to be different from, for instance, if the kids are like 20-something, 30-something years. In that case, life goes on. If the children are grown-ups and they still feel, oh, even if you are not their biological father, but they still feel that, oh, you are the father we know, then the relationship can continue.
It's strange as it is, as it sounds, and whatever around it, everything for me is strange. You understand? I mean, it could be a fiction, it could be, I don't know, is there any reality in what you're saying, or is something that you watch on, is it African Magic now? Is it just a joke or just a play or something?
Well, it depends on who the father of the child is. If he's a bad man, definitely anything can happen. Do you understand? But if he's a good person, you know, it's a very bad thing to do. There are some grounds where you can do that. Very terrible Yoruba demon.
I will turn the person, and from there I will know how detailed they go, and I will trace to know who the person come from. I will make sure that I verify, not that to chase it. The person is not a cow, it's not a goat. Rather, I will train the person and I will verify to know the taproot where the person come from. That's what I can do. Yes. I will give it to them because I'm not the one that get the picking.
Oh, by God's grace, that one cannot happen with me. No, he will go and find his father.
I will do a DNA test before I leave the hospital, personally. Yes.
You will do it?
I will.
But you are the one that carried
it. You know me, they fit change picking for hospital now.
Oh, okay.
So I will, personally.
Okay, because of the...
anything can happen. Yes, our healthcare system is messed up for real. Like, you can't trust even the doctor, the nurses. Truthfully, before I used to have this notion that if you come to me with that, we are done. After you get the results. But thinking about it now, I doubt if I'll be offended.
Before you go in to marry a lady, you must first of all know who the lady is or who the man is. You know, because if the person you are going with has been an untruthful person from the beginning, you get, you know, so every other thing you build on that is going to fail. You know, but if there have been trust from the beginning, or more like, if you are sure of who you are dealing with, then I don't think there should be a need for paternity test.
Abraham, Moses, Jacob, you are one family. There's no doing all this sport in Nigeria.
See how your body just dripping diamond.
Welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business. I am your host, Irene Ubani, and I'm here with my co-host,
Moremi Akon. And our guest for today is an astute Nigerian businessman and philanthropist. He is the founder, president, and chairman of the Coscharis Group, an indigenous conglomerate with diverse interests in auto care and auto components, automobile sales and services, agric and agro-allied business sectors, among others.
He established Coscharis Motors in 1977 and made his first million at age 24. Today, Coscharis Group is a business conglomerate with over 26 branches nationwide. He is no other person than Cosmos Maduka. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure meeting you guys. Yeah.
Certainly. Now tell us, who is Cosmos Maduka?
I think it's as simple as you have explained it. A young man that lost his father at the age of 4. Life gave me no chance for success. Many times I try to tell my story. It's supposed to be inspirational, but sometimes it could also be intimidating to a lot of young people. A young man without a formal education, and after the death of my father, before the Civil War, life was so hopeless. It was a question of survival. Sometimes you don't want to tell the story because you can become emotional and break down, because we ate everything that move, everything that fly except airplane, with wings was a food. Anything with leaves, we just give it to a goat. If he ate it and is still alive, we will try it. It was survival. I did everything I can to survive, but my mother was a godly woman. It's my angel. I miss her, who held me and looked me straight into the eyes and said, look, you can go places in life. So my mother discovered that entrepreneurship is in my DNA, and actually inspired me for greatness. And I truly believe my mother, and I live the rest of my life from that time with optimism. Always believe no door closed before me, and when I get to any door, it will open. At the age of 7, under 8 years, I came to Lagos to work for my uncle, who sleeps on the balcony in his uncle's place in Briffy Street in Apapa Road. Our store is at Uyumbo bus stop at Griffith Street, 88 Griffith Street. I slept in a shop without window, no air conditioner, no bathroom, lock myself up there. It's something that is really, it's not human to do that, but it's about survival. I believed in myself, A lot of young people keep on say they suffer and things like that. Nothing have ever been achieved. Shakespeare says something that is very interesting. He says, sweet are the users of adversity. Use your adversity when life throws everything at you to make you lose hope. If you are truly an entrepreneur, that's when your DNA adrenaline will be released in you. You begin to have creative thinking on a way to come out of the problem, which is what innovation is all about.
I know you also sold akara at some point.
Yeah. That's correct. That's why I say what my mother did, because she will fly akara early in the morning and put it in a pan, and one for my senior brother to sell and one for me to sell. I would do 2 before my senior brother will finish 1. Mothers are really the engine house of what we all become. Many times, they don't like it, because a mother will tell you that if the child is bad, they say it's his mother. If it's good, they say it's his father. No. But the real truth is that the mother is the first pastor or a man of his own house. Because the child that did not suck his father's breast, he's closer to the mother. They believe their mother. That confidence my mother gave me, that people cannot say no to me, I go out to sell akala and I ask people to buy. They said no. I held their cloth. I say, you can't say no.
Oh my.
And the person will be looking at me. Is it by force? I say, my mother tell me nobody says no to me. Some of them will giggle. And at the end, they will ask me to put some. You know, my mother made me believe that people like me. And it's hard for people to say no to me. So when people are telling me no, I just think this person don't understand. I believed it innocently. And faith work everywhere. It's not really, a lot of people get the result in life and people think it's because they are spiritual. There are many spiritual people that don't get the result in life. That's why I think the one time US president said, nothing on earth can help a man or a woman with the wrong mental attitude. And nothing on earth can stop a man or a woman with the right mental attitude. So it's based on the way individual thinks, the belief they have of themselves is what propels their life.
So you're saying faith is an important, aspect of even running a business or living?
I can tell you easily, you require 3 things to succeed in life. And one of them is faith. For number 1 is vision, second is faith, and third is courage. Courage to act. Courage is not an absence of fear, but the ability to walk in the face of danger. So faith is to believe your vision and take a step. Because you can go to school, have all the knowledge you have in this world, get all the intellectual you require. These are knowledge, like a doctor who knows it is dangerous to smoke and he still smoke, is because he has no wisdom. Wisdom is action, application. When you take a step of faith, that is the only time we can say you truly believe what you are claiming. Before then, we don't really know what you believe until we see what you can do. And what you can do comes only from the faith you have. It's the things you believe that put you into action.
Amazing, amazing. So let's talk about the business bit, when you went into business.
Sure.
So as a Nigerian, you were able to thrive in what some would call a challenging business environment. How were you able to do that? I know you've mentioned faith, but how else were you able to do that?
Mindset is the thing I said to you about. My uncle in 1976 counted 200 naira and gave me after I'd worked for him for 6.5 years. And I went with my senior brother who said I should leave this and let us go back home. And I looked at him, I said, do you have anyone to give me when we get home? He says no. That's part of the thing I'm telling the audience today. You don't neglect small thing. Don't neglect the beginning of any small thing. Your beginning can be small, but your end will be great. Start small. Don't wait until everything works out before you take a step of faith. I could have spent 200 naira in a restaurant that evening to shop goat head.
That's 200 naira you were giving by
Yeah,
your
that I was
uncle.
given by my uncle, or take pepper soup. And then now abuse everybody around me, including God. Why did he take my father when I was young? But I have a different mindset. I think differently. Okay, so my senior brother didn't see value on it. But I was excited. The mindset. My excitement is not 200 naira. My excitement is the ability to do with my life what I want to do from today. I am no more under anybody's tutorage. I am now going to make out of my life what I want to do. So the excitement is that your destiny is now in your hands. The rest will be history. So, and I looked my uncle at his face. I said, I served you well. And I deserve something better than this. That's another thing I want to tell my audience today. That in business, you don't get what you deserve. You only get what you negotiated. When you enter into business with anybody and you didn't agree any terms, and at the end you ask him, do I deserve this? He will laugh at you and say, what did you deserve? What did you negotiate? So in our apprenticeship system where we hail from, there's nothing negotiated. Your parents will be happy that your uncle or your nephew took you out to go and learn trade. So, and I still believe that the apprenticeship system is the best way of life for young people But do the young people have the discipline to go through it? Because it's the best university you can ever go. Is you will learn unprecedented discipline. Because if you fool around and mess up, they pack you in another one trailer and send you back in the village, and you have no court to go, you have nothing to protest to anybody, you become like area boy in the village. So you need to have the best of your behavior, praying that God will help you. What did I do? I went to church for 3 consecutive days and lock off my boss shop. Wow. We Igbo people don't play with our business. Our business is religion. Death or anything does not come between it. So I committed a taboo for my uncle to understand that for 3 consecutive days I lock up his shop.
You know how much I've lost?
You
How
know
do you want me to get that
so,
back?
and I was telling him, you see, I am praying for the success of the business. You know, all the things you have seen me do, this is the secret of how it has. He said, no, it's okay. I should go and do that thing for myself. I should come in the evening. You know, since I've become a religious fanatic, he will help me to go and achieve all of those things that I wanted to do. So he actually wanted me to feel frustrated. But I turned around. The little things I knew from the scripture, I said, Uncle, I served you well. I never stole from you. You should be proud of me. I was not in a nightclub. I didn't go to watch cinema. I was in church. You should be proud of what I'm doing. But if God had in your heart that you could have given me 10,000, you could have given me 20,000. You didn't pay for a store for me. What do I do with 200 naira? Do I buy 1 carton of plugs, spark plug, and hug it in my head? That's not how they sell spare parts. Usually, other boys who do apprenticeship at the age of your maturity, your boss pay for a store and then give you some merchandise with some cash to start. So I said, where do I begin? He said, I can begin anywhere I like. I said, okay, 5 years from today, please listen. If you heard who I am, your head will be spinning. That shook him. He got the message. You know, I was under 15. He couldn't understand that a young man at that age have such courage to make such profound statement.
What was your mindset?
My uncle said, I know you will succeed. I said, thank you. That's all I wanted from
Why
you.
did you treat me that way if you knew I was succeeding?
I said, thank you. Of course, before he became late, he was an over 100,000 naira salary from me, you know, drive my car with a driver and all of those things. So Bible recorded that Jesus Christ learned obedience through the things he suffered. Nobody grow in a comfort zone. When you think everything that is sweet is good, everything that is painful is bad, it's a childish way of thinking. When you become an adult, you know that many things that are bitter are good for your life, and many things that are sweet will destroy you. They are not good for you. That's adult age. You begin to make decisions. Like young people, I don't want to eat vegetable. Hey, remove this. You know, if you don't eat your food like medicine, you will end up eating medicine like your food down the line.
What guides your business principles? We see that mindset is one of them. You've also talked about faith. But what are those guiding business principles that have, I mean, you got your first million at 24. And I believe and I understand that what it is now was probably what it was not, what it was back then. Plus, you were giving just 200 naira.
You need to be clear where you are going. Entrepreneurship is like a journey of a voyage. You could see the destination, but all the route that will get you there, you may not be able to know. But you can visualize where you are going. Joseph saw himself as a prime minister in Egypt, but nobody showed him he's going to go inside the pit where there was no bathroom, no toilet, and the process of that journey. If he saw all of that, he would say, please forget about this prime minister. But that's how process of life. There's no two way about it. By 15, I wrote on top of my bed that I want to marry before 20.
Wow.
So I've been married for 42 years now. Okay? Now, my second vision is that I will own my own car before 23. I wanted to have a son by 21. And then I said, by 25, I will be a millionaire. I wrote them down. Power of vision. Before I go to bed, I anoint my spirit with every one of them. Look at them and rehearse them. There was an excitement that wakes me up in the night. And if you want me to tell you one word that captioned what it takes to be a successful businessman, I will tell you is passion.
Passion.
Passion is the fuel for the will. When a man or a woman is passionate about the things he wants to do, he will find the willpower to do it. He's not worried. I got up in the night excited about what I'm going to do the following day. So, and I worked hard. I refused to take no for an answer. We can tell this story. People will think, oh, I was born Koscharis. No. I worked hard. At 17 years plus, before 17, I was living in 3-bedroom apartment of my own, not my parents' house. Furnished with upholstery, you know,
with a capital of 200
with carpet, with everything you require. I have deep freezer, I have refrigerator, I have gas cooker. The air condition was not in a vogue in our generation then, and I was ready to take a wife.
And you started with 200 naira?
I started with 200 naira.
And you were 17 at this point.
I was 17 at this point.
We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
This has been a very interesting conversation, but
Yes,
you would agree with me.
It has been interesting.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Please stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Thank you for staying with us. We've been speaking with Cosmos Maduka, founder and CEO of Koscharis Group. Thank you so much for staying with us.
You're welcome, Aline.
I understand that one particular question that will be on the minds of our viewers right now is how were you able to convert 200 naira to having 26 branches nationwide, cutting across Nigeria and Africa, and then every other thing that you're involved in, because you're also involved in agriculture?
People need to understand where I hail from, that we have a welfare system. Our welfare system is the kind of thing I explained. Your uncle will take you, train you, but whatever you are going to be manifests as a child. You don't wait. When you are 28, 30, 35, if you haven't been clear where you are going, you already lost it. You are at borderline. 86% of successful people on the world, check statistic, become who they are between the age of 12 and 26. By 27, 28, you're already struggling. You see, the rest will be history. Do they make it at 70, 80? They do, but very rare. Initially, I teamed up with my senior brother. He had started business before me, so I contributed 200 naira. And we worked together. Within 6 months, we differed in ideology. I've always questioned status quo, that things can be done better. And he thought I make too much argument. Sometimes my mother tell me that, why do you think you are the most intelligent person? That each time you keep as it were, if every villagers are foolish and you are intelligent, you are the most foolish. I said, Mommy, you require only 1 cent people to help all the foolish people in the village. You can't join everybody because they are foolish and become foolish. So I've always challenged the way things are done. My sister says, no, it's okay, I should go and start my own. So a friend of mine gave me 1/4 of his store for 6 months, free of charge. With the little capital I have made and the little profit I've made with my senior brother, when we parted, the total was about 316 naira. So I started working hard. I made my first breakthrough when I came to Lagos at Bulos Enterprises Ikeja in Olegun to buy motorcycle crash bar. Nobody knew that Bulos received that crash bar. And some of the things we learned from Street Smart, they don't teach you in college, was what pays off for me When I bought the motorcycle crash, I cut off the name of Bulos so nobody knows where I get it.
Yeah. They have control over that
because
market.
that is the secret of the business. So I took a night bus to Nne. We sold it that night. Come back with a night bus. My money was able to buy double of the quantity. I came back. Within 1 week, I made about 3,600 naira. This is the time they are selling Mazda Pathfinder 1,300 naira. Peugeot was 3,600. I bought myself a motorcycle, CD 175. It was like 7 Series BMW for me then. I have arrived. So I went to pay for a house. I was ready for my next vision to get this in, and I started venturing into importation. Actually, if you do a good apprenticeship, you will learn the secret of trade. That knowledge you have, if you get a young man who did 7 years apprentice, and you find a young man who went to college and make first degree, and they give the guy that did apprentice 1 million and give the other person 10 million. In 1 year, the person that have 1 million will catch up with the graduate with 10 million. Yeah. Because knowledge is money. He will catch up with him. But where many of the traders have problem is if your vision is limited. You start building house in Ajegule, you start buying car, you are not willing to expand your business, and you start feeling what a man has in his pocket is more important than what is in his head. But in my own case, because entrepreneurship was in my DNA, I knew I have to compete in a structured manner. So after following the system which I was trained with, taking apprentice, when those first set of apprentices were going, I started hiring professionals to come and help me run the business, who had gone to university, who had the knowledge of all that I require. At the time, I was the A to Z of the company, the backward and the forwarding agent, the damaging and managing director, the accountant general, everything. I do everything myself. But I know that has limitation. So when you get these guys who came from university, they want you to give them freedom so that they can tell you, no, it doesn't work like that. You need to sell your visions to them.
Regarding the fact that you were still working with your uncle at that time, were you being paid?
No. My pay is that my uncle fed me and clothed me. That's my pay.
Was that the norm then?
That's the norm.
Okay.
Our
For how
norm
many
is
years?
that, yeah, because they are expected that what you are supposed to be getting as a pay is what. That's why I tell you that I think he cheated me, because setting me up, supposed to be my pay. Supposed to be all the money should be giving you every month. Maybe you fizzle it away, it's kept for you, and then set you up to be able to start something.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Amazing story. Really, really inspiring.
I
What do you
mean,
think?
it has been very
but when
inspiring.
you were talking about this, you mentioned a very important point, which was about your wife.
Sure.
And I know recently I read one of your interviews where you spoke about the role your wife played in running the business. Let's talk about her. Like, tell me about the things she did in running Costaris to date.
The real truth is that I think I've been blessed with good ladies around me, coming from my mother first, and my wife was Charity. That's why I so love that name. I also gave my daughter, the only daughter I have, Charity. Because she believes in me. It's also that people need to be convinced on what they want to do. If you think about favor, she did me a favor by marrying me.
Because you were broke at the time.
When I approached her, my pocket was empty, but my faith was full. So many times it's not the size of your pocket.
She's a woman of vision.
But she could see ahead.
She bought into the vision.
Actually, her parents thought she was insane. That made her uncle shot me 3 times.
Like gunshot?
Gunshot, and say he will kill me. It's like, because her parents are the upper class in our village. It's like area boy going to Adenuga's house to tell him he wants to marry his daughter. He will get the security guy to beat him to death. He will actually think he's insane. So his uncle thought so. He said, look at what my grandma is like today. Watch what it is in 40-something years ago. I combined alphabet and so my ears was jamming my words. And this was a lady that was going to school. They asked her, what is your frustration? They actually thought I bewitched her. So his uncle did that to protect her.
Wow.
So, but she believed in me. And that's why my wife is the vice president of Koshari's organization. She owned the company with me because I married her when I owned nothing. So we built Koshari's together. She can sign a check of 10 billion naira. Only her can sign signature alone in the whole of Koshari's. Myself, she has so signature. Her credit card has no limit.
Oh dear.
Yeah, so, but it didn't happen overnight. I taught her discipline of managing money. I used to ask if she need to cook soup. I said, give me a list.
Oh, wow.
She make a list and bring for me. I'll see she wrote engine, bottle of oil, pepper, and all of this. I'll give her money. Next week, she wants to cook. I said, where is the list? And if I see oil, I say, you bought oil last week. Why are you writing oil again? It's oil a Coca-Cola. But all I'm trying to do is to teach her financial management. And she learned it. She does better than myself. So you can trust her with resources and turn your back with it because she's not wasteful. Now we own the company together. If I'm late today, my wife is not going through any administrative order to take over. She's just step into my shoe and run Koshari's the way she is. She was very active because I wanted a child at 21. For some reason, God knew it would be terrible for two kids having kids, because yeah, because we would have been under 20 years because I actually took her to altar on September 23rd, 1978, when I was to be 20 in December of that year. I was under 20. So, the child didn't come for the next 6 years, which would have been terrible because before I broke out in success, I also have difficulties. Because I lost my capital at a time. I owe landlord. People owe landlord. Today it's like the word Compton Head. I couldn't pay for the store where I'm in. I couldn't pay for my house rent. Okay? And landlord was pursuing me. So I went through all of those things. Adversity is nothing but a refining fire that burns out impurities in your life. We are traveling somewhere. I said, 2 more years, I will be a millionaire. My mother said, Cosmas. I said, Mom, what's the problem? She said, please, can we go this journey in peace? I said, Mom, what's the problem? You see, you boost too much. This your boosting turn my stomach. I said, Mom, I'm not boosting. I'm just telling you what I'm going to do. It's okay. He understood, but I should drop. When I drop her, I will continue. He I don't know what 100,000 is all about. And now I'm talking about 1 million. So what is this things I'm talking about? So he doesn't want to hear it again. I stopped the car. I wound the glass down. I got close to my mom's ear. I said, Mom, I don't want to insult you. I didn't know anything I've said that is wrong. You taught me to be optimistic in life. Why are you changing your mind? 2 more years, I will be a millionaire. Do you want to get that? Also, of course, my mother is also a very strong woman. I opened the door. She get down. I jammed the door. My wife said, you are crazy. What are you doing? I said, do you want to get down also? I drop you. And when you have a vision, you are close to a mad person. Because nobody believes you until the thing you claim become a reality. Nobody gives you a chance. So people are always willing not to be misunderstood. The first choicest prerequisite is willingness to be misunderstood.
This has been very informative, educative,
inspiring,
everything
mind-blowing.
good. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you so much for sharing your time and all of your wisdom with us today. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure. God bless you all.
Thank you for staying with us and hope you were inspired by the conversation. For more conversations of this nature, please follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. We are also on DSTV channel 408. From myself and my co-host, Marami.
We say thank you for joining. See you next time.
All right then, bye.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sale. Go Sanzi! Go Sanzi! Guess who's back?
Oh my God, we really had to make it an event.
And she had to twin with me. Is that how much you've missed me?
I missed you. I did. I'm just very not so vocal with my missing. I'm like weird in my own different way. But yes, I did miss you. I missed the show. I missed Lagos, even though it's like a painful admission. But I did miss Lagos.
Oh, you village people.
Life in the East. I love the village. There's just this tranquility and serenity. It's just peacefulness and cold and, bush and just elderly people all over the place. Unlike city life where you see like young, aggressive people all over the place. So it's a
complete
transition, like two opposites.
Yeah.
And I must confess, I'm a bit homesick. It's true. I'm a family person. I love my family. I miss them. So tell me about the glasses. What is going on? You guys, I sure missed a lot. What's going on?
They said I should be wearing glasses.
Uti Elu. Great on you.
Thank you. Well, I had to do, what's it called? Since they said I should wear, I had to look for my favorite color to at least make me feel good with myself. But it's temporal though, so I don't.
I love it. It's really chic and classy.
Yeah.
I love it. Different.
Thank you.
Hello, Mama.
Hey, Mama. Everybody is saying that welcome. You're getting please. I'm not old. I'm very young. I'm in my 30s. I love to be in my 30s.
Yeah.
It was in those days I would be saying, no, I'll be hiding my... No, I'm not.
No,
I'm very young. In case you want to do under 40 CEO,
like
consider me.
The new 20s.
Yes, so.
And you're seeing like a 60-year-old woman, sharp and peng and looking good. So ain't nobody
I'm not
feeling
in a hurry
bad
to
about
get old,
30s
please,
anymore.
Please, I'm not in a hurry to get old. So where is Uti? Uti is not there. Okay, so today we're having a very interesting conversation. Here is what we found as today's quote. Hastiness and superficiality are the side chick disease of the 20th century.
Hastiness, superficiality.
I am very sure about that superficiality and hastiness.
Yes, we're a bit too shallow. We this is 21st century millennials, maybe not millennials, but what's the next generation? Generation
Gen Z.
Yeah. I think millennials, 90s children, 80s children, they have a bit of depth to them, but Generation Z is like, oh my goodness, too superficial. I love you guys, you all know, but yeah. Truth has to be said, and there's like this hastiness. So that quote is apt.
Very interesting, because that's the conversation we're having today. The spirit of impatience and I want it now, is now the music of this generation, and this has led to a completely different approach to getting things done today. So tonight on Ladies Night Out, yes, it's Tuesdays and Thursdays, in case you don't know, it's our Ladies Night Out. We're asking who should be held accountable, for this impatience that the young people are expressing today. But first, we'll take a break for what's in the news.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
So let me just confess, in case I'm not serious today on the show, this madam is back, so she will not let me to be serious. Uti Elu, she's here now. Hello, Uti.
Hi. Happy New Year, Uti. I haven't seen you since January 1st.
I know, I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes. I had to
How
travel.
are you? Happy New Year.
Fine, thank you.
Right?
Self-love for me is going to the village.
I know. I mean, I didn't understand the whole spending Christmas in the East until I spent some time there myself, and I thought, oh, now I get it.
It's amazing.
I get it. It's awesome.
Yeah. Really, I've never been to the East too.
No,
during
it's awesome.
Christmas.
It's really interesting just to see it. Do
they do bonfire at night? All those things.
Well, we don't do bonfire, but there's just too much going on. There is event, there is reunion. You're connecting with cousins, and you know how you meet in the city, and they tell you this is your grandfather's great uncle's brother, sister. Yeah, we all do that visiting, so you just know yourselves, and peradventure you meet each other in the city. You don't say, Mommy, I want to marry this guy.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Stuff like
I see. Because Sanzi is on holiday mood, she doesn't have a story for us. So, Uti, what did you find for us in the news?
No. So I'm back on one of my favorite topics of NIN and saga around SIM cards and the registration. So, of course, we know that the federal government has said that we should all go and register and link our NINs to, and that's our national identity numbers, to our SIM card. So I'm actually taking two stories in one. The first headline says more discomfort for Nigerians as NIMSI issues fresh directive. Now, so this directive was actually just providing clarity. Now, if you remember when the NIN was released, initially it was said that if you have a BVN, that an NIN would be automatically generated for you. But this is just the National Identity Management Commission now coming out to clarify that the NIN generated via the BVN would still require citizens to go to an enrollment center to somewhat activate that number to be able to integrate it to their SIM. So again, adding further distress into this situation, which then ties into the second story. And this second story has a headline that says, NIN registration, FG speaks on ultimatum to block SIM card. So here, this is just the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, one of my favorites. You all know how I feel about him, right? Issa Pantami has disclosed about the ultimatum. So here, and why this story really stuck out for me, I mean, I've never hid my disdain for this multiple registrations and multiple databases where the details of Nigerians are held. But here he's now speaking about the fact that this was actually a 12-month exercise, and he's almost throwing it at the footstep of Nigerians, saying, look, Nigerians had 12 months to do this registration. They didn't go and do it. That this deadline was announced in February of 2020. Well, hello, federal government. Hello, sir.
Are you serious?
We've been going through a pandemic. We've had a lockdown. People have a lot to deal with. And he's saying that this was announced originally on the 4th of February 2020. Now, that this deadline essentially is not new. Please, you want Nigerians to do something. The world was grappling with a lot of things. What kind of plan, what kind of communication plan did the federal government have to keep this in the consciousness of Nigerians? Let's point out that we went into a lockdown in March. We were at home for 2 months. Everybody comes out of that, and we're also facing this pandemic and facing the various restrictions. And then the federal government says we announced this in February 2020. What did you do to remind Nigerians to do this? I'm not saying that Nigerians are perfect. Of course, NIMSI has been around long before, and the call for registering on your NIN has been around way before 2020. But the reality of it is this is human nature. If you want us to do something, put it in our faces, tell us it's important. Why is it 2 weeks before Christmas that you decide to give us a deadline? It doesn't make any sense. This story for me just shows that, you know, even when our government is well-meaning, the implementation of these things just now leaves a bad taste in the mouth of Nigerians. Now, in the face of a second wave of the pandemic, you're putting people at risk. I mean, a few weeks ago, we're talking about NIMSI staff going on strike because they didn't have protective gear and they were being inundated by people at their enrollment centers. I mean, we can certainly do better. No doubt, it's important for us to have this information, even though we're not even harnessing it. We're not, you know, warehousing it in a manner that will benefit Nigeria in the long run. It's all still so disconnected. But even if you're going to do it, at least make sure that you're putting the well-being of citizens front and center. You have to create urgency to do it, but will you do it in the middle of a pandemic? So that's just a quick summary of those two stories. Of course, urge everyone to go and get their done in a safe manner as possible, and get it linked to your SIM card as the government has instructed.
Yeah, interestingly, Uti, I actually went on my email, my inbox, and I searched for the NIMSI because I had done the registration online, many years ago, and I checked the date. It was 2014. It was 2014, and I think something happened that stalled it for me, that I couldn't go through with the biometrics and all of that. So now I have to start all over again. So what we are asking the federal government to do is, it's not like we do not want to get this NIN. Can you make the process a bit seamless? Because for some people that have gone online to do all the registration and the documentation, by the time they take the printouts to the NIMSI office, they still tell them that all those ones you pack it aside, will still have to do the manual. So how do you reduce, amidst COVID-19, how do you reduce the interaction with too many people going to that center? I think the government should have been thinking, for a more creative way to get this registration done. We already have gone to our various networks for our phone numbers to register. They have our biometrics and everything. Couldn't you just think of a way to link this thing? Must we go to the physical office of NIMC? Well, my story is, you want to say something quickly?
I feel the pain of people going through this, but I've done my registration. I have my NIN card.
Sandy, so I've said when they're talking, you should not be talking.
I'm sorry. It pays to be a good citizen. Yes.
You had to rub it in, right?
I'm trying to rub it in. That's the point. So I have the card.
We have it. It's just, what's the urgency? We have it. Even the people that have it, what's the urgency? Why does it have to be everything is now?
Well, federal government, because we were talking about this, I think it was yesterday or the day before, we had Mori on the show when she talked about school resumption. So I just saw the story, says, the headline says, federal government, COVID-19, school resumes January 18. Federal government is insisting, right? So the federal government has finally resolved to go ahead with the January 18, 2021 resumption date for schools nationwide, despite the pressure being mounted by some organizations, including the Academic Staff Union of Universities, against reopening of schools and the second wave of the pandemic. The Minister for Education, Adamu has had during a press briefing of the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19 on Monday, said that resumption date was not sacrosanct, but now they are saying that they insist that the schools will reopen. So the truth is, honestly speaking, as I said, I think I still even mentioned it yesterday when we were having a conversation with EC. I said something. I said, see, government has time and time again, they've shown us they are always never. They've not thought through certain kinds of processes. They've not really prepared. So whether we are opening on the 18th or the school is opening on the 30th, as far as I'm concerned, in terms of preparedness for government, it makes no difference, because postponing the resumption date does not guarantee that they have put XYZ in place to ensure that the students are resuming safely. So the onus is on a lot of, and the thing actually stalling this is more of government schools, because private schools, they've been ready since April or March last year. They have been ready. They put in a lot of things in place. So it's more of the government schools.
Government schools that are causing this setback.
And you cannot delay every other child because you're not prepared.
Right. You know what I would say? The same way Nigerians sort of take up our livelihood into our own hands, like your business, you're not waiting for government to provide for you, because a lot of times the government is as if they really don't care. I'm not saying they don't care, but they act as though they don't care. So I think in that same manner, we should all be independent with our care when it comes to COVID. If schools are going to resume, that's fine, but take
precautionary measures.
Be selfish about it when it comes to your family. Make sure that your kids, if you have to drum it into them, if you have to punish them 7 times a day for them to understand the importance of wearing a mask in schools. So
I think
in that case we can't.
Also, you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to ask. Now, we have a huge problem in this country of people who do not believe in the presence of COVID-19 in this country. They think it's all propaganda. You have another set, or you have the other reality that says that we are in the wave, or we're in the second wave of the pandemic. We see the numbers being released by the NCDC daily, and these numbers are much higher than we're used to. And then in the middle of that, the government says we're opening schools. Please, what is this contradicting message that we're sending? We need to get everybody. I mean, is it that we're not seeing what's happening outside of Nigeria? Or Nigerians just think that we think that we have some superpowers? I mean, we've been blessed to escape the worst of this on the first turnaround. Now, all over the world, we have all sorts of more contagious versions of this virus flying around. Our airports are not open. Our people are being careless. Now you put your children in the line of fire. Well, it's okay. As long as nobody's coming to voluntarily remove my child from my house to force him to go to school, God be with all of you.
We'll continue this conversation after the break. I will answer you. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Thanks for staying with us. Now, today's youth have been called all sorts of names, from lazy to immature with no depth or grit. Now, there is a high level of impatience where a youth, for instance, you employ a young person, the person isn't ready to spend time to grow. They just want to become CEO now. They see those ahead of them and they want to acquire everything that they see them have. Now, this display of a microwave approach to attaining almost everything in life must come first from somewhere. So this we are asking, why is this so? Why is there hurried nature of wanting to get things now? And if it is there, who should be held accountable for the crop of youth that we have today? Now, please let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join this conversation. Tweet at us at WadeShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WadeShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So, Uti and Sanzi. I know Uti doesn't like talking about this matter because it's almost like every time she wants to talk about it, they're always fighting her. So I'm going to start with you, Uti. So this conversation, I think we've had it in different ways, several times, but I think it's something that will keep on happening until maybe some people were able to redeem some people to the other side. Now, if you go on social media, it is really crazy, right? It seems like everything is instant. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday, and he was saying that we need to understand that the crop of young people that we have today are not our generation that, believed in, delayed gratification, I can patiently wait for my turn and all of that. It seems like everybody in this present generation, they want it and they want it now. So why is this so? Maybe I should come to Uti first.
So, I mean, this is a very interesting one because, I have very mixed feelings about it. I always tell people that I'm young, but I'm old at the same time because I feel like I'm that old school teacher, right? But you can't ignore culture. Culture is all pervasive. It changes, it molds, but it's from the people. We've moved on. The world has moved on. The world is now always switched on. We're used to 24-hour everything. We're used to instant TV. We grew up at a time when you got to wait till 4 p.m. or 5 p.m. for the TV to come on. Now we're in a time where, kids wake up in the morning. First thing they say is, Mommy, can I put on the TV? So we're in a world that is always switched on. So to be honest, the world has moved on. The world is also not in that place now where there's delayed gratification anymore. Now everything is at your fingertips. Before, you had to wait for an ad to finish playing to continue watching your show. Now you can watch it without ads. Now you can fast forward the ads.
You can skip
it. The world has moved on. So it's not really, for me, the fact that there's a hastiness, because also when you look at the age of, some of the young billionaires and young people who are doing great things in the world today, they're in their early 20s. Forbes has 30 most powerful under 30 or whatever that thing is. It's getting increasingly younger. Our young people are able to do so much more than the generations that came before them. I think for me, what is disconnected is the lack of understanding that there is a process, and that process is still fine to go through. So yes, I can be a YouTube star overnight tomorrow, or I can go into Big Brother and I can become a celebrity overnight. But that doesn't erase the requirements of a good foundation, of you having the understanding of hard work, of you having understanding of the value of money, of you knowing right from wrong. All those things are values that must not be eroded, no matter how fast the world gets. And I think that's where there's a disconnect, where you find that, a lot of things are now getting lost. A lot of values are being lost. A lot of belief systems are being eroded. Even our culture is being eroded by the outside influences that says everything is switched on, everything is now. I don't need to wait to get anything. So when somebody is telling me, oh, it's good for you, delayed gratification is good for you, actually, I beg to differ. That's what you're going to get back from that generation. They can't relate to it. So it's not necessarily that is the problem. It's just certain things that are being lost along the way.
Absolutely. Let me come to you, Sanjay.
Right. So for me, first of all, I would like to cancel out the fact that they are lazy. No. The average youth is not lazy. Maybe to a certain extent we're immature and maybe shallow to a certain extent, like I said earlier, but we are definitely not lazy. So the hastiness to live on the fast lane and jump gun, I would say this is what I understand is the cause of it. Uti mentioned something about the satisfaction and jumping process, and yes, I definitely do agree with that, but primarily I think it's because of lack of results. So our parents would tell us that, of course, there is the home training and everything. And so for a lot of people who are patient enough, they might decide to, walk through the process and trust, and, there must be a conviction inside of you that, this process that I walk through it and I'll come out better at the end of it. But for a lot of people, you've watched your parents tell you, take your time, there is process and all things will come out well. And then you're a year old, nothing is getting better. You're 5 years old, nothing is getting better. You're 17, it's getting worse. You're 25, you're 35, and you're still watching the same parents moving from a 5-bedroom duplex to a 3-bedroom apartment and now to a 1-bedroom apartment. Is getting worse. So for somebody like that, because there is nothing that is as rewarding or reassuring as results. So when you're telling me delayed gratification and I'm looking at your life being my parents' role models and I'm not seeing what you're telling me, of course I would think is either you don't know what you're saying or something is wrong or you missed it somewhere. So that already creates a disappointment, a distrust. So I, as the young person, would tell myself, you know what, whatever these people are saying, I'm not willing to take this path. So I'm willing to try another path, which is now the Instagram that we see, And so because we have a lot of young people who are thinking in such manner, we have a lot of them creating Twitter. So I don't have to Twitter, WhatsApp, I don't have to pass a message and wait for the Telegram or whatever fax to get to or ship it, So I'm getting it Insta message, Instagram and everything. So these are things that young people are creating to make life easier for ourselves in order to achieve. And at the end of the day, everybody wants to achieve a result, and that result is a comfortable life, a happy life, So like I said, I think the hastiness stems hugely from lack of results and disappointment coming from the lives of our parents. I know that I've seen that. For me personally, I've watched my parents. I love you, Mom and Dad. But yeah, that was my story at some point. I looked at it and I said, you know what? I'm not going to settle for this
Almost
local
like
life.
retrogressive.
Exactly. You know, there has to be more. So I set out on my own path. In as much as I'm grateful for the values they've put inside of me, because it's helping to guide my path. But still, I think I'm doing things from a different path. You know,
so Botanzi, you are not in the category of the kind of conversation that we're driving today, because even in that path where you have chosen to say, you know what, I don't want to go through this route that they have taken, I want to find my path and all of that, you are still level-headed, you are still insisting that you have to do the things
it's a
the
personal
right
conviction.
way. That's my point.
Yeah.
But the crop of people that we have today, they can do anything as long as these results that you're talking about. So is it money that is enough? Now, Uti mentioned something about overnight success. Uti, is there anything as overnight success? Because the guest we had yesterday said something, that even these entertainers that you see, oh, the person blow. Do you know how many sleepless nights the entertainers had overnight trying to write music? Some failed, some did not fail. They will not just show you the process. They only show you the end product. And so you see it and you say that it's overnight success. So is there any such thing as overnight success?
So there is the belief from what you see that people can become an overnight success. And my question is, what is your definition of overnight? Now, the people, let me use a pop culture reference. The people who go into the Big Brother house, would you call them an overnight success? Because they go into a house, they stay in there for however long, they went in, for lack of a better word, unknown, and they came out celebrities. Would you class that an overnight success? Or would you say that the work they've done in the Big Brother house categorizes them as overnight success? Now, I don't think there's no such thing as an overnight success. It may be 1 in a million, where literally maybe you won the lottery or something, then maybe truly you are an overnight success. But it takes work. I mean, if you know what people have to go through, let me stick with my reference. If you know what people have to go through in the auditions for Big Brother, in all of that, even that takes determination. Even that takes planning. That takes you creating a persona that you can sell to the producers of this show who think that you're entertaining. So you don't just fall into it. In truth, I think that, and when Tanzi said, the first thing I'll say is we're not lazy. I think that the reality of it is that the level of endurance has reduced. And it's not a choice for endurance to reduce. Human nature, what is that Darwin phrase now that says, I think we evolve, only the strong survive, or whatever it is. You evolve based on what you have. When our grandparents had to walk miles and miles and miles without cars, they were stronger physically. When we had to wash clothes with our hands without washing machines, we were stronger physically. Our children will most likely never have to wash clothes with their hands, or very rarely have to do that. So from a physicality point of view, we are getting weaker, if I can use that phrase in a non-negative way. We're not as strong. So when you say when that laziness reference, I think sometimes communication is the problem. We do lack endurance. So the things that our parents could do, we're not strong enough to do it. You do a physical activity and you think to yourself, oh, I'm tired. It's not about fitness now. We're not built for that endurance because we don't have the kind of life that they led. We've not been walking 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. We're not. We do it for fitness, but that's not the general lifestyle. So we're not as strong. So when we come to talking about success and we say, is there an overnight success? There isn't. But it's, again, I like when Sanzi mentioned that her parents instilled values in her. We're still coming back to the crux of the issue, is that there's nothing wrong with you wanting to be a YouTube star. There's nothing wrong with you wanting to be, quote unquote, an overnight success. The question there is, who are you? What is it that drives you? The question I asked, last week I was driving down the road and something just hit me. I was watching the world around you as you do when you're driving. And I said to myself, how many Nigerians, if you are offered 100 million naira as the only consequence for killing a person, would you do it? And I said, in truth, I've asked this question to a couple of people and I've gotten a range of answers from, I'll do it for 1 million. I'll do it for, so there's no other consequence. There's no negative consequence. The only consequence is, here's 100 million naira cash. Kill somebody and I'll give you this money. That's all. How many people would jump at it? Think about it. So that's that's the problem. The fact that that even becomes a reality is that we've lost our beacon for what is right and what is wrong. Now, the only beacon we're following is money.
So what causes this? So is it as a result of failed promises that we heard over and over and over again growing up? That, people will promise you are the future leaders, you are the this, you are the that, and you're growing up, you're not seeing that future. I think maybe that is what has brought that impatience, where people are saying, no, I cannot wait anymore. Yeah, because it seems like every promise that they made to us while we were growing up, to say you're going to go to school, when you read your book, you become, you understand, when you read your book, you become this, you become that, and you are here. And it seems like, so what is the root cause of that?
I think frustration has a way of messing with the human mind. It goes back to values for me. If your values are not strong enough, there are certain decisions that when you're in so much pain or disappointment or frustration, you won't even know when you dabble into it. Take, for instance, someone who goes into prostitution because you need money, you need an apartment, and yes, all the values that you don't really have to be a Christian for you not to choose to not, prostitute and all that. You just have to have that value that I don't want to sell myself, right? So it gets to that point where you need so much and there is pretty much nobody to call on, and you're at this place where you don't know what is right and wrong again. You just want to survive. Obviously, you're going to sell yourself. Right, it's the next, because you don't have that strong backup that tells you, what, no matter what, go through this, it gets better. If you don't have that strong conviction, if you don't have that driving force, that your life, how do I put it? If you don't have a solid thing that drives you, that your conviction is built on, chances are you're probably going to kill someone. You're probably going to do Yahoo. You're probably going to, I don't know, do something way different just to make sure that you survive. Because at the end of the day, all humans are selfish and we are all fighting for survival. It's true,
So I'll just add to that. I mean, the reality of it is that what have we seen? This generation of young people, what have they grown up seeing? They've grown up seeing corruption normalized. They've grown up seeing monies, the kinds of monies.
Snakes swallowing money and monkeys going out with money.
You know what I mean? So you've seen that. And on the flip side, they've seen the degradation. They didn't go to the quality of schools. This generation we're referring to, in our time, Unity schools were the place to be. We were fighting to go to federal government colleges. Now, who knows what they're like? So they don't even have that. So there's nothing to show you that this perseverance worked. So we saw our parents, they went through that trajectory of, I take it from the opposite side for Sanzi, but they started from the 1-bedroom apartment when they got married. They worked all their lives. They got into, maybe senior jobs, and they got into better housing. Now, everybody's seeing that big house, and that's where they want to start from. Nobody wants, there's no time now to say, I want to wait for the trajectory. I want to grow from a 1-bedroom apartment into a 3-bedroom apartment, into a 4 or 5-bedroom house. Anybody got time for that?
Nobody got time for that.
You know what?
Ain't about it.
I want to you stop a 7-year-old kid on the street and you ask them what car they want to drive. They can tell you it's a Range Rover, dude, what's he gonna do to earn that money to buy that car? He doesn't have an answer for you because he doesn't have any role models that he has watched who have gone through this trajectory that says, if you do X, Y, Z, if you do A, B, C, you will turn out this way. So if you look at even the successful people in our country, in our environment, when you look at the top businessmen, you find that somewhere in there's some connection or there's something. Nobody truly believes that I can replicate what this person has done.
Without any connection.
without anything. And that is a huge thing, because what you're then saying is, look, dude, no matter how hard you try, there's no way for you. So really,
in fact, you will now see some prayer points in churches say, Father, locate my, what did they call her? How did they put it? May I locate my destiny helpers? So you know what? We're going to go on a break. Yeah, go ahead, Uti. Conclude quickly. We want to take a break.
So you don't find that you're just trying to tell, you're trying to, or rather, what I'm trying to say is that what we now need to do to start to close this gap is to be able to show young people, successful people who have done things that they can replicate. It's not for us as Nigerians to be saying, oh, Anthony Joshua is Nigerian, so everybody. No, we need to show our homegrown heroes, people that have done things that we can replicate, that don't have lost years in their story.
Okay, you know what? We'll take a very short break. When we return, we'll take some of the comments and we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Now, if you're just tuning in, it's our ladies' night out, and today we're discussing the perceived impatience of today's youth, and we're asking who to blame. Uti and Sanzi, people have not told me who we are supposed to be blaming in this matter, but please.
No, I have told you.
Let us hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow, or send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. So the phone lines will be open for those that want to call in as well. Uti, you were saying?
No, I said you were asking that. You said we haven't told you. I said, in my own opinion, I've shared my thoughts with you. Culture has moved on with the lack of role models. I mean, the list is endless. But anyway, so I'll take this comment.
Are we pinning this now on leadership, or what are we pinning it
on? No. So it's not just leadership, because again, who are the leadership? Leadership come from within
the people, yeah.
So for me, it's not necessarily a leadership thing. It's just that with time, the world has moved on, first of all, wherever you are, whether you're in Nigeria, whether you're in China, wherever you are. It's now, we're switched on, we're on 247. So that in itself creates a gap where Nigeria is not as fast as the rest of the world, but we have the internet to see how fast the rest of the world is. So what do you want to do, you know? But anyway, let me quickly take this comment by a viewer called Benson. It says, by design, youthfulness comes with restlessness. The ability of the guardian to help nurture and direct gives the ultimate performance and fulfillment. That impatience many times is the embedded potential struggling to manifest. If properly guided, the entire community eventually benefits from it. And he asks us, what do you think?
Okay, so before you take what you think, hold on. We have a caller, I think Kelvin from Aja. Good evening. Thank you for calling.
Good evening.
Thank you for calling. Quickly, in 1 minute, let's hear what you have to say.
Yeah, I just into this program now, and I'm hearing what you guys are saying.
Okay, go ahead.
I think the leaders they've really failed Nigerian youth.
Okay.
They failed Nigerian youth. If you go globally, you see Nigerians are very industrious and intelligent, but they've not allowed Nigeria to use their intelligence to help this nation. They failed the youth in all parts of government. All they show us is embezzlement. All we hear about the embezzle of money, they live on statisticians like the oppressors with their with their embezzled money. So these are really affected the reading of a common Nigerian. There is no way we don't believe in legitimacy anymore. They don't believe in hard work anymore. They believe it's either you get it either way. Because the leaders, they've done so much. They've affected Nigerian psychology globally. I've been to some countries in the world. Nigerians are very hardworking, but our intelligence, they've made us to use it the other way around. That's why Yahoo cannot stop, because Nigerians the youth are angry. They are frustrated. Education system everything has failed them. All we see is them embezzling money. Somebody will steal 30 billion, they will give him kind of 200,000 naira. It's all about nepotism, who you know, godfatherism, cabals. Man, this country is a joke, man. I like you guys. Keep it up. But Nigeria youth, they failed us.
Thank you so much, Kelvin.
They failed us.
Thank you so much, Kelvin.
I disagree. The country is not a joke.
It's not a joke.
I'm a patriotic citizen, and Nigeria can be a bit frustrating sometimes, but it is not.
We are going to get through it. Yeah. Uti, you were going to take you were going to say something about Benson's comment, right? Quickly.
So he was just asking if, what do we think about that in terms of the restlessness of the youth. Absolutely agree. I mean, if you look at any child, they're unable to sit still because they're exploring, they're learning. That's how they're understanding the world. So absolutely, youthfulness comes with a restlessness. It's how you channel that energy. And again, I mean, he does raise a very valid point here about the job or the place of the guardian or the parent. And that's another thing that is being eroded in today's culture. We also have, I mean, you see some children sometimes and you see their parents and you think, really? Some people shouldn't be parents, but they're parents. And this is not judging. This is just the fact that parents also need to take that job
responsibility seriously. Yeah.
It's you bring a human being into the world, and your job is to make sure that this person is a well-adjusted, balanced upstanding member of society. And a lot of that these days is lost. I mean, whether it's in the hustle looking for money or whatever it is.
Honestly, I think we blame parents too much. We should also understand that these people we're talking about, they are independent individuals.
No, hold on.
Maybe when they're in their baby stages.
Let me explain something to you. It's not about blaming parents, right? You see, everybody right now has a responsibility to play. I believe that if you say who's to blame, everybody have failed. We failed ourselves. Now, listen. It is only when the child has gotten to a certain age that you can now say the child, you understand, is an individual on its own. Where this your morals that you are preaching here, it was instilled before you were 8 years old.
No, but hold on. Hold on. Let me make my point. Yeah, it was instilled in me. I made the decision to stick to it. I've been in situations where I could have easily flung it out.
Yes.
Do you understand? So it's no longer about my parents. If I had misbehaved, someone would hold my parents and say that, no, that's wrong, right? So the person who chooses to not believe what the parents has to, it is no longer, I've seen parents who look at their children and they're like, this is not the person I raised.
Yeah.
So in cases like that, you can't really blame the parents. For me, I believe that who is to blame is not the child, is not the parent. The child wants results. The parent is not producing the result. The society is giving you option of corruption. So what we have to blame is lack of verifiable results. So your parents tells you work hard, go to school, you work hard, and everything around you is frustrating you. And then someone who carries out fraud, online fraud or whatever you call it, or going nude on Instagram, comes out and tells you, listen, this is what I do. And they're showing you're seeing the result. That is a verifiable result. So all you need to do is to ask yourself, can I do this? Once whatever your conscience tells you can do this, that's it.
Okay.
So without that verifiable result,
let's bring in our audience. Hold on, Uti.
I have messages and I'm not done talking, but okay.
No, please, you have to. Ade from the UK says, good evening, ladies. This young lad has turned their generation to be competitive amongst themselves. They want to achieve success at all costs. If you go to your village during festival, you will see a lot of comparison, even from parents to next door or village friends who came for the festival, spraying money without knowing the source of the money. So that part is them. How about your comments?
Yeah, and another thing is, I don't think there is anything like, it's not overnight success. I think it's overnight fame. So that it's fame, overnight fame. There is overnight fame. There is no overnight success. So I'll take a couple of messages. This is from Layo. He says, or she says, I don't know, sorry. We have to have more people tell their success journey to start breaking the mindset of overnight success. I agree. And Dami says, entertainment shows like Big Brother give an illusion of overnight success. And finally, from Kelvin, he says, I agree with Uti. This generation have seen this branding of success. They are only a product of our current reality. So he's saying that the young people are a product of our current reality.
Okay, Uti, I'm going to come to you shortly, but we have a caller, Paul from Lagos. Thank you for joining us.
Hello.
Thank you for calling.
Yes, I just want to make a contribution. I've been following the show. I think I would have to blame the government. When there is no penalty for bad behaviors, when people do things wrongly and they are not penalized, the younger ones tend to follow suit and say, okay, since it's this way, I mean, if I can do this and go scot-free, I'll go ahead and do it. Even the government themselves, they do all manner of things. No one holds them to account. Impunity everywhere. So I think I'll pin it down to them.
To the government.
Even though some parents are also to blame. If you don't lead your children right and they copy the wrong thing, I mean, it sticks with them till they grow.
Thank you so much, Paul. Uti, let me come to you before I come back to Sanzi. She's itching to talk.
So I was like, this is me and Sanzi having an Uti and Lami moment.
Yes,
but
so?
let me just say that when you talk about the value system, you have the values. That's why you can't relate to people that were not raised with values.
That is it.
That's one. Two, yes, people make bad decisions every day. And that is a choice that we are all left with. Like I said, there are people who you will pose that 100 million naira question to, that even in their poverty, even in their lack of food, will not take it. That is a choice. Now, when you even then circle back to that idea of verifiable results, when you make it seem like, or when you position it, when you put it in the sense that says there's a lack of verifiable results, there are a lot of hardworking Nigerians today earning an honest living. What is missing is that our youth of today don't have the patience for that. So it's not for lack of verifiable. If you seek, you will find. So like I said, I feel that yes, a lot more needs to be done in terms of our young people who are successful, going out there and telling their stories and paying it forward in terms of education. But the reality of it, in the world that we live in today, hard work pays off. It may take time, but hard work pays off. It may not pay off in billions, but there are always dividends for hard work. Those are the principles of the world.
So I think even Uti, it's a combination of a lot of things. Even the music that comes out from the lips of some of these entertainers, they're telling you, I buy Maserati, I buy Lamborghini, I buy, it is. So the thing is, it is a strong attack. Listen, what is happening right now is a strong attack on the very core of even that moral standing that anybody would have. Because when you see people, keep pushing those ideas into your head, so at some point you might not even have clarity of what is right and what is wrong anymore. I mean, if you need to see the boldness on Instagram. Some of these guys that dress up like ladies are coming out to tell you, a married woman, you better hold your husband very well. What is giving people that effrontery, that boldness, is because a lot of things have been eroded. But Benson came back again and he said that Cosmos Maduka's story is also a good model of hard work and success. And he now says it takes a community to raise a child. But I think Sanzi and Uti, you have some more comments because we're almost running out of time.
Oh dear. Okay, so this one is there is no name attached to it, but it says the issue is that the system has rigged our compassion and any reason to strive to succeed. An average Nigerian will think twice before helping accident victims because the police will hold you responsible. The system makes it hard for Nigerians to stick to his or her values because we are all out to survive on our own. Our system does not celebrate hard work that leads to success.
Absolutely. Uti.
So this one, I really enjoyed this comment. Thank you to, there's no name. Again, thank you for sending in this comment. Patiently waiting for today's show. Very interesting topic. It's been one I've had recently with a couple of people, especially working with Gen Z. Now, let me take this one. Let me just break it down. If you work today in an organization and you are not Gen Z and you work with Gen Z, odds are frustration gonna kill you.
Uti, hold on that minute. Uti, hold on. I think we have a BA from Abuja. Thank you for calling. Quickly, in 1 minute.
Hi, thank you. I'm enjoying the program, actually, so I said to call.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, so here's what I think.
Go ahead.
Generation.
Oh, we're losing you. Hello? I think we lost that call. Uti, go ahead with the Gen Z. You were talking about Gen Z.
So if you work with these guys and if you manage them, they think on a completely different axis from you.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, when you think about the trajectory of your career, you know, you also are not an overnight success. You were where they were probably maybe 10 years ago, 12 years ago, whatever the case may be. These guys don't think the same way. They're not built the same way. In terms of, let me give you an example.
Okay, Uti, sorry, 1 minute. I think he's back again on the call. Sorry. Abi, are you there again? Thank you again for calling. Oh, you need to turn down the volume of your television set, Abi. Hello?
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
I can't hear you.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello?
Oh, you have to cut the line.
I can hear you.
Okay. Uti. Yeah, I would have loved to hear what he had to say. Uti.
So while we're waiting for Uti, I would like to highlight that let's not just look at the negative side of this restlessness and impatience. Hello, we have mobile banking. It's as a result of impatience. People don't have the patience to stand in the bank. We have instant messaging. People don't have that patience to wait for 5 hours or wait for network to connect or thereabout. We have washing machine, we have faster cars, we have so many of these are a result of the reason people are buying it. Whoever that created it, I don't know, maybe it was for impatience or just for better life. But hold on, people are buying it. Even you are buying. You have a washing machine, you have the mobile banking app, you have all these things. Why? Because life on the go.
Okay,
we all are getting impatient.
Uti, please let me hear your final
chicken and egg. Sansi, it's chicken and egg. So you can't say that it's the fast life that brought mobile banking. It's the convenience that brought the always switched on. Technology moved on and people followed. But anyway, I come back to Gen Z in terms of their communication style. They don't think the way we do. So I feel like, you know, you keep asking this question about, you know, what's the cause? I feel that we will never even be on the same page because our brains don't work the same. We can't see. It's like you holding up a 9 and me seeing a 6, and you're like, no, it's 9. I'm like, it's 6. Never shall we two meet. So the reality of it is the foundation is that they think differently. They've grown up in a different world. They've grown up in an always switched on world. You are thinking, I had the patience to wait till 4 p.m. for NTA to come on. Duh, he doesn't understand what you're talking about. All you're saying is blah, 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 blah. Can I go and watch TV? So we are never going to, what we must also understand is we now need to understand our value, the differences. You know, there is strength in everything. We see the Zuckerbergs of the world. We see the 22-year-old, 23-year-old successes. What can we learn from them? As much as you want to say, oh, these people don't think like me, we also do have things to learn from them because the world has changed. And they are actually more equipped for the world of the future than we probably are. So it's a two-way street. Whether, like Sansi said, you don't have to look at it from just the negative. There's the positive side. What can we learn? Because guess what? A baby can teach you something. So what can we learn? Then we need to look at the negative side of it. What is the effect? What is the negative impact of this fast life? Because it does have an impact. And because it's now it's a bigger pool of people that the fast life is affecting. We're seeing it on a grander scale, live and in living color on Instagram. So we also need to tackle it from both sides of the divide. But
absolutely. You know, I didn't think the time would just fly so quickly like this, but we've run out of time. But it's our ladies' like night out. So Tuesdays and Thursdays, we get to, you know, I think I'll be pairing both of you very well. I like the energy in the room. You know, but Uti, thank you so much. Thank you, Sanzi. Thank you to all the called and sent messages. I mean, you are the ones that make us, feel alive, like we're doing something good. Thank you so much, everyone that called, and we apologize for the call that we couldn't take as well. All right, so Ways was birthed from the need to inspire, inform, and transform lives, towards actions, and we are starting our CSR focused on curbing unemployment in Nigeria. So if you are a company, please partner with us by allocating internship slots. And if you're a job seeker, keep watching Ways. Follow us on all our social media handles and tell friends, because this will be an all year round engagement. We'll hopefully get you internship slots in different companies across all walks of life. Now, in case you missed today's quote again, Sanzi, can you help me with that?
All right, so in case you missed the quote, here it is: hastiness and superficiality are the psychic diseases of the 20th century. That's Alexander Solzhenitsyn.
That's your name.
What a name.
All right, so we'll see you live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring you another great conversation. Enjoy.
The Breakfast, dissecting and analyzing top stories in the news.
The mess of 16 years cannot be clean. And so for 2 years, they also started adding mess to the mess.
If the terrorists killed 100 people, that is probably not news. If they killed the governor, that is a big achievement.
Nigerians are really upset. Labour cannot go there to discuss for the generality of Nigerians.
Join the conversation online on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram Send us your comments via WhatsApp on 0906 000 5719. If you have an opinion, share it with us. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself he's a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, you know there's unemployment. Yes, you know there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're waiting. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
Good morning to you, and thank you for joining us on The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. It's another Friday morning. Many people will be excited about this one, and I hope you are same. I am Osaogi Ogbon. Good morning.
Good morning, and I am Anetta Felix. Indeed, the start of the weekend. Everyone's really excited, looking forward to their day. And welcome again to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Today we're discussing key issues in the country, and we can't wait to dive right into it, from our newspaper review to examining events that shape the course of Nigeria's history, talking about today in history and beyond the African continent as well. And then we're talking about maritime security, looking at that issue in detail in the first segment on The Breakfast today.
We'll, of course, be going as far back as 1966. It was officially the first, I think it was one very major event that shaped Nigeria's history and, of course, created, an avenue for the civil war back then. But we'll talk about that a lot later on the program this morning. For now, it is good morning to you. And aside talking maritime security, we're also going to be talking about something called fixed politics. A lot of people argue that outside Nigeria, in the United States, there is schools, where people go and learn the art of governance and learn about politics and, basically shape themselves to eventually take over power 30 years later, 20 years later. Do we have the same system here in Nigeria? Do we have people just jump into political positions simply because they can afford it or because they have good godfathers?
Exactly.
So some of those things we'll be talking about on the program today. Also, the World Bank investing $5 billion in some African countries will be part of our discussion also. It looks like it's going to be a very interesting Friday.
Indeed, very interesting Friday. Can't wait to dig in. So stay with us. It's The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa.
We can't talk about education reform if we don't decolonize our education system.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize. Because it's just cultural. And I think it's just human nature.
They stop paying us salary. I don't like remembering it.
I am angry at Nigeria. I'm angry at this government which seems to be letting us down. I'm angry at us as a people.
In the process of struggling to free myself from his hand, he tore my pants and he raped me.
Yes, I commit offense truly.
Young girl, do you know where you are going? I say, I'm going to America. I say, now so that they talk, you are going to Libya. Which America?
As it then do mark our place, some people they die now.
This is Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 and they pay.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
You're welcome back to the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa, and we're kicking off with a look at the big stories on the front pages of the newspaper today. And joining us to analyze this is Jide Johnson, who's a chief lecturer at the Nigerian Institute of Journalism. Good morning, sir, and thanks for joining us.
Good morning, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Good morning to our viewers all over the world.
Good morning.
All right, let's begin with the Punch newspaper. It says, Northern elders, Kuka, Obi, others warn of another civil war. Nigeria's daily oil production sinks to 1.17 million barrels. FG bans overcrowding, assemblies, others as school resumes Monday. 96 firms bid to repair NNPC pipelines terminals. Can defends Kuka demands arrest of people threatening Bishop. Police bust Ogun drug syndicates, recover 10 million naira had drugs. Lagos eyes bonds, others to fund 192.49 billion naira deficit. Army detains civilian for 7 months over owed Facebook video. Amotekun dismisses call for killing Okada driver, delivers him for prosecution. As well as these other stories, gunmen seize 18 traders in Edo, demand 25 million naira. 10 jailed 1 month for dumping refuse on Ekiti roads. And Assembly threatens to order Ogun monarch's arrest. Mr. Johnson, which of the stories would you like to speak on this morning?
Let's start with the headline, which the Northern Elders spoke out others war. When Frederick Kuka gave his speech, it caused an uproar when he highlighted things that has happened and is happening in Nigeria, pointing out the need for us to address some of the things that is causing division and disharmony in the society. A lot of people call for his head, who are still calling for his head. Now we have seen others joining in raising an alarm concerning this particular issue, that is the issue of equity, of justice. If it is not addressed, the problem. You recall that only a fool makes the same mistakes twice. You recall that if you look at the factors and the issues that led to the first civil war and the complaints of other constituent units about the lack of representation and the domination of one section of the country in the management of the affairs of this nation, was what led to the first civil war. Now, we are seeing those indices being evident, and people are raising the flag because no nation can survive two civil war. And the earlier we sit down as a people and as a nation to address this issue, the better. So it's no longer the lone voice of Father Kuka in the forest. Other voices have joined and they are drawing attention to it. Now, Nigeria is a federation, and there's a need for the constituent unit to have a sense of belonging. And there's a need for those that have been charged with the responsibility of managing the affairs of the nation to understand that, one, they don't represent a particular interest group, whether by tribe or by race or by religion. Two, they have to have an understanding that they are representing the whole nation. So everybody must be given a sense of representation and a sense of belonging. And a stitch in time saves nine. The need for us to sit down. The unfortunate thing is that this particular government, the party responsible for this government across the nation, is a party that believes in the progressive ideology. It's a party that ran on the issue of national conference, on the issue of equity, on the issue of getting everybody involved. But you know what? It's quite unfortunate that even parties that we believe do not share progressive ideology had national conference.
It's also interesting.
Jonathan had his own. Now, the APC has not had anyone that has brought people, whether in one form or the other, to give an expression to their views as to how the affairs of this nation will be managed. So it's quite ironic and a travesty that a party that claims to be believing in progressive ideology, a party that believes in having a sovereign national conference when it was in opposition, is totally against it.
All right,
and I think we need
to
sit down.
Yeah, it's also interesting to note that the events that led to the now we're talking about, civil war. The events that led to the first civil war happened also today in 1966. We'll be bringing that up. The coup that led to the killing of Tafawa Balewa happened also today in 1966. So it feels like, a conversation that has come up again, decades later. But I would like us to also quickly speak on.
Pray that we never have any coup again in Nigeria.
Definitely.
We will never have anyone.
I would like you to also speak on the Amotekun Corps. We've heard reports of killings, of extrajudicial killings, if you can call it that, in the last few weeks. It's one of the fears that people have always had with regards the training of persons that you give weapons in Nigeria. Mm-hmm. Yes, a lot of people might support the idea of having a security force, that is, for states and for certain regions. But if they don't go through the same training or the, required training that makes them respect the rights of every single Nigerian, aren't we putting ourselves back in the same problem that we've had with the Nigerian police force?
It's a Nigerian thing. It has nothing to do with them. Training is a key component part of what you have said, but I'll give you an example. Where you work, you've seen the way some even security people that are hired to man your gate in your place, in our places of work, you see the way they react. Sometimes some of them show aggression. If you just keep gun to some of them, those of us that even work in some organization, they will have shut up before they know that we are actually working in that organization. It's a Nigerian thing in the sense that when people are given power, the responsibility, he said, power comes with responsibility. And I think this particular matter should be dealt with dispassionately. It should be transparent, it should be open. These people should be prosecuted. It shouldn't take any time. So as to send a signal to others, to let them understand that the fact that you're a law officer does not make you to be the law executioner. You can't be the police. They are the executive. You can only execute. You can't adjudicate. So that is for the judiciary. And I think that, like you said, there's a need for proper training of those in Amotekun. But this particular one is a test case. The matter should be addressed, and it should be open, it should be transparent, and it should be dealt with dispatch. And let it set serve as an example and as precedent for others, for them to know that you cannot take laws into your hand. It's because people take laws into your hand and they get away with it. That's why others try it.
All right, Mr. Johnson, right now, the COVID-19 statistics in Nigeria is over 100,005. The federal government has insisted that it will reopen schools on Monday, January 18th. But the federal government is now saying they're banning overcrowding assemblies and others on schools as they resume on Monday. Do you think they can actually properly, ensure this?
You see, we are just playing the ostrich. Let's face the reality. We are playing the ostrich. All you need to do is to send your cameraman or you put out a drone to go all over Lagos and outside of Lagos to others and capture images for you. And it will tell you the reality of our people. One, man is a social animal. There's no way you can constrain man to, when I mean man, I mean both the male and the female gender. To constrain, they will always relate. They can't isolate. The era of Kusu has ended, where me, myself, and I on an island being stranded there. So the issue of government saying overcrowded, that's just a public statement, just to assuage the feelings of people. Overcrowding is everywhere. Or you need just visit the market, visit the mall, visit anywhere. So overcrowding is. Now, if you have 100,000 cases in Nigeria, you do that across the population of Nigeria, you discover that in statistics, that is absolutely insignificant because it's not up to 5%. If you look at globally, as with respect to COVID-19, I think the earlier we learn to live with it, the better. The earlier it has come to stay. There's nothing we can do with it. In fact, they've developed we learn to live with smallpox. We learn to live with different pandemic over time. And I think a lot of fear was created around COVID-19 because if you look at the recovery rate and if you look at the mortality rate, and before the development of the vaccine, what was the mortality rate of someone being infected with COVID is less than 5%. The recovery rate is about 97%. And there's no drug for it in the first instance until the vaccines were created. And once you contracted the disease, what did they ask us to do? You have to self-isolate and you allow your body immune system to fight it over time.
All right.
I didn't see.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Let's move to the Guardian newspapers. I think some of these things will also come up there that you can share. The big one there says Nigerians say no to another lockdown. We also have on the Guardian, no harm must befall Kuka, Khan warns. Nigerians remain at NIMC offices as MTN targets service rollout. Presidency lists military feats as Nigeria marks Armed Forces Day. We also have Southwest speakers endorse Tinubu for 2023 presidency. A few others on the Guardian. January 18th resumption date for schools stands, and that's by the federal government. And also Donald Trump risks post office conviction as Senate defers impeachment action. Those are the big ones that you can find on the Guardian newspapers this morning. Mr. Johnson, you can kick off anywhere, anyone that gets your attention.
Let's start with no to lockdown. When we look at the lockdown and you see the sudden change in ardent supporter of lockdown globally, I'll give you an example. His name is Andrew Cuomo, the governor of New York. Last week, he said that they must open up. And yesterday, the strong woman who happens to be the mayor of Chicago said that they must open up. It's so funny that people that were key advocates of lockdown are now saying that, no, there should be no lockdown, we should open up the economy. You know what Andrew Cuomo said? He said, if we don't open up the economy, we have no economy to come back to. I have always been anti-lockdown, and I've told people, we first started with 14 days, from 14 days to 21 days, 21 days to 3 days, to 21 days to 1 month, 1 month till we got to 6 months of lockdown. And that was said that it will mitigate, it will control, it will reduce the spread, and the area will open up the economy. If you're a businessman, you run your own private business and you employ people, how do you pay them? Now, we live in a society where government is not giving us any stimulus check, either to businesses or private individuals. So what will people eat if government should lock us down? And then the palliative even they shared were ordered in people's homes and their warehouses, and others were using it to celebrate their birthday. So as far as Nigerians are concerned, judging from their experience in the past and looking at how other nations responded when they did lockdown, I'll tell you, if you do a sample survey, 99.9% of Nigerians will say no to lockdown. So I agree with them. There shouldn't be any lockdown, because if we keep locking down, what will we come back to? On the issue of Southwest Speaker endorsing Tinubu for 2023, I wish him all the best of luck in his presidential ambition. But one thing that is absolutely certain is that my own little experience that I've seen, he could be an outlier, is that everyone that has expressed his desire to be president of Nigeria did not become the president. Everyone. Every president of Nigeria that we have are always reluctant president. I'll give you, Shagari was a reluctant president. Azikwe, even as a ceremonial president, he didn't bargain to be a ceremonial president. He wanted to be prime minister. Obasanjo was a reluctant president. He went to prison to bring him out. Yar'Adua was a reluctant president. The man had planned to retire and go back to his academics before Obasanjo went and dragged him out. They dragged Obasanjo out of prison. Jonathan was a reluctant president. The man did not even see himself as becoming president, not even seeing himself as becoming the governor. You remember in 2011, when the president cried publicly and said he will never contest presidential election again, and they went and dragged him out. So from history, from historical perspective, every president we have had in Nigeria, I have termed them to be reluctant president. There's nobody that aspires to be president that becomes president. In 78, when M.K. Abiola intended to become the president, he wished, but he never became the president. In 1993, after Babangida banned all the presidential aspirants, that was when they went to drag Abiola to come and be the presidential candidate of SDP. So I wish Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, but historical antecedent in Nigeria works against him, probably will be an outlier to that effect. But I think it's too early for us to start talking about 2023. There are many issues that should be addressed in this nation, and these people should be speaking to this particular issue on how we can bring about development, on how we can give about the deliverables of democracy, on how we can assuage the feelings of people that are feeling that they have been left out in the management of their affairs.
All right, let's take a few stories from the Nation newspapers before we wrap up.
Yes, the big one here says how 27 states force the federal government to reopen schools. COVID-19 protocols to be enforced on teachers, pupils from Monday. And doctors warning here saying reopening schools now, dangerous. Government pushes up plan on 50 billion naira export expansion. Hospital deceived us on Kanu's recovery, says widow. Kuka is speaking here saying Nigeria learned nothing from civil war. And Joshua to earn $100 million for Fury Showdown. We also see here on the front page of the Nation newspaper, security lockdown in Washington, D.C. ahead of Biden's inauguration. Lagos targets 512 billion naira tax, 193 billion naira loan to fund 2021 budget. Amongst other stories here on the front page of the Nation newspaper. But which of them would you like to speak on this morning?
Well, I would like to talk on the security lockdown in Washington for Biden inauguration. Human beings are short on memory. All we need to do is just to go on YouTube and do
Mr. Johnson.
And look at what happened.
The network is a little struggling a little bit this morning, Mr. Johnson. Can you hear us clearly?
I can hear you clearly. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, we can now. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay. I said, I want us to go a bit international, talking about the Washington lockdown, security lockdown in Washington. If you watch the inauguration of Donald Trump in 2017, there was heavy riot, burning, and destruction of properties in 2017 when Donald Trump, which should have sent a signal to the security agencies in America that there's a need for them to deal with the issue of the division, the deep division within their society as a result of whichever camp loses the election, putting up temper tantrums. So it did not start today. It has always been a feature of their democracy since 2000, when we had that issue, Bush v. Gore, concerning the contesting of the election. From that period, the loser of the American election have always been bitter about the result of the election. So it's good that it's becoming clearer that democracy is not a perfect system, and with time we begin to nurture and correct whatever deficiencies we see in democracy. So we are looking forward to Joe Biden's inauguration on the 20th.
When you say the losers, when you say the losers have always been bitter, do you know of any time when a person who lost a U.S. election reacted the way Donald Trump is reacting now? From Clinton to... In 2000,
it took 37 days. Reaction is a product of narrative, whether you reacted... When you contest in 2000, you recall that it took them 37 days until the Supreme Court ruled on 5-4. 5 Supreme Court justices that were appointed by the Republican president voted for that election that was contested in Tallahassee in Florida, and 4 voted against the certification of that result. 5-4. It was a split decision. Since then, and then you talk about Bush versus Kerry in 2004.
Yes.
Bush versus Kerry in 2000. In 2004, the departure you have was Obama's election. That was a departure that you have. Obama's election, there was a departure. In 2016, I can show you clips and clips and clips and clips and clips. People marched in Washington concerning the election. So when that thing happened in the Capitol, I said, what happened in America is not new. So it's no news. Because prior to that, we have seen that some days before that incident last week, we saw people attacking the house of the Speaker and the house of the Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell, was defaced. So the signals were there. It's there in their side. All you just need to do is to follow it. I take a deep interest in American politics, so I follow it. I don't listen to the narrative of one media organization. I follow all media organizations so that I have an holistic view. So it's good that...
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
That the military, we have seen that the military also play a component part in sustaining American democracy. And we hope that our own military will understand that their loyalty is not to the president, their loyalty is to the nation. Unlike Nigeria, where you have the chief of army staff and all the armed forces pledging their loyalty to the president and not to the nation. We saw in the United States of America where the security agencies were pledging their loyalty to the country.
Mr. Johnson,
and not to the nation. And I think those are the lessons.
We're out of time for this conversation. We're out of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your very interesting perspectives on these stories. And we look forward to speaking with you again.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you very much. Right. Have a wonderful day.
You too, sir.
Happy weekend.
Remember to stay safe.
All over the world.
All right. I guess I actually do remember that, when Donald Trump was sworn in, there were people who, weren't very happy, about it. There were, small rallies here and there. Maybe not as violent as, this one was, but there's always been, a little bit of those skirmishes here and there. All right, that's all we have for you on today in the Newspaper Review for today. We're going to go straight into talking about what happened on this day, on the 15th of January, many, many years ago. And that comes up right after this short break. Good morning once again. Welcome to The Breakfast here on Plus TV Africa. As always, every morning on the show, we like to take you back a few years ago in history. And today, the 15th of January, we're looking back at 1966, something that eventually led to the Nigerian Civil War. It was tagged the Igbo coup, even if there's a lot of people who wouldn't agree. But it was on this day that two people, and they of course named Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu and Emmanuel Ifejuna, led the coup that led, of course, to the killing of the Prime Minister back then, Tafawa Balewa, while Nnamdi Azikiwe was out of the country. It also led to the death of 22 people, including Nigeria's Prime Minister, like I mentioned, many senior politicians and army officers. Unfortunately for them, this coup was unsuccessful, and eventually, due to a lack of proper communication, General Aguiyi Ironsi, who was the general officer commanding of Nigeria back then, took over power. He was in Lagos at the time that all this happened. He eventually then took over power, but this is where there was a little bit of controversy. After he took over power, there were then insinuations that it was pre-planned, and all of this was pre-planned so that Aguiyi Ironsi, who was also from the southeast, will take over power. As always, every coup that you hear about, most African countries, and maybe also across the world, is always blamed on corruption and a failing economy, and that the persons in positions of power are mismanaging the country. And this one wasn't in any way different. So Aguiyi Ironsi was in power for only a few months before he was killed in a counter coup. It's a very sad. If you look at the stories and look, at the look back in history at the way that Aguiyi Ironsi was killed, along with Fajuyi, who was the governor then in Ibadan. A really, really sad way that they were killed. But anyway, that's not part of the story. So yes, there was a counter coup that eventually led to their ouster sometime in July. What else? Yeah. So yes, other parts of this story that I found interesting were some of the people who took part in the counter coup that I will also mention, and that were, of course, Theophilus Danjuma, Muhammadu Buhari, Murtala Mohammed, Sani Abacha, and Ibrahim Babangida. They were some of the major components in the counter coup that eventually led to the killing of Aguiyi Ironsi and Fajuyi sometime in July that year. Theophilus Danjuma apparently was seen as the person who led the counter coup and led, of course, soldiers to Fajuyi's residence where Aguiyi Ironsi was at that time. And so, yes, it was on this day that the coup of 1966 happened, led by Chukwuma Kaduna Nzogu and Emmanuel Ifejuna.
Yes, I think this is a very, very interesting. It was a very interesting time in our country's history. Was I born then? Let me see. I don't think so.
Of course you
51 years ago, just how much have we learned? We've seen statesmen in the country speaking to this issue, saying, "What have we learned from the Civil War? Have we been able to truly forgive ourselves? Have we been able to move past it? Are we still hiding under the guise of, remember at a time when history was scrapped from our curriculum and there's just this mystery shrouded around it, Nigerians trying to hide this, not wanting to come to the realization of the fact that we do need our history if we're to progress and move forward. But the great thing is that at the end of the day, the war was over, the war ended, and we saw Yakubu Gowon coming out to say, no victor, no vanquished. He began the process of reconciliation, rehabilitation, reconstruction, right? And that led to the creation of the NYSC, the National Youth Service Corps scheme, saying, there's so much tribalism, there's so much ethnicity, we need to come together as one, realize that we are one nation, and that we need to do that from the scratch and get Nigerians to mix to other parts of the country. If you're from the south, let's send you to the north, experience the culture, love them, and let the people get to know you for who you are. I remember I was posted to Adamawa State for my NYSC, and even though most people run away because of insecurity, I stayed back and I don't regret it. I found I saw parts of Northerners that I would have never known if I hadn't lived or stayed with them. They're very hospitable people and all of that. So, but the great thing is that the NYSC is still in progress. We're still, Nigerians are able to intermarry. We've seen cases where people, go to the north, or people come from the north to the south, they're able to intermarry. So we're seeing that ethnic tension is not as terrible as it was before. But the thing is that we still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go, and let's hope that we can be able to bridge the ethnic divide and come together as one truly united nation.
So there is, aspects of this, that I agree with. The fact that of course, there were moves that were made to reconcile and to reconstruct and bring people together, but it doesn't change or take away the fact that tribe and religion has continued to be a major factor that has basically decided the way that the country has been run for a very, very long time. The very reason that there was a counter coup in the first place was because this was seen as an Igbo coup, not simply as a coup that happened by army officers in the officers of the Nigerian army. It was seen as an Igbo coup. The people who then eventually championed the counter coup were from the north, and so if we don't, like you mentioned, history was taken away from our curriculum for a bit. If we don't start to actually have certain conversations, we will never really be honest with ourselves and accept some of the mistakes that we made from the past and we're still making till today. There's still talk about nepotism in Nigeria today in 2020, 2021. There's still, those type of discussions about, certain parts of the country being favored and certain parts of the country being hated or, being relegated. There is still those conversations going on today. One thing that I would also say that we've also failed to do is have a very honest conversation about the Civil War. The 1966 coup happened. The counter coup happened, much later, the same year. The Civil War started in 1967. It was 3 years of a very, very dark time for Nigeria. Led to the death of, people have estimated about 3 million Nigerians, mostly from the southeast, that were murdered, simply because of the coup. There was, of course, the part where they were, they used hunger as a tool of war back then. But until we get to a place where we can truly have conversations about the mistakes that we made back then, we may never really move forward. When you bring up these conversations, a lot of people get very, very irritated.
Yes,
it's a
and
very
emotional.
sensitive conversation for certain people who don't want to accept that mistakes were made, who don't want to accept that they erred in that time. The Igbos also are very, very, very sensitive about these things because they also have heard and they've been told stories of what happened back then between 67 and 70. And so we need to have certain conversations. The same way we run to Rwanda almost every year to join them in their commemoration of the Rwandan genocide and pay respect to the dead and the apologies that are necessary. We need to do the same here in Nigeria. We cannot be running to Rwanda and forget what happened here in Nigeria.
Exactly. And we can't always put, I studied international studies and diplomacy, technically history in school. And you see that much of the curriculum is filled with history of other countries, the American Civil War and all of that. And you find out that just how much time is dedicated in our schools, even for history students, to looking inwards and examining where we're coming from, how far we've come, and looking into the future.
Absolutely.
Well, that's it. January 15th, 1966. Let's now look at this day, January 15th, 1929. Martin Luther King Jr. was born. He was born in Atlanta, Georgia. He was the son of a Baptist minister. He received a doctorate degree in theology. And in 1955, he helped organize the first major protest of the African-American civil rights movement. It was called the successful Montgomery bus boycott. King advocated civil disobedience. He advocated nonviolent resistance to segregation in the South. These were often met with violence. He became the youngest person to win the Nobel Peace Prize. In the late 1960s, King openly criticized the U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War and turned his efforts to winning economic rights for poor Americans. In 1968, he was planning a national occupation of Washington, D.C., and this was to be called the Poor People's Campaign. When he was assassinated on April 4th in Memphis, Tennessee, he was fatally shot at 6:01 p.m. on Thursday, that April, as he stood on the motel's second-floor balcony. His death was followed by, many riots in U.S. Cities. And there was an allegation about his death, about James Earl Ray, the man convicted of killing King, that he had been framed or that he acted in concert with government agents. King was posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom and the Congressional Gold Medal. The Martin Luther King Jr. Day was established as a holiday in cities and states throughout the U.S., and that was beginning in 1971. And the holiday was enacted at the federal level by a legislation signed by President Ronald Reagan in 1986. Wow, King has indeed become a national icon in the history of American liberalism. He was an orator, very powerful speaker. He was able to rally people around when he gave speeches about his ideals, his values, and his dreams for the American society. I mean, remember the I Have a Dream speech that has become so popular. And it's so sad to see just how much of, the situation of what it was at that time in America is still prevalent today.
He will, always be one of those names that, would never be erased from history, mostly because of the steps that he took for the black community. There's people who would also always criticize him and say that, he sometimes also played both sides. But, for the greater good and for the, the stance that he had, he would always be remembered. I wish that we would have same here in Nigeria. And see people who would actually stand up for what they believe is truth and stand up for the people. Yeah, maybe Ken Saro-Wiwa.
We do. But you know how the government reacts to dissent.
But anyway, yes, in
1929 was when Martin Luther King Jr. was born.
And also in 1966, I hate to call it the Igbo coup, but that's what it's popularly called. But the coup, that ousted and led to the death of Tafawa Balewa happened today in 1966. That's what we have for you today in history. We are now going to be moving to the Niger Delta, where apparently there is some crisis with pirates. It's a conversation that is not popularly had across the country because for some reason, these are criminals that just exist, but, do not make it into the national discourse a lot of times. And so we're going to be talking about a protest that happened a few days ago, where people from Bonny Island had to walk to Government House and to the National Assembly in River State to demand an end to piracy and better security in those regions. That comes up right after this short break. Stay here with us.
I mean, how can anyone think that if I tell him to do a will, it means that I wish him dead? He himself is a dense person.
We have a lot of clergymen dabbling into this whole thing, mystifying it, concocting it with relating to end time and the rest of it, and then creating a lot of fear.
Yes, there's unemployment. Yes, there's insecurity, and then we should be coming down. We shouldn't be talking. Seriously, just this week, you have increased the electricity tariff again from 2 naira to 4 naira.
4 naira.
So what is that? And then when we talk, Femi Adesina tells us we're wailing. Really? When Ghana is giving free electricity to citizens? Are you for real?
There's a joke about these monkeys because they come within the estates next door and they'll carry your pot of soup from fire. So now I know why. It's because we're the ones inhabiting their space.
We're the one inhabiting their space. The monkeys are protesting, and that is what we're having.
First point of accountability is asking questions.
Hello and welcome to Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. I am Udoka Njoko.
Hi everyone, welcome to Plus Training.
You cannot continue to recycle poverty while you're spending a lot of money on unproductive ventures.
The government has to feel the impact.
Honorable Commissioner, sir, welcome to the show.
The protesters, who are mostly youth, say the most recent of the attacks was on January 5 this year, when 2 indigents drowned after pirates attacked their boat. They said despite the multinational companies in the area and launch of Operation Sting by the Rivers State government, there has been no improvement in the security situation in Bonny Island. After a few hours, they were attended to by the Commissioner for Youth Development, where they read their 5-point agenda.
No one is having peace. You don't sleep with your eyes closed any longer on the island. And so we decided to say, okay, let's come and meet our father. That's why he's there. We voted for him. And one of the reasons he promised to give us is security.
We are protecting because of the killings on our waterways. We are tired. See, our elders have been kidnapped for 4 months. No news about them. No issues, no case about them. See, our lives matter to this country.
The key demand is to put houseboats, security houseboats, at strategic points along the Port Harcourt sea routes with an ambulance and with security personnel.
We cannot travel by a public boat. The way we used to travel, we cannot travel like that. People are dying. Our mothers are being raped. Our sisters are being raped.
In his response, the Commissioner assured that the message will be delivered. Also, Deputy Commissioner of Police in Rivers State, Yomi Oladimeji, urged members of the public to provide the police with adequate information.
I want to give you an assurance. This thing will get to the governor today. And the governor will liaise with all relevant stakeholders.
If you believe that the information is not safe in the hands of even the OC Marine there, don't hesitate to come straight to headquarters here and inform the Commissioner of Police.
Bonny local government area can only be accessed through the high sea, as the federal government's 37-kilometer bridge, which costs 120 billion naira and is meant to connect the islands to the mainland in Rivers State, is yet to be completed.
You're welcome back. What you just watched was residents of Bonny local government area of Rivers State protesting at the government house Port Harcourt, lamenting the incessant killings and attacks by pirates on their waterway for many years. We have now joining us Goto Jumbo, editor-in-chief of